12. The Fang of the Dragon. At dawn Conan waded his horse across the shallows of the Ahriman and struck the wide caravan trail which ran southeastward, and behind him, on the farther bank, Tricero sat his horse silently at the head of his steel-clad knights, with the crimson leopard of Poiton floating its long folds over him in the morning breeze. Silently they sat, those dark-haired men in shining steel, until the figure of their king had vanished in the blue of distance that whitened toward sunrise. Conan rode a great black stallion, the gift of Tricero. He no longer wore the armor of Aquilonia. His harness proclaimed him a veteran of the free companies, who were of all races. His headpiece was a plain morion, dented and battered. The leather and mailmesh of his hauberk were worn and shiny as if by many campaigns, and the scarlet cloak flowing carelessly from his mailed shoulders was tattered and stained. He looked the part of the hired fighting man, who had known all vicissitudes of fortune, plunder and wealth one day, an emptied purse and a close-drawn belt the next. And more than looking the part, he felt the part, the awakening of old memories, the resurge of the wild, mad, glorious days of old before his feet were set on the imperial path when he was a wandering mercenary, roistering, brawling, guzzling, adventuring, with no thought for the morrow, and no desire save sparkling ale, red lips, and a keen sword to swing on all the battlefields of the world. Unconsciously he reverted to the old ways. A new swagger became evident in his bearing, in the way he sat his horse. Half-forgotten oaths rose naturally to his lips, and as he rode he hummed old songs that he had roared in chorus with his reckless companions in many a tavern and on many a dusty road or bloody field. It was an unquiet land through which he rode. The companies of cavalry which usually patrolled the river, alert for raids out of Poiton, were nowhere in evidence. Internal strife had left the borders unguarded. The long white road stretched bare from horizon to horizon. No laden camel trains or rumbling wagons or lowing herds moved along it now, only occasional groups of horsemen in leather and steel, hawk-faced, hard-eyed men, who kept together and rode warily. These swept Conan with their searching gaze but rode on, for the solitary rider's harness promised no plunder, but only hard strokes. Villages lay in ashes and deserted, the fields and meadows idle. Only the boldest would ride the roads these days, and the native population had been decimated in the civil wars, and by raids from across the river. In more peaceful times the road was thronged with merchants riding from Poiton to Masantia in Argos, or back. But now these found it wiser to follow the road that led east through Poiton, and then turn south down across Argos. It was longer, but safer. Only an extremely reckless man would risk his life and goods on this road through Zingara. The southern horizon was fringed with flame by night, and in the day straggling pillars of smoke drifted upward. In the cities and plains to the south men were dying, thrones were toppling and castles going up in flames. Conan felt the old tug of the professional fighting man, to turn his horse and plunge into the fighting, the pillaging and the looting as in the days of old. Why should he toil to regain the rule of a people which had already forgotten him? Why chase a will-o'-the-wisp? Why pursue a crown that was lost forever? Why should he not seek forgetfulness, lose himself in the red tides of war and rapine that had engulfed him so often before? Could he not, indeed, carve out another kingdom for himself? The world was entering an age of iron, an age of war and imperialistic ambition. Some strong man might well rise above the ruins of nations as a supreme conqueror. Why should it not be himself? So his familiar devil whispered in his ear, and the phantoms of his lawless and bloody past crowded upon him. But he did not turn aside. He rode onward, following a quest that grew dimmer and dimmer as he advanced, until sometimes it seemed that he pursued a dream that never was. He pushed the black stallion as hard as he dared, but the long white road lay bare before him, from horizon to horizon. It was a long start Zora thus had, but Conan rode steadily on, knowing that he was traveling faster than the burdened merchants could travel. And so he came to the castle of Count Valbroso, perched like a vulture's eyrie on a bare hill overlooking the road. Valbroso rode down with his men-at-arms, a lean, dark man with glittering eyes and a predatory beak of a nose. He wore black plate armor and was followed by 30 spearmen, black-mustached hawks of the border wars, as avaricious and ruthless as himself. Of late the toll of the caravans had been slim, and Valbroso cursed the civil wars that stripped the roads of their fat traffic, even while he blessed them for the free hand they allowed him with his neighbors. He had not hoped much from the solitary rider he had glimpsed from his tower, but all was grist that came to his mill. With a practiced eye he took in Conan's worn mail and dark, scarred face, and his conclusions were the same as those of the riders who had passed the Cimmerian on the road, an empty purse and a ready blade. "Who are you, knave?" he demanded. "A mercenary, riding for Argos," answered Conan. "What matter names, ? You are riding in the wrong direction for a free companion," grunted Valbroso. "Southward the fighting is good and also the plundering. Join my company. You won't go hungry. The road remains bare of fat merchants to strip, but I mean to take my robes and fare southward to sell our swords to whichever side seems strongest." Conan did not at once reply, knowing that if he refused outright, he might be instantly attacked by Valbroso's men-at-arms. Before he could make up his mind, the Zingarin spoke again. "You rogues of the free companies always know tricks to make men talk. I have a prisoner, the last merchant I caught, by Mitra, and the only one I've seen for a week, and the knave is stubborn. He has an iron box, the secret of which defies us, and I've been unable to persuade him to open it. By Ishtar, I thought I knew all the modes of persuasion there are, but perhaps you, as a veteran free companion, know some that I do not. At any rate, come with me and see what you may do." Valbroso's words instantly decided Conan. That sounded a great deal like Thus. Conan did not know the merchant, but any man who was stubborn enough to try to traverse the Zingarin road in times like these would very probably be stubborn enough to defy torture. He fell in beside Valbroso and rode up the straggling road to the top of the hill where the gaunt castle stood. As a man-at-arms he should have ridden behind the count, but force of habit made him careless and Valbroso paid no heed. Years of life on the border had taught the count that the frontier is not the royal court. He was aware of the independence of the mercenaries, behind whose swords many a king had trodden the throne path. There was a dry moat, half filled with debris in some places. They clattered across the drawbridge and through the arch of the gate. Behind them the portcullis fell with a sullen clang. They came into a bare courtyard, grown with straggling grass, and with a well in the middle. Shacks for the men-at-arms straggled about the bailey wall, and women, slatternly or decked in gaudy finery, looked from the doors. Fighting men in rusty mail tossed dice on the flags under the arches. It was more like a bandit's hold than the castle of a nobleman. Valbroso dismounted and motioned Conan to follow him. They went through a doorway and along a vaulted corridor, where they were met by a scarred, hard-looking man in mail descending a stone staircase, evidently the captain of the guard. "How, Boloso," quoth Valbroso, "has he spoken?" "He is stubborn," muttered Boloso, shooting a glance of suspicion at Conan. Valbroso ripped out an oath and stamped furiously up the winding stair, followed by Conan and the captain. As they mounted, the groans of a man in mortal agony became audible. Valbroso's torture room was high above the court, instead of in a dungeon below. In that chamber, where a gaunt, hairy beast of a man in leather breeks squatted gnawing a beef bone voraciously, stood the machines of torture, racks, boots, hooks and all the implements that the human mind devises to tear flesh, break bones and rend and rupture veins and ligaments. On a rack a man was stretched naked, and a glance told Conan that he was dying. The unnatural elongation of his limbs and body told of unhinged joints and unnameable ruptures. He was a dark man, with an intelligent, aquiline face and quick dark eyes. They were glazed and bloodshot now with pain, and the dew of agony glistened on his face. His lips were drawn back from blackened gums. "There is the box." Viciously Valbroso kicked a small but heavy iron chest that stood on the floor nearby. It was intricately carved, with tiny skulls and writhing dragons curiously intertwined, but Conan saw no catch or hasp that might serve to unlock the lid. The marks of fire, of axe and sledge and chisel showed on it but as scratches. "This is the dog's treasure box," said Valbroso angrily. "All men of the south know of Thus and his iron chest. Mitra knows what is in it. But he will not give up its secret. Thus." It was true, then, the man he sought lay before him. Conan's heart beat suffocatingly as he leaned over the writhing form, though he exhibited no evidence of his painful eagerness. Ease those ropes, knave! He ordered the torturer harshly, and Valbroso and his captain stared. In the forgetfulness of the moment, Conan had used his imperial tone, and the brute in leather instinctively obeyed the knife-edge of command in that voice. He eased away gradually, for else the slackening of the ropes had been as great a torment to the torn joints as further stretching. Catching up a vessel of wine that stood nearby, Conan placed the rim to the wretch's lips. Zorah gulped spasmodically, the liquid slopping over on his heaving breast. Into the bloodshot eyes came a gleam of recognition, and the froth-smeared lips parted. From them issued a racking whimper in the Gothic tongue. Is this death, then? Is the long agony ended? For this is King Conan who died at Valkia, and I am among the dead. You're not dead, said Conan. But you're dying. You'll be tortured no more. I'll see to that. But I can't help you further. Yet before you die, tell me how to open your iron box. My iron box, mumbled Zorah thus in delirious disjointed phrases. The chest forged in unholy fires among the flaming mountains of Crotia, the metal no chisel can cut. How many treasures has it borne, across the width and the breadth of the world? But no such treasure as it now holds. Tell me how to open it, urged Conan. It can do you no good, and it may aid me. Aye, you are Conan, muttered the Kothian. I have seen you sitting on your throne in the great public hall of Tarantia, with your crown on your head and the scepter in your hand. But you are dead, you died at Valkia. And so I know my own end is at hand. What does the dog say? Demanded Valbroso impatiently, not understanding Gothic. Will he tell us how to open the box? As if the voice roused a spark of life in the twisted breast, Zorah thus rolled his bloodshot eyes toward the speaker. Only Valbroso will I tell, he gasped in Zingaran. Death is upon me. Lean close to me, Valbroso. The Count did so, his dark face lit with avarice. Behind him his saturnine captain, Beloso, crowded closer. Press the 7 skulls on the rim, one after another, gasped Zorah thus. Press then the head of the dragon that writhes across the lid. Then press the sphere in the dragon's claws. That will release the secret catch. Quick, the box! Cried Valbroso with an oath. Conan lifted it and set it on a dais, and Valbroso shouldered him aside. Let me open it! Cried Beloso, starting forward. Valbroso cursed him back, his greed blazing in his black eyes. None but me shall open it! He cried. Conan, whose hand had instinctively gone to his hilt, glanced at Zorah thus. The man's eyes were glazed and bloodshot, but they were fixed on Valbroso with burning intensity, and was there the shadow of a grim twisted smile on the dying man's lips? Not until the merchant knew he was dying had he given up the secret. Conan turned to watch Valbroso, even as the dying man watched him. Along the rim of the lid 7 skulls were carved among intertwining branches of strange trees. An inlaid dragon writhed its way across the top of the lid, amid ornate arabesques. Valbroso pressed the skulls in fumbling haste, and as he jammed his thumb down on the carved head of the dragon he swore sharply and snatched his hand away, shaking it in irritation. A sharp point on the carvings, he snarled. I've pricked my thumb. He pressed the gold ball clutched in the dragon's talons, and the lid flew abruptly open. Their eyes were dazzled by a golden flame. It seemed to their dazed minds that the carven box was full of glowing fire that spilled over the rim and dripped through the air in quivering flakes. Beloso cried out and Valbroso sucked in his breath. Conan stood speechless, his brain snared by the blaze. Mitra, what a jewel! Valbroso's hand dived into the chest, came out with a great pulsing crimson sphere that filled the room with a lambent glow. In its glare Valbroso looked like a corpse. And the dying man on the loosened rack laughed wildly and suddenly. Fool! He screamed. The jewel is yours. I give you death with it. The scratch on your thumb, look at the dragon's head, Valbroso. They all wheeled, stared. Something tiny and dully gleaming stood up from the gaping, carved mouth. The dragon's fawn. shrieked Zora thus. Steeped in the venom of the black Stygian scorpion. Fool, fool to open the box of Zora thus with your naked hand. Death! You are a dead man now. And with bloody foam on his lips he died. Valbroso staggered, crying out. Ah, Mitra, I burn. He shrieked. My veins race with liquid fire. My joints are bursting asunder. Death! Death! And he reeled and crashed headlong. There was an instant of awful convulsions, in which the limbs were twisted into hideous and unnatural positions, and then in that posture the man froze, his glassy eyes staring sightlessly upward, his lips drawn back from blackened gums. Dead! Muttered Conan, stooping to pick up the jewel where it rolled on the floor from Valbroso's rigid hand. It lay on the floor like a quivering pool of sunset fire. Dead! Muttered Boloso, with madness in his eyes. And then he moved. Conan was caught off guard, his eyes dazzled, his brain dazed by the blaze of the great gem. He did not realize Boloso's intention until something crashed with terrible force upon his helmet. The glow of the jewel was splashed with redder flame, and he went to his knees under the blow. He heard a rush of feet, a bellow of ox-like agony. He was stunned but not wholly senseless, and realized that Boloso had caught up the iron box and crashed it down on his head as he stooped. Only his bassinet had saved his skull. He staggered up, drawing his sword, trying to shake the dimness out of his eyes. The room swam to his dizzy gaze. But the door was open and fleet footsteps were dwindling down the winding stair. On the floor the brutish torturer was gasping out his life with a great gash under his breast. And the Heart of Ahriman was gone. Conan reeled out of the chamber, sword in hand, blood streaming down his face from under his burgonet. He ran drunkenly down the steps, hearing a clang of steel in the courtyard below, shouts, then the frantic drum of hoofs. Rushing into the bailey he saw the men-at-arms milling about confusedly, while women screeched. The postern gate stood open and a soldier lay across his pike with his head split. Horses, still bridled and saddled, ran neighing about the court, Conan's black stallion among them. He's mad! Howled a woman, wringing her hands as she rushed brainlessly about. He came out of the castle like a mad dog, hewing right and left. Boloso's mad. Where's Lord Valbroso? Which way did he go? Roared Conan. All turned and stared at the stranger's blood-stained face and naked sword. Through the postern, shrilled a woman, pointing eastward, and another bawled, who is this rogue? Boloso has killed Valbroso! Yelled Conan, leaping and seizing the stallion's mane, as the men-at-arms advanced uncertainly on him. A wild outcry burst forth at his news, but their reaction was exactly as he had anticipated. Instead of closing the gates to take him prisoner, or pursuing the fleeing slayer to avenge their lord, they were thrown into even greater confusion by his words. Wolves bound together only by fear of Valbroso, they owed no allegiance to the castle or to each other. Swords began to clash in the courtyard, and women screamed. And in the midst of it all, none noticed Conan as he shot through the postern gate and thundered down the hill. The wide plain spread before him, and beyond the hill the caravan road divided, one branch ran south, the other east. And on the eastern road he saw another rider, bending low and spurring hard. The plain swam to Conan's gaze, the sunlight was a thick red haze and he reeled in his saddle, grasping the flowing mane with his hand. Blood rained on his mail, but grimly he urged the stallion on. Behind him smoke began to pour out of the castle on the hill where the count's body lay forgotten and unheeded beside that of his prisoner. The sun was setting, against a lurid red sky the two black figures fled. The stallion was not fresh, but neither was the horse ridden by Boloso. But the great beast responded mightily, calling on deep reservoirs of reserve vitality. Why the Zingaran fled from one pursuer Conan did not tax his bruised brain to guess. Perhaps unreasoning panic rode Boloso, born of the madness that lurked in that blazing jewel. The sun was gone, the white road was a dim glimmer through a ghostly twilight fading into purple gloom far ahead of him. The stallion panted, laboring hard. The country was changing, in the gathering dusk. Bare plains gave way to clumps of oaks and alders. Low hills mounted up in the distance. Stars began to blink out. The stallion gasped and reeled in his course. But ahead rose a dense wood that stretched to the hills on the horizon, and between it and himself Conan glimpsed the dim form of the fugitive. He urged on the distressed stallion, for he saw that he was overtaking his prey, yard by yard. Above the pound of the hoofs a strange cry rose from the shadows, but neither pursuer nor pursued gave heed. As they swept in under the branches that overhung the road, they were almost side by side. A fierce cry rose from Conan's lips as his sword went up. A pale oval of a face was turned toward him, a sword gleamed in a half-seen hand, and below so echoed the cry, and then the weary stallion, with a lurch and a groan, missed his footing in the shadows and went heels over head, hurling his dazed rider from the saddle. Conan's throbbing head crashed against a stone, and the stars were blotted out in a thicker night. How long Conan lay senseless he never knew. His first sensation of returning consciousness was that of being dragged by one arm over rough and stony ground, and through dense underbrush. Then he was thrown carelessly down, and perhaps the jolt brought back his senses. His helmet was gone, his head ached abominably, he felt a qualm of nausea, and blood was clotted thickly among his black locks. But with the vitality of a wild thing life and consciousness surged back into him, and he became aware of his surroundings. A broad red moon was shining through the trees, by which he knew that it was long after midnight. He had lain senseless for hours, long enough to have recovered from that terrible blow Beloso had dealt him, as well as the fall which had rendered him senseless. His brain felt clearer than it had felt during that mad ride after the fugitive. He was not lying beside the white road, he noticed with a start of surprise, as his surroundings began to record themselves on his perceptions. The road was nowhere in sight. He lay on the grassy earth, in a small glade hemmed in by a black wall of tree stems and tangled branches. His face and hands were scratched and lacerated as if he had been dragged through brambles. Shifting his body, he looked about him. And then he started violently, something was squatting over him. At first Conan doubted his consciousness, thought it was but a figment of delirium. Surely it could not be real, that strange, motionless gray being that squatted on its haunches and stared down at him with unblinking soulless eyes. Conan lay and stared, half expecting it to vanish like a figure of a dream, and then a chill of recollection crept along his spine. Half-forgotten memories surged back, of grisly tales whispered of the shapes that haunted these uninhabited forests at the foot of the hills that marked the Zingaran Argosian border. Ghouls, men called them, eaters of human flesh, spawn of darkness, children of unholy matings of a lost and forgotten race with the demons of the underworld. Somewhere in these primitive forests were the ruins of an ancient, accursed city, men whispered, and among its tombs slunk gray, anthropomorphic shadows. Conan shuddered strongly. He lay staring at the malformed head that rose dimly above him, and cautiously he extended a hand toward the sword at his hip. With a horrible cry that the man involuntarily echoed, the monster was at his throat. Conan threw up his right arm, and the dog-like jaws closed on it, driving the mail links into the hard flesh. The misshapen yet man-like hands clutched for his throat, but he evaded them with a heave and roll of his whole body, at the same time drawing his dagger with his left hand. They tumbled over and over on the grass, smiting and tearing. The muscles coiling under that gray corpse-like skin were stringy and hard as steel wires, exceeding the strength of a man. But Conan's thews were iron too, and his mail saved him from the gnashing fangs and ripping claws long enough for him to drive home his dagger, again and again and again. The horrible vitality of the semi-human monstrosity seemed inexhaustible, and the king's skin crawled at the feel of that slick, clammy flesh. He put all his loathing and savage revulsion behind the plunging blade, and suddenly the monster heaved up convulsively beneath him as the point found its grisly heart, and then lay still. Conan rose, shaken with nausea. He stood in the center of the glade uncertainly, sword in one hand and dagger in the other. He had not lost his instinctive sense of direction, as far as the points of the compass were concerned, but he did not know in which direction the road lay. He had no way of knowing in which direction the ghoul had dragged him. Conan glared at the silent, black, moon-dappled woods which ringed him, and felt cold moisture beat his flesh. He was without a horse and lost in these haunted woods, and that staring, deformed thing at his feet was a mute evidence of the horrors that lurked in the forest. He stood almost holding his breath in his painful intensity, straining his ears for some crack of twig or rustle of grass. When a sound did come, he started violently. Suddenly, out on the night air broke the scream of a terrified horse. His stallion! There were panthers in the wood, or ghouls ate beasts as well as men. He broke savagely through the brush in the direction of the sound, whistling shrilly as he ran, his fear drowned in berserk rage. If his horse was killed, there went his last chance of following Beloso and recovering the jewel. Again the stallion screamed with fear and fury, somewhere nearer. There was a sound of lashing heels, and something that was struck heavily and gave way. Conan burst out into the wide white road without warning, and saw the stallion plunging and rearing in the moonlight, his ears laid back, his eyes and teeth flashing wickedly. He lashed out with his heels at a slinking shadow that ducked and bobbed about him, and then about Conan other shadows moved, gray, furtive shadows that closed in on all sides. A hideous charnel house scent reeked up in the night air. With a curse the king hewed right and left with his broadsword, thrust and ripped with his dagger. Dripping fangs flashed in the moonlight, foul paws caught at him, but he hacked his way through to the stallion, caught the rein, leaped into the saddle. His sword rose and fell, a frosty arc in the moon, showering blood as it split misshapen heads, clove shambling bodies. The stallion reared, biting and kicking. They burst through and thundered down the road. On either hand, for a short space, flitted grey abhorrent shadows. Then these fell behind, and Conan, topping a wooded crest, saw a vast expanse of bare slopes sweeping up and away before him. 13. A ghost out of the past. Soon after sunrise Conan crossed the Argosian border. Of Beloso he had seen no trace. Either the captain had made good his escape while the king lay senseless, or had fallen prey to the grim man-eaters of the Zingaran forest. But Conan had seen no signs to indicate the latter possibility. The fact that he had lain unmolested for so long seemed to indicate that the monsters had been engrossed in futile pursuit of the captain. And if the man lived, Conan felt certain that he was riding along the road somewhere ahead of him. Unless he had intended going into Argos, he would never have taken the eastward road in the first place. The helmeted guards at the frontier did not question the Cimmerian. A single wandering mercenary required no passport nor safe conduct, especially when his unadorned mail showed him to be in the service of no lord. Through the low, grassy hills where streams murmured and oak groves dappled the sward with lights and shadows he rode, following the long road that rose and fell away ahead of him over dales and rises in the blue distance. It was an old road, this highway from Poiton to the sea. Argos was at peace, laden ox-wains rumbled along the road, and men with bare, brown, brawny arms toiled in orchards and fields that smiled away under the branches of the roadside trees. Old men on settles before inns under spreading oak branches called greetings to the wayfarer. From the men that worked the fields, from the garrulous old men in the inns where he slaked his thirst with great leathern jacks of foaming ale, from the sharp-eyed silk-clad merchants he met upon the road, Conan sought for news of Beloso. Stories were conflicting, but this much Conan learned, that a lean, wiry Zingaran with the dangerous black eyes and mustaches of the western folk was somewhere on the road ahead of him, and apparently making for Masantia. It was a logical destination. All the seaports of Argos were cosmopolitan, in strong contrast with the inland provinces, and Masantia was the most polyglot of all. Craft of all the maritime nations rode in its harbor, and refugees and fugitives from many lands gathered there. Laws were lax, for Masantia thrived on the trade of the sea, and her citizens found it profitable to be somewhat blind in their dealings with seamen. It was not only legitimate trade that flowed into Masantia, smugglers and buccaneers played their part. All this Conan knew well, for had he not, in the days of old when he was a Barakan pirate, sailed by night into the harbor of Masantia to discharge strange cargoes? Most of the pirates of the Barakan Isles, small islands off the southwestern coast of Zingara, were Argosian sailors, and as long as they confined their attentions to the shipping of other nations, the authorities of Argos were not too strict in their interpretation of sea laws. But Conan had not limited his activities to those of the Barakans. He had also sailed with the Zingaran buccaneers, and even with those wild black corsairs that swept up from the far south to harry the northern coasts, and this put him beyond the pale of any law. If he were recognized in any of the ports of Argos, it would cost him his head. But without hesitation he rode on to Messantia, halting day or night only to rest the stallion and to snatch a few winks of sleep for himself. He entered the city unquestioned, merging himself with the throngs that poured continually in and out of this great commercial center. No walls surrounded Messantia. The sea and the ships of the sea guarded the great southern trading city. It was evening when Conan rode leisurely through the streets that marched down to the waterfront. At the ends of these streets he saw the wharves and the masts and sails of ships. He smelled salt water for the first time in years, heard the thrum of cordage and the creak of spars in the breeze that was kicking up whitecaps out beyond the headlands. Again the urge of far wandering tugged at his heart. But he did not go on to the wharves. He reined aside and rode up a steep flight of wide, worn stone steps, to a broad street where ornate white mansions overlooked the waterfront and the harbor below. Here dwelt the men who had grown rich from the hard-won fat of the seas, a few old sea captains who had found treasure afar, many traders and merchants who never trod the naked decks nor knew the roar of tempest or sea fight. Conan turned in his horse at a certain gold-worked gate, and rode into a court where a fountain tinkled and pigeons fluttered from marble coping to marble flagging. A page in jagged silken jupan and hose came forward inquiringly. The merchants of Messantia dealt with many strange and rough characters, but most of these smacked of the sea. It was strange that a mercenary trooper should so freely ride into the court of a lord of commerce. The merchant Publio dwells here? It was more statement than question, and something in the timbre of the voice caused the page to doff his feathered chaperon as he bowed and replied, "Aye, so he does, my captain." Conan dismounted and the page called a servitor, who came running to receive the stallion's rein. "Your master is within?" Conan drew off his gauntlets and slapped the dust of the road from cloak and mail. "Aye, my captain." "Whom shall I announce?" "I'll announce myself," grunted Conan. "I know the way well enough. Bide you here, . And obeying that peremptory command the page stood still, staring after Conan as the latter climbed a short flight of marble steps, and wondering what connection his master might have with this giant fighting man who had the aspect of a northern barbarian. Menials at their tasks halted and gaped open-mouthed as Conan crossed a wide, cool balcony overlooking the court and entered a broad corridor through which the sea breeze swept. Halfway down this he heard a quill scratching, and turned into a broad room whose many wide casements overlooked the harbor. Publio sat at a carved teakwood desk writing on rich parchment with a golden quill. He was a short man, with a massive head and quick dark eyes. His blue robe was of the finest watered silk, trimmed with cloth of gold, and from his thick white throat hung a heavy gold chain. As the Cimmerian entered, the merchant looked up with a gesture of annoyance. He froze in the midst of his gesture. His mouth opened, he stared as at a ghost out of the past. Unbelief and fear glimmered in his wide eyes. "Well," said Conan, "have you no word of greeting, Publio?" Publio moistened his lips. "Conan," he whispered incredulously. "Mitra. Conan. Amra. Who else?" The Cimmerian unclasped his cloak and threw it with his gauntlets down upon the desk. "How, man?" he exclaimed irritably. "Can't you at least offer me a beaker of wine?" "My throat's caked with the dust of the highway." "Aye, wine," echoed Publio mechanically. Instinctively his hand reached for a gong, then recoiled as from a hot coal, and he shuddered. While Conan watched him with a flicker of grim amusement in his eyes, the merchant rose and hurriedly shut the door, first craning his neck up and down the corridor to be sure that no slave was loitering about. Then, returning, he took a gold vessel of wine from a nearby table and was about to fill a slender goblet when Conan impatiently took the vessel from him and lifting it with both hands, drank deep and with gusto. "Aye, it's Conan, right enough," muttered Publio. "Man, are you mad?" "By Crom, Publio," said Conan, lowering the vessel but retaining it in his hands, "you dwell in different quarters than of old. It takes an Argosian merchant to wring wealth out of a little waterfront shop that stank of rotten fish and cheap wine. The old days are past, muttered Publio, drawing his robe about him with a slight involuntary shudder. I have put off the past like a worn-out cloak. Well, retorted Conan, you can't put me off like an old cloak. It isn't much I want of you, but that much I do want. And you can't refuse me. We had too many dealings in the old days. Am I such a fool that I'm not aware that this fine mansion was built on my sweat and blood? How many cargoes from my galleys pass through your shop? All merchants of Messantia have dealt with the sea rovers at one time or another, mumbled Publio nervously. But not with the black corsairs, answered Conan grimly. For Mitra's sake, be silent. Ejaculated Publio, sweat starting out on his brow. His fingers jerked at the gilt-worked edge of his robe. Well, I only wished to recall it to your mind, answered Conan. Don't be so fearful. You took plenty of risks in the past, when you were struggling for life and wealth in that lousy little shop down by the wharves, and were hand and glove with every buccaneer and smuggler and pirate from here to the Barracan Isles. Prosperity must have softened you. I am respectable, began Publio. Meaning you're rich as hell, snorted Conan. Why? Why did you grow wealthy so much quicker than your competitors? Was it because you did a big business in ivory and ostrich feathers, copper and skins and pearls and hammered gold ornaments, and other things from the coast of Kush? And where did you get them so cheaply, while other merchants were paying their weight in silver to the Stygians for them? I'll tell you, in case you've forgotten, you bought them from me, at considerably less than their value, and I took them from the tribes of the Black Coast, and from the ships of the Stygians, and the Black Corsairs. In Mitra's name, cease. Begged Publio. I have not forgotten. But what are you doing here? I am the only man in Argos who knew that the king of Aquilonia was once Conan the Buccaneer, in the old days. But word has come southward of the overthrow of Aquilonia and the death of the king. My enemies have killed me 100 times by rumors, grunted Conan. Yet here I sit and guzzle wine of Kairos. And he suited the action to the word. Lowering the vessel, which was now nearly empty, he said, It's but a small thing I ask of you, Publio. I know that you're aware of everything that goes on in Messantia. I want to know if a zingerin named Beloso, or he might call himself anything, is in this city. He's tall and lean and dark like all his race, and it's likely he'll seek to sell a very rare jewel. Publio shook his head. I have not heard of such a man. But thousands come and go in Messantia. If he is here, my agents will discover him. Good. Send them to look for him. And in the meantime have my horse cared for, and have food served me here in this room. Publio assented volubly, and Conan emptied the wine vessel, tossed it carelessly into a corner, and strode to a nearby casement, involuntarily expanding his chest as he breathed deep of the salt air. He was looking down upon the meandering waterfront streets. He swept the ships in the harbor with an appreciative glance, then lifted his head and stared beyond the bay, far into the blue haze of the distance where sea met sky. And his memory sped beyond that horizon, to the golden seas of the south, under flaming suns, where laws were not and life ran hotly. Some vagrant scent of spice or palm woke clear-etched images of strange coasts where mangroves grew and drums thundered, of ships locked in battle and decks running blood, of smoke and flame and the crying of slaughter. Lost in his thoughts, he scarcely noticed when Publio stole from the chamber. Gathering up his robe, the merchant hurried along the corridors until he came to a certain chamber where a tall, gaunt man with a scar upon his temple wrote continually upon parchment. There was something about this man which made his clerkly occupation seem incongruous. To him Publio spoke abruptly. Conan has returned. Conan? The gaunt man started up and the quill fell from his fingers. The corsair? Aye. The gaunt man went livid. Is he mad? If he is discovered here, we are ruined. They will hang a man who shelters or trades with a corsair as quickly as they'll hang the corsair himself. What if the governor should learn of our past connections with him? He will not learn, answered Publio grimly. Send your men into the markets and wharfside dives and learn if one Beloso, a zingerin, is in Messantia. Conan said he had a gem, which he will probably seek to dispose of. The jewel merchants should know of him, if any do. And here is another task for you. Pick up a dozen or so desperate villains who can be trusted to do away with a man and hold their tongues afterward. You understand me? I understand. The other nodded slowly and somberly. I have not stolen, cheated, lied, and fought my way up from the gutter to be undone now by a ghost out of my past, muttered Publio, and the sinister darkness of his countenance at that moment would have surprised the wealthy nobles and ladies who bought their silks and pearls from his many stalls. But when he returned to Conan a short time later, bearing in his own hands a platter of fruit and meats, he presented a placid face to his unwelcome guest. Conan still stood at the casement, staring down into the harbor at the purple and crimson and vermilion and scarlet sails of galleons and carracks and galleys and dromons. There's a Stygian galley, if I'm not blind, he remarked, pointing to a long, low, slim black ship lying apart from the others, anchored off the low broad sandy beach that curved round to the distant headland. Is there peace, then, between Stygia and Argos? The same sort that has existed before, answered Publio, setting the platter on the table with a sigh of relief, for it was heavily laden. He knew his guest of old. Stygian ports are temporarily open to our ships, as ours to theirs. But may no craft of mine meet their cursed galleys out of sight of land. That galley crept into the bay last night. What its masters wish I do not know. So far they have neither bought nor sold. I distrust those dark-skinned devils. Treachery had its birth in that dusky land, but I've made them howl, said Conan carelessly, turning from the window. In my galley manned by black corsairs I crept to the very bastions of the sea-washed castles of black-walled Chemi by night, and burned the galleons anchored there. And speaking of treachery, mine host, suppose you taste these viands and sip a bit of this wine, just to show me that your heart is on the right side. Publio complied so readily that Conan's suspicions were lulled, and without further hesitation he sat down and devoured enough for 3 men. And while he ate, men moved through the markets and along the waterfront, searching for a zingerin who had a jewel to sell or who sought for a ship to carry him to foreign ports. And a tall gaunt man with a scar on his temple sat with his elbows on a wine-stained table in a squalid cellar with a brass lantern hanging from a smoke-blackened beam overhead, and held converse with 10 desperate rogues whose sinister countenances and ragged garments proclaimed their profession. And as the first stars blinked out, they shone on a strange band spurring their mounts along the white road that led to Masantia from the west. They were 4 men, tall, gaunt, clad in black, hooded robes, and they did not speak. They forced their steeds mercilessly onward, and those steeds were gaunt as themselves, and sweat-stained and weary as if from long travel and far wandering. 14. The Black Hand of Set. Conan woke from a sound sleep as quickly and instantly as a cat. And like a cat he was on his feet with his sword out before the man who had touched him could so much as draw back. What word, Publio? Demanded Conan, recognizing his host. The gold lamp burned low, casting a mellow glow over the thick tapestries and the rich coverings of the couch whereon he had been reposing. Publio, recovering from the start given him by the sudden action of his awakening guest, replied, The zingerin has been located. He arrived yesterday, at dawn. Only a few hours ago he sought to sell a huge, strange jewel to a Shemitish merchant, but the Shemite would have naught to do with it. Men say he turned pale beneath his black beard at the sight of it, and closing his stall, fled as from a thing accursed. It must be Beloso, muttered Conan, feeling the pulse in his temples pounding with impatient eagerness. Where is he now? He sleeps in the house of Servio. I know that dive of old, grunted Conan. I'd better hasten before some of these waterfront thieves cut his throat for the jewel. He took up his cloak and flung it over his shoulders, then donned a helmet Publio had procured for him. Have my steeds saddled and ready in the court, said he. I may return in haste. I shall not forget this night's work, Publio. A few moments later Publio, standing at a small outer door, watched the king's tall figure receding down the shadowy street. Farewell to you, corsair, muttered the merchant. This must be a notable jewel, to be sought by a man who has just lost a kingdom. I wish I had told my knaves to let him secure it before they did their work. but then, something might have gone awry. Let Argos forget Amra, and let my dealings with him be lost in the dust of the past. In the alley behind the house of Servio, that is where Conan will cease to be a peril to me. Servio's house, a dingy, ill-famed den, was located close to the wharves, facing the waterfront. It was a shambling building of stone and heavy ship beams, and a long narrow alley wandered up alongside it. Conan made his way along the alley, and as he approached the house he had an uneasy feeling that he was being spied upon. He stared hard into the shadows of the squalid buildings, but saw nothing, though once he caught the faint rasp of cloth or leather against flesh. But that was nothing unusual. Thieves and beggars prowled these alleys all night, and they were not likely to attack him, after one look at his size and harness. But suddenly a door opened in the wall ahead of him, and he slipped into the shadow of an arch. A figure emerged from the open door and moved along the alley, not furtively, but with a natural noiselessness like that of a jungle beast. Enough starlight filtered into the alley to silhouette the man's profile dimly as he passed the doorway where Conan lurked. The stranger was a Stygian. There was no mistaking that hawk-faced, shaven head, even in the starlight, nor the mantle over the broad shoulders. He passed on down the alley in the direction of the beach, and once Conan thought he must be carrying a lantern among his garments, for he caught a flash of lambent light, just as the man vanished. But the Cimmerian forgot the stranger as he noticed that the door through which he had emerged still stood open. Conan had intended entering by the main entrance and forcing Servio to show him the room where the Zingerin slept. But if he could get into the house without attracting anyone's attention, so much the better. A few long strides brought him to the door, and as his hand fell on the lock he stifled an involuntary grunt. His practiced fingers, skilled among the thieves of Zamora long ago, told him that the lock had been forced, apparently by some terrific pressure from the outside that had twisted and bent the heavy iron bolts, tearing the very sockets loose from the jambs. How such damage could have been wrought so violently without awakening everyone in the neighborhood Conan could not imagine, but he felt sure that it had been done that night. A broken lock, if discovered, would not go unmended in the house of Servio, in this neighborhood of thieves and cutthroats. Conan entered stealthily, poniard in hand, wondering how he was to find the chamber of the Zingerin. Groping in total darkness he halted suddenly. He sensed death in that room, as a wild beast senses it, not as peril threatening him, but a dead thing, something freshly slain. In the darkness his foot hit and recoiled from something heavy and yielding. With a sudden premonition he groped along the wall until he found the shelf that supported the brass lamp, with its flint, steel and tinder beside it. A few seconds later a flickering, uncertain light sprang up, and he stared narrowly about him. A bunk built against the rough stone wall, a bare table and a bench completed the furnishings of the squalid chamber. An inner door stood closed and bolted. And on the hard-beaten dirt floor lay Beloso. On his back he lay, with his head drawn back between his shoulders so that he seemed to stare with his wide glassy eyes at the sooty beams of the cobwebbed ceiling. His lips were drawn back from his teeth in a frozen grin of agony. His sword lay near him, still in its scabbard. His shirt was torn open, and on his brown, muscular breast was the print of a black hand, thumb and 4 fingers plainly distinct. Conan glared in silence, feeling the short hairs bristle at the back of his neck. "Crom!" he muttered. "The black hand of Set." He had seen that mark of old, the death mark of the black priests of Set, the grim cult that ruled in dark Stygia. And suddenly he remembered that curious flash he had seen emanating from the mysterious Stygian who had emerged from this chamber. "The heart, by Crom," he muttered. He was carrying it under his mantle. He stole it. He burst that door by his magic, and slew Beloso. He was a priest of Set. A quick investigation confirmed at least part of his suspicions. The jewel was not on the Zingerin's body. An uneasy feeling rose in Conan that this had not happened by chance, or without design, a conviction that the mysterious Stygian galley had come into the harbor of Messantia on a definite mission. How could the priests of Set know that the heart had come southward? Yet the thought was no more fantastic than the necromancy that could slay an armed man by the touch of an open, empty hand. A stealthy footfall outside the door brought him round like a great cat. With one motion he extinguished the lamp and drew his sword. His ears told him that men were out there in the darkness, were closing in on the doorway. As his eyes became accustomed to the sudden darkness, he could make out dim figures ringing the entrance. He could not guess their identity, but as always he took the initiative, leaping suddenly forth from the doorway without awaiting the attack. His unexpected movement took the skulkers by surprise. He sensed and heard men close about him, saw a dim masked figure in the starlight before him, then his sword crunched home, and he was fleeting away down the alley before the slower thinking and slower acting attackers could intercept him. As he ran he heard, somewhere ahead of him, a faint creak of oarlocks, and he forgot the men behind him. A boat was moving out into the bay. Gritting his teeth he increased his speed, but before he reached the beach he heard the rasp and creak of ropes, and the grind of the great sweep in its socket. Thick clouds, rolling up from the sea, obscured the stars. In thick darkness Conan came upon the strand, straining his eyes out across the black restless water. Something was moving out there, a long, low, black shape that receded in the darkness, gathering momentum as it went. To his ears came the rhythmical clack of long oars. He ground his teeth in helpless fury. It was the Stygian galley and she was racing out to sea, bearing with her the jewel that meant to him the throne of Aquilonia. With a savage curse he took a step toward the waves that lapped against the sands, catching at his hauberk and intending to rip it off and swim after the vanishing ship. Then the crunch of a heel in the sand brought him about. He had forgotten his pursuers. Dark figures closed in on him with a rush of feet through the sands. The first went down beneath the Cimmerian's flailing sword, but the others did not falter. Blades wickered dimly about him in the darkness or rasped on his mail. Blood and entrails spilled over his hand and someone screamed as he ripped murderously upward. A muttered voice spurred on the attack, and that voice sounded vaguely familiar. Conan plowed through the clinging, hacking shapes toward the voice. A faint light gleaming momentarily through the drifting clouds showed him a tall gaunt man with a great livid scar on his temple. Conan's sword sheared through his skull as through a ripe melon. Then an axe, swung blindly in the dark, crashed on the king's bassinet, filling his eyes with sparks of fire. He lurched and lunged, felt his sword sink deep and heard a shriek of agony. Then he stumbled over a corpse, and a bludgeon knocked the dented helmet from his head. The next instant the club fell full on his unprotected skull. The king of Aquilonia crumpled into the wet sands. Over him wolfish figures panted in the gloom. "Strike off his head," muttered one. "Let him lie," grunted another. "Help me tie up my wounds before I bleed to death. The tide will wash him into the bay." See, he fell at the water's edge. His skull split. No man could live after such blows. "Help me strip him," urged another. "His harness will fetch a few pieces of silver. And haste. Tiberio is dead, and I hear seamen singing as they reel along the strand. Let us be gone." There followed hurried activity in the darkness, and then the sound of quickly receding footsteps. The tipsy singing of the seamen grew louder. In his chamber Publio, nervously pacing back and forth before a window that overlooked the shadowed bay, whirled suddenly, his nerves tingling. To the best of his knowledge the door had been bolted from within, but now it stood open and 4 men filed into the chamber. At the sight of them his flesh crawled. Many strange beings Publio had seen in his lifetime, but none before like these. They were tall and gaunt, black-robed, and their faces were dim yellow ovals in the shadows of their coifs. He could not tell much about their features and was unreasoningly glad that he could not. Each bore a long, curiously modeled staff. "Who are you?" he demanded, and his voice sounded brittle and hollow. "What do you wish here?" "Where is Conan, he who was king of Aquilonia?" demanded the tallest of the 4 in a passionless monotone that made Publio shudder. It was like the hollow tone of a chitin temple bell. "I do not know what you mean," stammered the merchant, his customary poise shaken by the uncanny aspect of his visitors. "I know no such man. He has been here," returned the other with no change of inflection. "His horse is in the courtyard. Tell us where he is before we do you an injury." Jebel! Shouted Publio frantically, recoiling until he crouched against the wall. Jebel! The 4 Chitons watched him without emotion or change of expression. If you summon your slave he will die, warned one of them, which only served to terrify Publio more than ever. Jebel! He screamed. Where are you, curse you? Thieves are murdering your master. Swift footsteps padded in the corridor outside, and Jebel burst into the chamber, a Shemite, of medium height and mightily muscled build, his curled blue-black beard bristling, and a short leaf-shaped sword in his hand. He stared in stupid amazement at the 4 invaders, unable to understand their presence, dimly remembering that he had drowsed unexplainably on the stair he was guarding and up which they must have come. He had never slept on duty before. But his master was shrieking with a note of hysteria in his voice, and the Shemite drove like a bull at the strangers, his thickly muscled arm drawing back for the disemboweling thrust. But the stroke was never dealt. A black-sleeved arm shot out, extending the long staff. Its end but touched the Shemite's brawny breast and was instantly withdrawn. The stroke was horribly like the dart and recovery of a serpent's head. Jebel halted short in his headlong plunge, as if he had encountered a solid barrier. His bull head toppled forward on his breast, the sword slipped from his fingers, and then he melted slowly to the floor. It was as if all the bones of his frame had suddenly become flabby. Publio turned sick. Do not shout again, advised the tallest Chiton. Your servants sleep soundly, but if you awaken them they will die, and you with them. Where is Conan? He has gone to the house of Servio, near the waterfront, to search for the Zingaran Beloso, gasped Publio, all his power of resistance gone out of him. The merchant did not lack courage, but these uncanny visitants turned his marrow to water. He started convulsively at a sudden noise of footsteps hurrying up the stair outside, loud in the ominous stillness. Your servant? Asked the Chiton. Publio shook his head mutely, his tongue frozen to his palate. He could not speak. One of the Chitons caught up a silken cover from a couch and threw it over the corpse. Then they melted behind the tapestry, but before the tallest man disappeared, he murmured, Talk to this man who comes, and send him away quickly. If you betray us, neither he nor you will live to reach that door. Make no sign to show him that you are not alone. And lifting his staff suggestively, the yellow man faded behind the hangings. Publio shuddered and choked down a desire to retch. It might have been a trick of the light, but it seemed to him that occasionally those staffs moved slightly of their own accord, as if possessed of an unspeakable life of their own. He pulled himself together with a mighty effort, and presented a composed aspect to the ragged ruffian who burst into the chamber. We have done as you wished, my lord, this man exclaimed. The barbarian lies dead on the sands at the water's edge. Publio felt a movement in the arras behind him, and almost burst from fright. The man swept heedlessly on. Your secretary, Tiberio, is dead. The barbarian slew him, and 4 of my companions. We bore their bodies to the rendezvous. There was nothing of value on the barbarian except a few silver coins. Are there any further orders? None. Gasped Publio, white about the lips. Go! The desperado bowed and hurried out, with a vague feeling that Publio was both a man of weak stomach and few words. The 4 Chitons came from behind the arras. Of whom did this man speak? The taller demanded. Of a wandering stranger who did me an injury, panted Publio. You lie, said the Chiton calmly. He spoke of the king of Aquilonia. I read it in your expression. Sit upon that divan and do not move or speak. I will remain with you while my 3 companions go search for the body. So Publio sat and shook with terror of the silent, inscrutable figure which watched him, until the 3 Chitons filed back into the room, with the news that Conan's body did not lie upon the sands. Publio did not know whether to be glad or sorry. We found the spot where the fight was fought, they said. Blood was on the sand. But the king was gone. The 4th Chiton drew imaginary symbols upon the carpet with his staff, which glistened scalily in the lamplight. "Did you read not from the sands?" he asked. "Aye," they answered. "The king lives, and he has gone southward in a ship." The tall chiton lifted his head and gazed at Publio, so that the merchant broke into a profuse sweat. "What do you wish of me?" he stuttered. "A ship," answered the chiton. "A ship well manned for a long voyage." "For how long a voyage?" stammered Publio, never thinking of refusing. "To the ends of the world, perhaps," answered the chiton, "or to the molten seas of hell that lie beyond the sunrise." 15. The return of the corsair. Conan's first sensation of returning consciousness was that of motion. Under him was no solidity, but a ceaseless heaving and plunging. Then he heard wind humming through cords and spars, and knew he was aboard a ship even before his blurred sight cleared. He heard a mutter of voices, and then a dash of water deluged him, jerking him sharply into full animation. He heaved up with a sulphurous curse, braced his legs and glared about him, with a burst of coarse guffaws in his ears and the reek of unwashed bodies in his nostrils. He was standing on the poop deck of a long galley which was running before the wind that whipped down from the north, her striped sail bellying against the taut sheets. The sun was just rising, in a dazzling blaze of gold and blue and green. To the left of the shoreline was a dim purple shadow. To the right stretched the open ocean. This much Conan saw at a glance that likewise included the ship itself. It was long and narrow, a typical trading ship of the southern coasts, high of poop and stern, with cabins at either extremity. Conan looked down into the open waste, whence wafted that sickening abominable odor. He knew it of old. It was the body scent of the oarsmen, chained to their benches. They were all Negroes, 40 men to each side, each confined by a chain locked about his waist, with the other end welded to a heavy ring set deep in the solid runway beam that ran between the benches from stem to stern. The life of a slave aboard an Argosian galley was a hell unfathomable. Most of these were Cushites, but some 30 of the blacks who now rested on their idle oars and stared up at the stranger with dull curiosity were from the far southern isles, the homelands of the corsairs. Conan recognized them by their straighter features and hair, their rangier, cleaner-limbed build. And he saw among them men who had followed him of old. But all this he saw and recognized in one swift, all-embracing glance as he rose, before he turned his attention to the figures about him. Reeling momentarily on braced legs, his fists clenched wrathfully, he glared at the figures clustered about him. The sailor who had drenched him stood grinning, the empty bucket still poised in his hand, and Conan cursed him with venom, instinctively reaching for his hilt. Then he discovered that he was weaponless and naked except for his short leather breeks. "What lousy tub is this?" he roared. "How did I come aboard here?" The sailors laughed jeeringly, stocky, bearded Argosians to a man, and one, whose richer dress and air of command proclaimed him captain, folded his arms and said domineeringly, "We found you lying on the sands. Somebody had wrapped you on the pate and taken your clothes. Needing an extra man, we brought you aboard." "What ship is this?" Conan demanded. "The Venturer, out of Masantia, with a cargo of mirrors, scarlet silk cloaks, shields, gilded helmets and swords to trade to the Shemites for copper and gold ore. I am Demetrio, captain of this vessel and your master henceforward." "Then I'm headed in the direction I wanted to go, after all," muttered Conan, heedless of that last remark. They were racing southeastward, following the long curve of the Argosian coast. These trading ships never ventured far from the shoreline. Somewhere ahead of him he knew that low dark Stygian galley was speeding southward. "Have you sighted a Stygian galley?" began Conan, but the beard of the burly, brutal-faced captain bristled. He was not in the least interested in any question his prisoner might wish to ask, and felt it high time he reduced this independent wastrel to his proper place. "Get for'ard!" he roared. "I've wasted time enough with you. I've done you the honor of having you brought to the poop to be revived, and answered enough of your infernal questions. Get off this poop. You'll work your way aboard this galley." "I'll buy your ship," began Conan, before he remembered that he was a penniless wanderer. A roar of rough mirth greeted these words, and the captain turned purple, thinking he sensed ridicule. You mutinous swine! He bellowed, taking a threatening step forward, while his hand closed on the knife at his belt. Get for'ard before I have you flogged. You'll keep a civil tongue in your jaws, or by Mitra, I'll have you chained among the blacks to Tuganor. Conan's volcanic temper, never long at best, burst into explosion. Not in years, even before he was king, had a man spoken to him thus and lived. Don't lift your voice to me, you tar-breeched dog! He roared in a voice as gusty as the sea wind, while the sailors gaped dumbfounded. Draw that toy and I'll feed you to the fishes. Who do you think you are? Gasped the captain. I'll show you! Roared the maddened Cimmerian, and he wheeled and bounded toward the rail, where weapons hung in their brackets. The captain drew his knife and ran at him bellowing, but before he could strike, Conan gripped his wrist with a wrench that tore the arm clean out of the socket. The captain bellowed like an ox in agony, and then rolled clear across the deck as he was hurled contemptuously from his attacker. Conan ripped a heavy axe from the rail and wheeled cat-like to meet the rush of the sailors. They ran in, giving tongue like hounds, clumsy-footed and awkward in comparison to the pantherish Cimmerian. Before they could reach him with their knives, he sprang among them, striking right and left too quickly for the eye to follow, and blood and brains spattered as two corpses struck the deck. Knives flailed the air wildly as Conan broke through the stumbling, gasping mob and bounded to the narrow bridge that spanned the waist from poop to forecastle, just out of reach of the slaves below. Behind him, the handful of sailors on the poop were floundering after him, daunted by the destruction of their fellows, and the rest of the crew, some 30 in all, came running across the bridge toward him, with weapons in their hands. Conan bounded out on the bridge and stood poised above the upturned black faces, axe lifted, black mane blown in the wind. Who am I? He yelled. Look, you dogs! Look, Ajanga, Yusunga, Larana! Who am I? And from the waist rose a shout that swelled to a mighty roar, Amra! It is Amra! The lion has returned! The sailors who caught and understood the burden of that awesome shout paled and shrank back, staring in sudden fear at the wild figure on the bridge. Was this in truth that bloodthirsty ogre of the southern seas who had so mysteriously vanished years ago, but who still lived in gory legends? The blacks were frothing crazy now, shaking and tearing at their chains and shrieking the name of Amra like an invocation. Kushites who had never seen Conan before took up the yell. The slaves in the pen under the aftercabin began to batter at the walls, shrieking like the damned. Demetrio, hitching himself along the deck on one hand and his knees, livid with the agony of his dislocated arm, screamed, "In and kill him, dogs, before the slaves break loose." Fired to desperation by that word, the most dread to all galley men, the sailors charged onto the bridge from both ends. But with a lion-like bound, Conan left the bridge and hit like a cat on his feet on the runway between the benches. Death to the masters! He thundered, and his axe rose and fell crashingly full on a shackle chain, severing it like matchwood. In an instant a shrieking slave was free, splintering his oar for a bludgeon. Men were racing frantically along the bridge above, and all hell and bedlam broke loose on the venturer. Conan's axe rose and fell without pause, and with every stroke a frothing, screaming black giant broke free, mad with hate and the fury of freedom and vengeance. Sailors leaping down into the waist to grapple or smite at the naked white giant, hewing like one possessed at the shackles, found themselves dragged down by hands of slaves yet unfreed, while others, their broken chains whipping and snapping about their limbs, came up out of the waist like a blind, black torrent, screaming like fiends, smiting with broken oars and pieces of iron, tearing and rending with talons and teeth. In the midst of the melee, the slaves in the pen broke down the walls and came surging up on the decks, and with 50 blacks freed of their benches, Conan abandoned his iron hewing and bounded up on the bridge to add his notched axe to the bludgeons of his partisans. Then it was massacre. The Argosians were strong, sturdy, fearless like all their race, trained in the brutal school of the sea. But they could not stand against these maddened giants, led by the tigerish barbarian. Blows and abuse and hellish suffering were avenged in one red gust of fury that raged like a typhoon from one end of the ship to the other, and when it had blown itself out, but one white man lived aboard the Venturer, and that was the blood-stained giant about whom the chanting blacks thronged to cast themselves prostrate on the bloody deck and beat their heads against the boards in an ecstasy of hero worship. Conan, his mighty chest heaving and glistening with sweat, the red axe gripped in his blood-smeared hand, glared about him as the first chief of men might have glared in some primordial dawn, and shook back his black mane. In that moment he was not king of Aquilonia, he was again lord of the Black Corsairs, who had hacked his way to lordship through flame and blood. Amra! Amra! Chanted the delirious blacks, those who were left to chant. The lion has returned. Now will the Stygians howl like dogs in the night, and the black dogs of Kush will howl. Now will villages burst in flames and ships founder. Aie, there will be wailing of women and the thunder of the spears. Cease this yammering, dogs! Conan roared in a voice that drowned the clap of the sail in the wind. 10 of you go below and free the oarsmen who are yet chained. The rest of you man the sweeps and bend to oars and halyards. Crom's devils, don't you see we've drifted inshore during the fight? Do you want to run aground and be retaken by the Argosians? Throw these carcasses overboard. Jump to it, you rogues, or I'll notch your hides for you, but. With shouts and laughter and wild singing they leaped to do his commands. The corpses, white and black, were hurled overboard, where triangular fins were already cutting the water. Conan stood on the poop, frowning down at the black men who watched him expectantly. His heavy brown arms were folded, his black hair, grown long in his wanderings, blew in the wind. A wilder and more barbaric figure never trod the bridge of a ship, and in this ferocious corsair few of the courtiers of Aquilonia would have recognized their king. There's food in the hold. He roared. Weapons in plenty for you, for this ship carried blades and harness to the Shemites who dwell along the coast. There are enough of us to work ship, aye, and to fight. You rode in chains for the Argosian dogs, will you row as free men for Amra? Aye. They roared. We are thy children. Let us where you will. Then fall to and clean out that waste, he commanded. Free men don't labor in such filth. 3 of you come with me to break out food from the after cabin. By Crom, I'll pat out your ribs before this cruise is done. Another yell of approbation answered him, as the half-starved blacks scurried to do his bidding. The sail bellied as the wind swept over the waves with renewed force, and the white crests danced along the sweep of the wind. Conan planted his feet to the heave of the deck, breathed deep and spread his mighty arms. King of Aquilonia he might no longer be, king of the blue ocean he was still. 16. Black-walled Kemi. The venturer swept southward like a living thing, her oars pulled now by free and willing hands. She had been transformed from a peaceful trader into a war galley, insofar as the transformation was possible. Men sat at the benches now with swords at their sides and gilded helmets on their kinky heads. Shields were hung along the rails, and sheafs of spears, bows and arrows adorned the mast. Even the elements seemed to work for Conan now. The broad purple sail bellied to a stiff breeze that held day by day, needing little aid from the oars. But though Conan kept a man on the masthead day and night, they did not sight a long, low, black galley fleeing southward ahead of them. Day by day the blue waters rolled empty to their view, broken only by fishing craft which fled like frightened birds before them, at sight of the shields hung along the rail. The season for trading was practically over for the year, and they sighted no other ships. When the lookout did sight a sail, it was to the north, not the south. Far on the skyline behind them appeared a racing galley, with full spread of purple sail. The blacks urged Conan to turn and plunder it, but he shook his head. Somewhere south of him a slim black galley was racing toward the ports of Stygia. That night, before darkness shut down, the lookout's last glimpse showed him the racing galley on the horizon, and at dawn it was still hanging on their tail, afar off, tiny in the distance. Conan wondered if it was following him, though he could think of no logical reason for such a supposition. But he paid little heed. Each day that carried him farther southward filled him with fiercer impatience. Doubts never assailed him. As he believed in the rise and set of the sun, he believed that a priest of Set had stolen the heart of Ahriman. And where would a priest of Set carry it but to Stygia? The blacks sensed his eagerness, and toiled as they had never toiled under the lash, though ignorant of his goal. they anticipated a red career of pillage and plunder and were content. The men of the southern isles knew no other trade, and the Cushites of the crew joined wholeheartedly in the prospect of looting their own people, with the callousness of their race. Blood ties meant little, a victorious chieftain and personal gain everything. Soon the character of the coastline changed. No longer they sailed past steep cliffs with blue hills marching behind them. Now the shore was the edge of broad meadowlands which barely rose above the water's edge and swept away and away into the hazy distance. Here were few harbors and fewer ports, but the green plain was dotted with the cities of the Shemites, green sea, lapping the rim of the green plains, and the ziggurats of the cities gleaming whitely in the sun, some small in the distance. Through the grazing lands moved the herds of cattle, and squat, broad riders with cylindrical helmets and curled blue-black beards, with bows in their hands. This was the shore of the lands of Shem, where there was no law save as each city-state could enforce its own. Far to the eastward, Conan knew, the meadowlands gave way to desert, where there were no cities and the nomadic tribes roamed unhindered. Still as they plied southward, past the changeless panorama of city-dotted meadowland, at last the scenery again began to alter. Clumps of tamarind appeared, the palm groves grew denser. The shoreline became more broken, a marching rampart of green fronds and trees, and behind them rose bare, sandy hills. Streams poured into the sea, and along their moist banks vegetation grew thick and of vast variety. So at last they passed the mouth of a broad river that mingled its flow with the ocean, and saw the great black walls and towers of Chemi rise against the southern horizon. The river was the Styx, the real border of Stygia. Chemi was Stygia's greatest port, and at that time her most important city. The king dwelt at more ancient Luxa, but in Chemi reigned the priestcraft, though men said the center of their dark religion lay far inland, in a mysterious, deserted city near the bank of the Styx. This river, springing from some nameless source far in the unknown land south of Stygia, ran northward for 1,000 miles before it turned and flowed westward for some hundreds of miles, to empty at last into the ocean. The venturer, showing no lights, stole past the port in the night, and before dawn discovered her, anchored in a small bay a few miles south of the city. It was surrounded by marsh, a green tangle of mangroves, palms and lianas, swarming with crocodiles and serpents. Discovery was extremely unlikely. Conan knew the place of old, he had hidden there before, in his corsair days. As they slid silently past the city whose great black bastions rose on the jutting prongs of land which locked the harbor, torches gleamed and smoldered luridly, and to their ears came the low thunder of drums. The port was not crowded with ships, as were the harbors of Argos. The Stygians did not base their glory and power upon ships and fleets. Trading vessels and war galleys, indeed, they had, but not in proportion to their inland strength. Many of their craft plied up and down the great river, rather than along the seacoasts. The Stygians were an ancient race, a dark, inscrutable people, powerful and merciless. Long ago their rule had stretched far north of the Styx, beyond the meadowlands of Shem, and into the fertile uplands now inhabited by the peoples of Koth and Ophir and Argos. Their borders had marched with those of ancient Acheron. But Acheron had fallen, and the barbaric ancestors of the Hyborians had swept southward in wolfskins and horned helmets, driving the ancient rulers of the land before them. The Stygians had not forgotten. All day the venturer lay at anchor in the tiny bay, walled in with green branches and tangled vines through which flitted gay-plumed, harsh-voiced birds, and among which glided bright-scaled, silent reptiles. Toward sundown a small boat crept out and down along the shore, seeking and finding that which Conan desired, a Stygian fisherman in his shallow, flat-prowed boat. They brought him to the deck of the venturer, a tall, dark, rangily built man, ashy with fear of his captors, who were ogres of that coast. He was naked except for his silken breeks, for, like the Hyrcanians, even the commoners and slaves of Stygia wore silk, and in his boat was a wide mantle such as these fishermen flung about their shoulders against the chill of the night. He fell to his knees before Conan, expecting torture and death. "Stand on your legs, man, and quit trembling," said the Cimmerian impatiently, who found it difficult to understand abject terror. "You won't be harmed. Tell me but this, has a galley, a black racing galley returning from Argos, put into Chemi within the last few days?" "Aye, my lord," answered the fisherman. Only yesterday at dawn the priest Thutthums returned from a voyage far to the north. Men say he has been to Missantia. What did he bring from Missantia? Alas, my lord, I know not. Why did he go to Missantia? Demanded Conan. Nay, my lord, I am but a common man. Who am I to know the minds of the priests of Set? I can only speak what I have seen and what I have heard men whisper along the wharves. Men say that news of great import came southward, though of what none knows, and it is well known that the Lord Thutthums put off in his black galley in great haste. Now he is returned, but what he did in Argos, or what cargo he brought back, none knows, not even the seaman who manned his galley. Men say that he has opposed Xaltotun, who is the master of all priests of Set, and dwells in Luxa, and that Thutthums seeks hidden power to overthrow the Great One. But who am I to say? When priests war with one another, a common man can but lie on his belly and hope neither treads upon him. Conan snarled in nervous exasperation at this servile philosophy, and turned to his men. I'm going alone into Kemi to find this thief Thutthums. Keep this man prisoner, but see that you do him no hurt. Crom's devils, stop your yowling. Do you think we can sail into the harbor and take the city by storm? I must go alone. Silencing the clamor of protests, he doffed his own garments and donned the prisoner's silk breeches and sandals, and the band from the man's hair, but scorned the short fisherman's knife. The common men of Stygia were not allowed to wear swords, and the mantle was not voluminous enough to hide the Cimmerian's long blade, but Conan buckled to his hip a ganata knife, a weapon borne by the fierce desert men who dwelt to the south of the Stygians, a broad, heavy, slightly curved blade of fine steel, edged like a razor and long enough to dismember a man. Then, leaving the Stygian guarded by the corsairs, Conan climbed into the fisher's boat. Wait for me until dawn, he said. If I haven't come then, I'll never come, so hasten southward to your own homes. As he clambered over the rail, they set up a doleful wail at his going, until he thrust his head back into sight to curse them into silence. Then, dropping into the boat, he grasped the oars and sent the tiny craft shooting over the waves more swiftly than its owner had ever propelled it. 17. He has slain the sacred son of Set. The harbor of Kemi lay between two great jutting points of land that ran into the ocean. He rounded the southern point, where the great black castles rose like a man-made hill, and entered the harbor just at dusk, when there was still enough light for the watchers to recognize the fisherman's boat and mantle, but not enough to permit recognition of betraying details. Unchallenged, he threaded his way among the great black war galleys lying silent and unlighted at anchor, and drew up to a flight of wide stone steps which mounted up from the water's edge. There he made his boat fast to an iron ring set in the stone, as numerous similar craft were tied. There was nothing strange in a fisherman leaving his boat there. None but a fisherman could find a use for such a craft, and they did not steal from one another. No one cast him more than a casual glance as he mounted the long steps, unobtrusively avoiding the torches that flared at intervals above the lapping black water. He seemed but an ordinary, empty-handed fisherman, returning after a fruitless day along the coast. If one had observed him closely, it might have seemed that his step was somewhat too springy and sure, his carriage somewhat too erect and confident for a lowly fisherman. But he passed quickly, keeping in the shadows, and the commoners of Stygia were no more given to analysis than were the commoners of the less exotic races. In build he was not unlike the warrior castes of the Stygians, who were a tall, muscular race. Bronzed by the sun, he was nearly as dark as many of them. His black hair, square-cut and confined by a copper band, increased the resemblance. The characteristics which set him apart from them were the subtle difference in his walk, and his alien features and blue eyes. But the mantle was a good disguise, and he kept as much in the shadows as possible, turning away his head when a native passed him too closely. But it was a desperate game, and he knew he could not long keep up the deception. Kemi was not like the seaports of the Hyborians, where types of every race swarmed. The only aliens here were Negro and Shemite slaves, and he resembled neither even as much as he resembled the Stygians themselves. Strangers were not welcome in the cities of Stygia, tolerated only when they came as ambassadors or licensed traders. But even then the latter were not allowed ashore after dark. And now there were no Hyborian ships in the harbor at all. A strange restlessness ran through the city, a stirring of ancient ambitions, a whispering none could define except those who whispered. This Conan felt rather than knew, his whetted primitive instincts sensing unrest about him. If he were discovered, his fate would be ghastly. They would slay him merely for being a stranger. If he were recognized as Amra, the corsair chief who had swept their coasts with steel and flame, an involuntary shudder twitched Conan's broad shoulders. Human foes he did not fear, nor any death by steel or fire. But this was a black land of sorcery and nameless horror. Set the old serpent, men said, banished long ago from the Hyborian races, it lurked in the shadows of the cryptic temples, and awful and mysterious were the deeds done in the night shrines. He had drawn away from the waterfront streets with their broad steps leading down to the water, and was entering the long shadowy streets of the main part of the city. There was no such scene as was offered by any Hyborian city, no blaze of lamps and cressets, with gay-clad people laughing and strolling along the pavements, and shops and stalls wide open and displaying their wares. Here the stalls were closed at dusk. The only lights along the streets were torches, flaring smokily at wide intervals. People walking the streets were comparatively few, they went hurriedly and unspeaking, and their numbers decreased with the lateness of the hour. Conan found the scene gloomy and unreal, the silence of the people, their furtive haste, the great black stone walls that rose on each side of the streets. There was a grim massiveness about Stygian architecture that was overpowering and oppressive. Few lights showed anywhere except in the upper parts of the buildings. Conan knew that most of the people lay on the flat roofs, among the palms of artificial gardens under the stars. There was a murmur of weird music from somewhere. Occasionally a bronze chariot rumbled along the flags, and there was a brief glimpse of a tall, hawk-faced noble, with a silk cloak wrapped about him, and a gold band with a rearing serpent head emblem confining his black mane, of the ebon, naked charioteer bracing his knotty legs against the straining of the fierce Stygian horses. But the people who yet traversed the streets on foot were commoners, slaves, tradesmen, harlots, toilers, and they became fewer as he progressed. He was making toward the temple of Set, where he knew he would be likely to find the priest he sought. He believed he would know Xaltotun if he saw him, though his one glance had been in the semi-darkness of the Masantian alley. That the man he had seen there had been the priest he was certain. Only occultists high in the mazes of the hideous black ring possessed the power of the black hand that dealt death by its touch, and only such a man would dare defy Xaltotun, whom the Western world knew only as a figure of terror and myth. The street broadened, and Conan was aware that he was getting into the part of the city dedicated to the temples. The great structures reared their black bulks against the dim stars, grim, indescribably menacing in the flare of the few torches. And suddenly he heard a low scream from a woman on the other side of the street and somewhat ahead of him, a naked courtesan wearing the tall plumed headdress of her class. She was shrinking back against the wall, staring across at something he could not yet see. At her cry the few people on the street halted suddenly as if frozen. At the same instant Conan was aware of a sinister slithering ahead of him. Then about the dark corner of the building he was approaching poked a hideous, wedge-shaped head, and after it flowed coil after coil of rippling, darkly glistening trunk. The Cimmerian recoiled, remembering tales he had heard. Serpents were sacred to Set, god of Stygia, who men said was himself a serpent. Monsters such as this were kept in the temples of Set, and when they hungered, were allowed to crawl forth into the streets to take what prey they wished. Their ghastly feasts were considered a sacrifice to the scaly god. The Stygians within Conan's sight fell to their knees, men and women, and passively awaited their fate. One the great serpent would select, would lap in scaly coils, crush to a red pulp and swallow as a rat snake swallows a mouse. The others would live. That was the will of the gods. But it was not Conan's will. The python glided toward him, its attention probably attracted by the fact that he was the only human in sight still standing erect. Gripping his great knife under his mantle, Conan hoped the slimy brute would pass him by. But it halted before him and reared up horrifically in the flickering torchlight, its forked tongue flickering in and out, its cold eyes glittering with the ancient cruelty of the serpent folk. Its neck arched, but before it could dart, Conan whipped his knife from under his mantle and struck like a flicker of lightning. The broad blade split that wedge-shaped head and sheared deep into the thick neck. Conan wrenched his knife free and sprang clear as the great body nodded and looped and whipped terrifically in its death throes. In the moment that he stood staring in morbid fascination, the only sound was the thud and swish of the snake's tail against the stones. Then from the shocked votaries burst a terrible cry, a blasphemer. "He has slain the sacred son of Set. Slay him! Slay! Slay!" Stones whizzed about him and the crazed Stygians rushed at him, shrieking hysterically, while from all sides others emerged from their houses and took up the cry. With a curse Conan wheeled and darted into the black mouth of an alley. He heard the patter of bare feet on the flags behind him as he ran more by feel than by sight, and the walls resounded to the vengeful yells of the pursuers. Then his left hand found a break in the wall, and he turned sharply into another, narrower alley. On both sides rose sheer black stone walls. High above him he could see a thin line of stars. These giant walls, he knew, were the walls of temples. He heard, behind him, the pack sweep past the dark mouth in full cry. Their shouts grew distant, faded away. They had missed the smaller alley and run straight on in the blackness. He too kept straight ahead, though the thought of encountering another of Set's sons in the darkness brought a shudder from him. Then somewhere ahead of him he caught a moving glow, like that of a crawling glowworm. He halted, flattened himself against the wall and gripped his knife. He knew what it was, a man approaching with a torch. Now it was so close he could make out the dark hand that gripped it, and the dim oval of a dark face. A few more steps and the man would certainly see him. He sank into a tigerish crouch, the torch halted. A door was briefly etched in the glow, while the torchbearer fumbled with it. Then it opened, the tall figure vanished through it, and darkness closed again on the alley. There was a sinister suggestion of furtiveness about that slinking figure, entering the alley door in darkness, a priest, perhaps, returning from some dark errand. But Conan groped toward the door. If one man came up that alley with a torch, others might come at any time. To retreat the way he had come might mean to run full into the mob from which he was fleeing. At any moment they might return, find the narrower alley and come howling down it. He felt hemmed in by those sheer, unscalable walls, desirous of escape, even if escape meant invading some unknown building. The heavy bronze door was not locked. It opened under his fingers and he peered through the crack. He was looking into a great square chamber of massive black stone. A torch smoldered in a niche in the wall. The chamber was empty. He glided through the lacquered door and closed it behind him. His sandaled feet made no sound as he crossed the black marble floor. A teak door stood partly open, and gliding through this, knife in hand, he came out into a great, dim, shadowy place whose lofty ceiling was only a hint of darkness high above him, toward which the black walls swept upward. On all sides black arched doorways opened into the great still hall. It was lit by curious bronze lamps that gave a dim weird light. On the other side of the great hall a broad black marble stairway, without a railing, marched upward to lose itself in gloom, and above him on all sides dim galleries hung like black stone ledges. Conan shivered. He was in a temple of some Stygian god, if not Set himself, then someone only less grim. And the shrine did not lack an occupant. In the midst of the great hall stood a black stone altar, massive, somber, without carvings or ornament, and upon it coiled one of the great sacred serpents, its iridescent scales shimmering in the lamplight. It did not move, and Conan remembered stories that the priests kept these creatures drugged part of the time. The Cimmerian took an uncertain step out from the door, then shrank back suddenly, not into the room he had just quitted, but into a velvet-curtained recess. He had heard a soft step somewhere nearby. From one of the black arches emerged a tall, powerful figure in sandals and silken loincloth, with a wide mantle trailing from his shoulders. But face and head were hidden by a monstrous mask, a half-bestial, half-human countenance, from the crest of which floated a mass of ostrich plumes. In certain ceremonies the Stygian priests went masked. Conan hoped the man would not discover him, but some instinct warned the Stygian. He turned abruptly from his destination, which apparently was the stair, and stepped straight to the recess. As he jerked aside the velvet hanging, a hand darted from the shadows, crushed the cry in his throat and jerked him headlong into the alcove, and the knife impaled him. Conan's next move was the obvious one suggested by logic. He lifted off the grinning mask and drew it over his own head. The fisherman's mantle he flung over the body of the priest, which he concealed behind the hangings, and drew the priestly mantle about his own brawny shoulders. Fate had given him a disguise. All Kemi might well be searching now for the blasphemer who dared defend himself against a sacred snake, but who would dream of looking for him under the mask of a priest? He strode boldly from the alcove and headed for one of the arched doorways at random, but he had not taken a dozen strides when he wheeled again, all his senses edged for peril. A band of masked figures filed down the stair, apparelled exactly as he was. He hesitated, caught in the open, and stood still, trusting to his disguise, though cold sweat gathered on his forehead and the backs of his hands. No word was spoken. Like phantoms they descended into the great hall and moved past him toward a black arch. The leader carried an ebon staff which supported a grinning white skull, and Conan knew it was one of the ritualistic processions so inexplicable to a foreigner, but which played a strong, and often sinister, part in the Stygian religion. The last figure turned his head slightly toward the motionless Cimmerian, as if expecting him to follow. Not to do what was obviously expected of him would rouse instant suspicion. Conan fell in behind the last man and suited his gait to their measured pace. They traversed a long, dark, vaulted corridor in which, Conan noticed uneasily, the skull on the staff glowed phosphorescently. He felt a surge of unreasoning, wild animal panic that urged him to rip out his knife and slash right and left at these uncanny figures, to flee madly from this grim, dark temple. But he held himself in check, fighting down the dim monstrous intuitions that rose in the back of his mind and peopled the gloom with shadowy shapes of horror, and presently he barely stifled a sigh of relief as they filed through a great double-valved door which was 3 times higher than a man, and emerged into the starlight. Conan wondered if he dared fade into some dark alley, but hesitated, uncertain, and down the long dark street they padded silently, while such folk as they met turned their heads away and fled from them. The procession kept far out from the walls. To turn and bolt into any of the alleys they passed would be too conspicuous. While he mentally fumed and cursed, they came to a low-arched gateway in the southern wall, and through this they filed. Ahead of them and about them lay clusters of low, flat-topped mud houses, and palm groves, shadowy in the starlight. Now if ever, thought Conan, was his time to escape his silent companions. But the moment the gate was left behind them those companions were no longer silent. They began to mutter excitedly among themselves. The measured, ritualistic gait was abandoned, the staff with its skull was tucked unceremoniously under the leader's arm, and the whole group broke ranks and hurried onward. And Conan hurried with them. For in the low murmur of speech he had caught a word that galvanized him. The word was, Xaltotun. 18. I am the woman who never died. Conan stared with burning interest at his masked companions. One of them was Xaltotun, or else the destination of the band was a rendezvous with the man he sought. And he knew what that destination was, when beyond the palms he glimpsed a black triangular bulk looming against the shadowy sky. They passed through the belt of huts and groves, and if any man saw them he was careful not to show himself. The huts were dark. Behind them the black towers of Kemi rose gloomily against the stars that were mirrored in the waters of the harbor. Ahead of them the desert stretched away in dim darkness, somewhere a jackal yapped. The quick-passing sandals of the silent neophytes made no noise in the sand. They might have been ghosts, moving toward that colossal pyramid that rose out of the murk of the desert. There was no sound over all the sleeping land. Conan's heart beat quicker as he gazed at the grim black wedge that stood etched against the stars, and his impatience to close with Xaltotun in whatever conflict the meeting might mean was not unmixed with a fear of the unknown. No man could approach one of those somber piles of black stone without apprehension. The very name was a symbol of repellent horror among the northern nations, and legends hinted that the Stygians did not build them, that they were in the land at whatever immeasurably ancient date the dark-skinned people came into the land of the great river. As they approached the pyramid he glimpsed a dim glow near the base which presently resolved itself into a doorway, on either side of which brooded stone lions with the heads of women, cryptic, inscrutable, nightmares crystallized in stone. The leader of the band made straight for the doorway, in the deep well of which Conan saw a shadowy figure. The leader paused an instant beside this dim figure, and then vanished into the dark interior, and one by one the others followed. As each masked priest passed through the gloomy portal, he was halted briefly by the mysterious guardian, and something passed between them, some word or gesture Conan could not make out. Seeing this, the Cimmerian purposely lagged behind, and stooping, pretended to be fumbling with the fastening of his sandal. Not until the last of the masked figures had disappeared did he straighten and approach the portal. He was uneasily wondering if the guardian of the temple were human, remembering some tales he had heard. But his doubts were set at rest. A dim bronze cresset glowing just within the door lighted a long narrow corridor that ran away into blackness, and a man standing silent in the mouth of it, wrapped in a wide black cloak. No one else was in sight. Obviously the masked priests had disappeared down the corridor. Over the cloak that was drawn about his lower features, the Stygian's piercing eyes regarded Conan sharply. With his left hand he made a curious gesture. On a venture Conan imitated it. But evidently another gesture was expected. The Stygian's right hand came from under his cloak with a gleam of steel, and his murderous stab would have pierced the heart of an ordinary man. But he was dealing with one whose thews were nerved to the quickness of a jungle cat. Even as the dagger flashed in the dim light, Conan caught the dusky wrist and smashed his clenched right fist against the Stygian's jaw. The man's head went back against the stone wall with a dull crunch that told of a fractured skull. Standing for an instant above him, Conan listened intently. The cresset burned low, casting vague shadows about the door. Nothing stirred in the blackness beyond, though far away and below him, as it seemed, he caught the faint, muffled note of a gong. He stooped and dragged the body behind the great bronze door, which stood wide, open inward, and then the Cimmerian went warily but swiftly down the corridor, toward what doom he did not even try to guess. He had not gone far when he halted, baffled. The corridor split in two branches, and he had no way of knowing which the masked priests had taken. At a venture he chose the left. The floor slanted slightly downward and was worn smooth as by many feet. Here and there a dim cresset cast a faint nightmarish twilight. Conan wondered uneasily for what purpose these colossal piles had been reared, in what forgotten age. This was an ancient land. No man knew how many ages the black temples of Stygia had looked against the stars. Narrow black arches opened occasionally to right and left, but he kept to the main corridor, although a conviction that he had taken the wrong branch was growing in him. Even with their start of him, he should have overtaken the priests by this time. He was growing nervous. The silence was like a tangible thing, and yet he had a feeling that he was not alone. More than once, passing a night arch, he seemed to feel the glare of unseen eyes fixed upon him. He paused, half-minded to turn back to where the corridor had first branched. He wheeled abruptly, knife lifted, every nerve tingling. A girl stood at the mouth of a smaller tunnel, staring fixedly at him. Her ivory skin showed her to be Stygian of some ancient noble family, and like all such women she was tall, lithe, voluptuously figured, her hair a great pile of black foam, among which gleamed a sparkling ruby. But for her velvet sandals and broad jewel-crusted girdle about her supple waist she was quite nude. "What do you here?" she demanded. To answer would betray his alien origin. He remained motionless, a grim, somber figure in the hideous mask with the plumes floating over him. His alert gaze sought the shadows behind her and found them empty. But there might be hordes of fighting men within her call. She advanced toward him, apparently without apprehension though with suspicion. "You are not a priest," she said. "You are a fighting man. Even with that mask that is plain. There is as much difference between you and a priest as there is between a man and a woman." "I sat," she exclaimed, halting suddenly, her eyes flaring wide. "I do not believe you are even a Stygian." With a movement too quick for the eye to follow, his hand closed about her round throat, lightly as a caress. "Not a sound out of you," he muttered. Her smooth ivory flesh was cold as marble, yet there was no fear in the wide, dark, marvelous eyes which regarded him. "Do not fear," she answered calmly. I will not betray you. But are you mad to come, a stranger and a foreigner, to the forbidden temple of Set? I'm looking for the priest Xaltotun, he answered. Is he in this temple? Why do you seek him? She parried. He has something of mine which was stolen. I will lead you to him, she volunteered, so promptly that his suspicions were instantly roused. Don't play with me, girl, he growled. I do not play with you. I have no love for Xaltotun. He hesitated, then made up his mind. After all, he was as much in her power as she was in his. Walk beside me, he commanded, shifting his grasp from her throat to her wrist. But walk with care. If you make a suspicious move. She led him down the slanting corridor, down and down, until there were no more cressets, and he groped his way in darkness, aware less by sight than by feel and sense of the woman at his side. Once when he spoke to her, she turned her head toward him and he was startled to see her eyes glowing like golden fire in the dark. Dim doubts and vague monstrous suspicions haunted his mind, but he followed her, through a labyrinthine maze of black corridors that confused even his primitive sense of direction. He mentally cursed himself for a fool, allowing himself to be led into that black abode of mystery, but it was too late to turn back now. Again he felt life and movement in the darkness about him, sensed peril and hunger burning impatiently in the blackness. Unless his ears deceived him, he caught a faint sliding noise that ceased and receded at a muttered command from the girl. She led him at last into a chamber lighted by a curious seven-branched candelabrum in which black candles burned weirdly. He knew they were far below the earth. The chamber was square, with walls and ceiling of polished black marble and furnished after the manner of the ancient Stygians. There was a couch of ebony, covered with black velvet, and on a black stone dais lay a carven mummy case. Conan stood waiting expectantly, staring at the various black arches which opened into the chamber. But the girl made no move to go farther. Stretching herself on the couch with feline suppleness, she intertwined her fingers behind her sleek head and regarded him from under long, drooping lashes. Well? He demanded impatiently. What are you doing? Where's Xaltotun? There is no haste, she answered lazily. What is an hour, or a day, or a year, or a century, for that matter? Take off your mask. Let me see your features. With a grunt of annoyance, Conan dragged off the bulky headpiece, and the girl nodded as if in approval as she scanned his dark scarred face and blazing eyes. There is strength in you, great strength, you could strangle a bullock. He moved restlessly, his suspicion growing. With his hand on his hilt he peered into the gloomy arches. If you've brought me into a trap, he said, you won't live to enjoy your handiwork. Are you going to get off that couch and do as you promised, or do I have to? His voice trailed away. He was staring at the mummy case, on which the countenance of the occupant was carved in ivory with the startling vividness of a forgotten art. There was a disquieting familiarity about that carven mask, and with something of a shock he realized what it was. There was a startling resemblance between it and the face of the girl lolling on the ebon couch. She might have been the model from which it was carved, but he knew the portrait was at least centuries old. Archaic hieroglyphics were scrawled across the lacquered lid, and, seeking back into his mind for tag-ends of learning, picked up here and there as incidentals of an adventurous life, he spelled them out, and said aloud, Akivasha. You have heard of Princess Akivasha? Inquired the girl on the couch. Who hasn't? He grunted. The name of that ancient, evil, beautiful princess still lived the world over in song and legend, though 10,000 years had rolled their cycles since the daughter of Tuthaman had reveled in purple feasts amid the black halls of ancient Luxa. Her only sin was that she loved life and all the meanings of life, said the Stygian girl. To win life she courted death. She could not bear to think of growing old and shriveled and worn, and dying at last as hags die. She wooed darkness like a lover, and his gift was life, life that, not being life as mortals know it, can never grow old and fade. She went into the shadows to cheat age and death. Conan glared at her with eyes that were suddenly burning slits. And he wheeled and tore the lid from the sarcophagus. It was empty. Behind him the girl was laughing and the sound froze the blood in his veins. He whirled back to her, the short hairs on his neck bristling. "You are a Kivasha," he grated. She laughed and shook back her burnished locks, spread her arms sensuously. "I am a Kivasha. I am the woman who never died, who never grew old. Who fools say was lifted from the earth by the gods, in the full bloom of her youth and beauty, to queen it forever in some celestial clime. Nay, it is in the shadows that mortals find immortality. 10,000 years ago I died to live forever. Give me your lips, strong man." Rising lithely she came to him, rose on tiptoe and flung her arms about his massive neck. Scowling down into her upturned, beautiful countenance, he was aware of a fearful fascination and an icy fear. "Love me," she whispered, her head thrown back, eyes closed and lips parted. "Give me of your blood to renew my youth and perpetuate my everlasting life. I will make you, too, immortal. I will teach you the wisdom of all the ages, all the secrets that have lasted out the eons in the blackness beneath these dark temples. I will make you king of that shadowy horde which revel among the tombs of the ancients when night veils the desert and bats flit across the moon. I am weary of priests and magicians, and captive girls dragged screaming through the portals of death. I desire a man. Love me, barbarian." She pressed her dark head down against his mighty breast, and he felt a sharp pang at the base of his throat. With a curse he tore her away and flung her sprawling across the couch. Damned vampire! Blood was trickling from a tiny wound in his throat. She reared up on the couch like a serpent poised to strike, all the golden fires of hell blazing in her wide eyes. Her lips drew back, revealing white-pointed teeth. "Fool!" she shrieked. "Do you think to escape me? You will live and die in darkness. I have brought you far below the temple. You can never find your way out alone. You can never cut your way through those which guard the tunnels. But for my protection the sons of Set would long ago have taken you into their bellies. Fool, I shall yet drink your blood. Keep away from me or I'll slash you asunder," he grunted, his flesh crawling with revulsion. "You may be immortal, but steel will dismember you." As he backed toward the arch through which he had entered, the light went out suddenly. All the candles were extinguished at once, though he did not know how, for Akivasha had not touched them. But the vampire's laugh rose mockingly behind him, poison-sweet as the vials of hell, and he sweated as he groped in the darkness for the arch in a near panic. His fingers encountered an opening and he plunged through it. Whether it was the arch through which he had entered he did not know, nor did he very much care. His one thought was to get out of the haunted chamber which had housed that beautiful, hideous, undead fiend for so many centuries. His wanderings through those black, winding tunnels were a sweating nightmare. Behind him and about him he heard faint slitherings and glidings, and once the echo of that sweet, hellish laughter he had heard in the chamber of Akivasha. He slashed ferociously at sounds and movements he heard or imagined he heard in the darkness near him, and once his sword cut through some yielding tenuous substance that might have been cobwebs. He had a desperate feeling that he was being played with, lured deeper and deeper into ultimate night, before being set upon by demoniac Talon and Fong. And through his fear ran the sickening revulsion of his discovery. The legend of Akivasha was so old, and among the evil tales told of her ran a thread of beauty and idealism, of everlasting youth. To so many dreamers and poets and lovers she was not alone the evil princess of Stygian legend, but the symbol of eternal youth and beauty, shining forever in some far realm of the gods. And this was the hideous reality. This foul perversion was the truth of that everlasting life. Through his physical revulsion ran the sense of a shattered dream of man's idolatry, its glittering gold-proved slime and cosmic filth. A wave of futility swept over him, a dim fear of the falseness of all men's dreams and idolatries. And now he knew that his ears were not playing him tricks. He was being followed, and his pursuers were closing in on him. In the darkness sounded shufflings and slidings that were never made by human feet, no, nor by the feet of any normal animal. The underworld had its bestial life too, perhaps. They were behind him. He turned to face them, though he could see nothing, and slowly backed away. Then the sound ceased, even before he turned his head and saw, somewhere down the long corridor, a glow of light. 19. In the Hall of the Dead. Conan moved cautiously in the direction of the light he had seen, his ear cocked over his shoulder, but there was no further sound of pursuit, though he felt the darkness pregnant with sentient life. The glow was not stationary, it moved, bobbing grotesquely along. Then he saw the source. The tunnel he was traversing crossed another, wider corridor some distance ahead of him. And along this latter tunnel filed a bizarre procession, for tall, gaunt men in black, hooded robes, leaning on staffs. The leader held a torch above his head, a torch that burned with a curious steady glow. Like phantoms they passed across his limited range of vision and vanished, with only a fading glow to tell of their passing. Their appearance was indescribably eldritch. They were not Stygians, not like anything Conan had ever seen. He doubted if they were even humans. They were like black ghosts, stalking ghoulishly along the haunted tunnels. But his position could be no more desperate than it was. Before the inhuman feet behind him could resume their slithering advance at the fading of the distant illumination, Conan was running down the corridor. He plunged into the other tunnel and saw, far down it, small in the distance, the weird procession moving in the glowing sphere. He stole noiselessly after them, then shrank suddenly back against the wall as he saw them halt and cluster together as if conferring on some matter. They turned as if to retrace their steps, and he slipped into the nearest archway. Groping in the darkness to which he had become so accustomed that he could all but see through it, he discovered that the tunnel did not run straight, but meandered, and he fell back beyond the first turn, so that the light of the strangers should not fall on him as they passed. But as he stood there, he was aware of a low hum of sound from somewhere behind him, like the murmur of human voices. Moving down the corridor in that direction, he confirmed his first suspicion. Abandoning his original intention of following the ghoulish travelers to whatever destination might be theirs, he set out in the direction of the voices. Presently he saw a glint of light ahead of him, and turning into the corridor from which it issued, saw a broad arch filled with a dim glow at the other end. On his left a narrow stone stair went upward, and instinctive caution prompted him to turn and mount that stair. The voices he heard were coming from beyond that flame-filled arch. The sounds fell away beneath him as he climbed, and presently he came out through a low arched door into a vast open space glowing with a weird radiance. He was standing on a shadowy gallery from which he looked down into a broad dim-lit hall of colossal proportions. It was a hall of the dead, which few ever see but the silent priests of Stygia. Along the black walls rose tier above tier of carven, painted sarcophagi. Each stood in a niche in the dusky stone, and the tiers mounted up and up to be lost in the gloom above. Thousands of carven masks stared impassively down upon the group in the midst of the hall, rendered futile and insignificant by that vast array of the dead. Of this group 10 were priests, and though they had discarded their masks Conan knew they were the priests he had accompanied to the pyramid. They stood before a tall, hawk-faced man beside a black altar on which lay a mummy in rotting swathings. And the altar seemed to stand in the heart of a living fire which pulsed and shimmered, dripping flakes of quivering golden flame on the black stones about it. This dazzling glow emanated from a great red jewel which lay upon the altar, and in the reflection of which the faces of the priests looked ashy and corpse-like. As he looked, Conan felt the pressure of all the weary leagues and the weary nights and days of his long quest, and he trembled with the mad urge to rush among those silent priests, clear his way with mighty blows of naked steel, and grasp the red gem with passion-taut fingers. But he gripped himself with iron control, and crouched down in the shadow of the stone balustrade. A glance showed him that a stair led down into the hall from the gallery, hugging the wall and half hidden in the shadows. He glared into the dimness of the vast place, seeking other priests or votaries, but saw only the group about the altar. In that great emptiness the voice of the man beside the altar sounded hollow and ghostly. And so the word came southward. The night wind whispered it, the ravens croaked of it as they flew, and the grim bats told it to the owls and the serpents that lurk in hoary ruins. Werewolf and vampire knew, and the ebon-bodied demons that prowl by night. The sleeping night of the world stirred and shook its heavy mane, and there began a throbbing of drums in deep darkness, and the echoes of far weird cries frightened men who walked by dusk. For the Heart of Ahriman had come again into the world to fulfill its cryptic destiny. Ask me not how I, Xaltotun of Kemi and the night, heard the word before Xaltotun who calls himself Prince of all wizards. There are secrets not meet for such ears even as yours, and Xaltotun is not the only lord of the Black Ring. I knew, and I went to meet the heart which came southward. It was like a magnet which drew me, unerringly. From death to death it came, riding on a river of human blood. Blood feeds it, blood draws it. Its power is greatest when there is blood on the hands that grasp it, when it is wrested by slaughter from its holder. Wherever it gleams, blood is spilt and kingdoms totter, and the forces of nature are put in turmoil. And here I stand, the master of the heart, and have summoned you to come secretly, who are faithful to me, to share in the black kingdom that shall be. Tonight you shall witness the breaking of Xaltotun's chains which enslave us, and the birth of empire. Who am I, even I, Xaltotun, to know what powers lurk and dream in those crimson deeps? It holds secrets forgotten for 3,000 years. But I shall learn. These shall tell me. He waved his hand toward the silent shapes that lined the hall. See how they sleep, staring through their carven masks. Kings, queens, generals, priests, wizards, the dynasties and the nobility of Stygia for 10,000 years. The touch of the heart will awaken them from their long slumber. Long, long the heart throbbed and pulsed in ancient Stygia. Here was its home in the centuries before it journeyed to Acheron. The ancients knew its full powers, and they will tell me when by its magic I restore them to life to labor for me. I will rouse them, will waken them, will learn their forgotten wisdom, the knowledge locked in those withered skulls. By the lore of the dead we shall enslave the living. I, kings and generals and wizards of Eld shall be our helpers and our slaves. Who shall stand before us? Look! This dried, shriveled thing on the altar was once Thoth-Mekri, a high priest of Set, who died 3,000 years ago. He was an adept of the Black Ring. He knew of the heart. He will tell us of its powers. Lifting the great jewel, the speaker laid it on the withered breast of the mummy, and lifted his hand as he began an incantation. But the incantation was never finished. With his hand lifted and his lips parted he froze, glaring past his acolytes, and they wheeled to stare in the direction in which he was looking. Through the black arch of a door 4 gaunt, black-robed shapes had filed into the great hall. Their faces were dim yellow ovals in the shadow of their hoods. Who are you? Ejaculated Xaltotun in a voice as pregnant with danger as the hiss of a cobra. Are you mad, to invade the holy shrine of Set? The tallest of the strangers spoke, and his voice was toneless as a chitin temple bell. We follow Conan of Aquilonia. He is not here, answered Xaltotun, shaking back his mantle from his right hand with a curious menacing gesture, like a panther unsheathing his talons. You lie. He is in this temple. We tracked him from a corpse behind the bronze door of the outer portal through a maze of corridors. We were following his devious trail when we became aware of this conclave. We go now to take it up again. But first give us the Heart of Ahriman. Death is the portion of madmen, murmured Xaltotun, moving nearer the speaker. His priests closed in on cat-like feet, but the strangers did not appear to heed. Who can look upon it without desire? Said the chitin. In Kaitai we have heard of it. It will give us power over the people which cast us out. Glory and wonder dream in its crimson deeps. Give it to us, before we slay you. A fierce cry rang out as a priest leaped with a flicker of steel. Before he could strike, a scaly staff licked out and touched his breast, and he fell as a dead man falls. In an instant the mummies were staring down on a scene of blood and horror. Curved knives flashed and crimsoned, snaky staffs licked in and out, and whenever they touched a man, that man screamed and died. At the first stroke Conan had bounded up and was racing down the stairs. He caught only glimpses of that brief, fiendish fight, saw men swing, locked in battle and streaming blood, saw one chitin, fairly hacked to pieces, yet still on his feet and dealing death, when Xaltotun smote him on the breast with his open empty hand, and he dropped dead, though naked steel had not been enough to destroy his uncanny vitality. By the time Conan's hurtling feet left the stair, the fight was all but over. 3 of the chitins were down, slashed and cut to ribbons and disemboweled, but of the Stygians only Xaltotun remained on his feet. He rushed at the remaining chiton, his empty hand lifted like a weapon, and that hand was black as that of a Negro. But before he could strike, the staff in the tall chiton's hand licked out, seeming to elongate itself as the yellow man thrust. The point touched the bosom of Xaltotun and he staggered. Again and yet again the staff licked out, and Xaltotun reeled and fell dead, his features blotted out in a rush of blackness that made the whole of him the same hue as his enchanted hand. The chiton turned toward the jewel that burned on the breast of the mummy, but Conan was before him. In a tense stillness the two faced each other, amid that shambles, with the carven mummy staring down upon them. "Far have I followed you, O King of Aquilonia," said the chiton calmly. "Down the long river, and over the mountains, across Poitin and Zingara and through the hills of Argos and down the coast. Not easily did we pick up your trail from Tarantia, for the priests of Azura are crafty. We lost it in Zingara, but we found your helmet in the forest below the border hills, where you had fought with the ghouls of the forests. Almost we lost the trail again tonight among these labyrinths." Conan reflected that he had been fortunate in returning from the vampire's chamber by another route than that by which he had been led to it. Otherwise he would have run full into these yellow fiends instead of sighting them from afar as they smelled out his spoor like human bloodhounds, with whatever uncanny gift was theirs. The chiton shook his head slightly, as if reading his mind. "That is meaningless, the long trail ends here, but why have you hounded me?" demanded Conan, poised to move in any direction with the celerity of a hair trigger. "It was a debt to pay," answered the chiton. "To you who are about to die I will not withhold knowledge. We were vassals of the king of Aquilonia, Valerius. Long we served him, but of that service we are free now, my brothers by death, and I by the fulfillment of obligation. I shall return to Aquilonia with two hearts, for myself the heart of Ahriman, for Valerius the heart of Conan. A kiss of the staff that was cut from the living tree of death." The staff licked out like the dart of a viper, but the slash of Conan's knife was quicker. The staff fell in writhing halves, there was another flicker of the keen steel like a jet of lightning, and the head of the chiton rolled to the floor. Conan wheeled and extended his hand toward the jewel, then he shrank back, his hair bristling, his blood congealing icily. For no longer a withered brown thing lay on the altar. The jewel shimmered on the full, arching breast of a naked, living man who lay among the moldering bandages. Living? Conan could not decide. The eyes were like dark murky glass under which shone inhuman somber fires. Slowly the man rose, taking the jewel in his hand. He towered beside the altar, dusky, naked, with a face like a carven image. Mutely he extended his hand toward Conan, with the jewel throbbing like a living heart within it. Conan took it, with an eerie sensation of receiving gifts from the hand of the dead. He somehow realized that the proper incantations had not been made, the conjurement had not been completed, life had not been fully restored to this corpse. "Who are you?" demanded the Cimmerian. The answer came in a toneless monotone, like the dripping of water from stalactites in subterranean caverns. "I was Thoth-Mekri, I am dead." "Well, lead me out of this accursed temple, will you?" Conan requested, his flesh crawling. With measured, mechanical steps the dead man moved toward a black arch. Conan followed him. A glance back showed him once again the vast, shadowy hall with its tiers of sarcophagi, the dead men sprawled about the altar. The head of the chiton he had slain stared sightless up at the sweeping shadows. The glow of the jewel illuminated the black tunnels like an ensorcelled lamp, dripping golden fire. Once Conan caught a glimpse of ivory flesh in the shadows, believed he saw the vampire that was Akivasha shrinking back from the glow of the jewel, and with her, other less human shapes scuttled or shambled into the darkness. The dead man strode straight on, looking neither to right nor left, his pace as changeless as the tramp of doom. Cold sweat gathered thick on Conan's flesh. Icy doubts assailed him. How could he know that this terrible figure out of the past was leading him to freedom? But he knew that, left to himself, he could never untangle this bewitched maze of corridors and tunnels. He followed his awful guide through blackness that loomed before and behind them and was filled with skulking shapes of horror and lunacy that cringed from the blinding glow of the heart. Then the bronze doorway was before him, and Conan felt the night wind blowing across the desert, and saw the stars, and the starlit desert across which streamed the great black shadow of the pyramid. Thauthmekri pointed silently into the desert, and then turned and stalked soundlessly back in the darkness. Conan stared after that silent figure that receded into the blackness on soundless, inexorable feet as one that moves to a known and inevitable doom, or returns to everlasting sleep. With a curse the Cimmerian leaped from the doorway and fled into the desert as if pursued by demons. He did not look back toward the pyramid, or toward the black towers of Kemi looming dimly across the sands. He headed southward toward the coast, and he ran as a man runs in ungovernable panic. The violent exertion shook his brain free of black cobwebs, the clean desert wind blew the nightmares from his soul, and his revulsion changed to a wild tide of exultation before the desert gave way to a tangle of swampy growth through which he saw the black water lying before him, and the venturer at anchor. He plunged through the undergrowth, hip deep in the marshes, dived headlong into the deep water, heedless of sharks or crocodiles, and swam to the galley and was clambering up the chain onto the deck, dripping and exultant, before the watch saw him. "Awake, you dogs!" roared Conan, knocking aside the spear the startled lookout thrust at his breast. "Heave up the anchor. Lay to the doors. Give that fisherman a helmet full of gold and put him ashore. Dawn will soon be breaking, and before sunrise we must be racing for the nearest port of Zingara." He whirled about his head the great jewel, which threw off splashes of light that spotted the deck with golden fire. 21. Out of the dust shall Acheron arise. Winter had passed from Aquilonia. Leaves sprang out on the limbs of trees, and the fresh grass smiled to the touch of the warm southern breezes. But many a field lay idle and empty, many a charred heap of ashes marked the spot where proud villas or prosperous towns had stood. Wolves prowled openly along the grass-grown highways, and bands of gaunt, masterless men slunk through the forests. Only in Tarantia was feasting in wealth and pageantry. Valerius ruled like one touched with madness. Even many of the barons who had welcomed his return cried out at last against him. His tax-gatherers crushed rich and poor alike, the wealth of a looted kingdom poured into Tarantia, which became less like the capital of a realm than the garrison of conquerors in a conquered land. Its merchants waxed rich, but it was a precarious prosperity, for none knew when he might be accused of treason on a trumped-up charge, and his property confiscated, himself cast into prison or brought to the bloody block. Valerius made no attempt to conciliate his subjects. He maintained himself by means of the Nemedian soldiery and by desperate mercenaries. He knew himself to be a puppet of Amalric. He knew that he ruled only on the sufferance of the Nemedian. He knew that he could never hope to unite Aquilonia under his rule and cast off the yoke of his masters, for the outland provinces would resist him to the last drop of blood. And for that matter, the Nemedians would cast him from his throne if he made any attempt to consolidate his kingdom. He was caught in his own vice. The gall of defeated pride corroded his soul, and he threw himself into a reign of debauchery, as one who lives from day to day, without thought or care for tomorrow. Yet there was subtlety in his madness, so deep that not even Amalric guessed it. Perhaps the wild, chaotic years of wandering as an exile had bred in him a bitterness beyond common conception. Perhaps his loathing of his present position increased this bitterness to a kind of madness. At any event, he lived with one desire: to cause the ruin of all who associated with him. He knew that his rule would be over the instant he had served Amalric's purpose. He knew, too, that so long as he continued to oppress his native kingdom, the Nemedian would suffer him to reign, for Amalric wished to crush Aquilonia into ultimate submission, to destroy its last shred of independence, and then at last to seize it himself, rebuild it after his own fashion with his vast wealth, and use its men and natural resources to wrest the crown of Nemedia from Tarascus. For the throne of an emperor was Amalric's ultimate ambition, and Valerius knew it. Valerius did not know whether Tarascus suspected this, but he knew that the king of Nemedia approved of his ruthless course. Tarascus hated Aquilonia, with a hate born of old wars. He desired only the destruction of the western kingdom. And Valerius intended to ruin the country so utterly that not even Amalric's wealth could ever rebuild it. He hated the baron quite as much as he hated the Aquilonians, and hoped only to live to see the day when Aquilonia lay in utter ruin, and Tarascus and Amalric were locked in hopeless civil war that would as completely destroy Nemedia. He believed that the conquest of the still defiant provinces of Gunderland and Poitin and the Bossonian marches would mark his end as king. He would then have served Amalric's purpose, and could be discarded. So he delayed the conquest of these provinces, confining his activities to objectless raids and forays, meeting Amalric's urges for action with all sorts of plausible objections and postponements. His life was a series of feasts and wild debauches. He filled his palace with the fairest girls of the kingdom, willing or unwilling. He blasphemed the gods and sprawled drunken on the floor of the banquet hall wearing the golden crown, and staining his royal purple robes with the wine he spilled. In gusts of bloodlust he festooned the gallows in the market square with dangling corpses, glutted the axes of the headsmen and sent his Nemedian horsemen thundering through the land pillaging and burning. Driven to madness, the land was in a constant upheaval of frantic revolt, savagely suppressed. Valerius plundered and raped and looted and destroyed until even Amalric protested, warning him that he would beggar the kingdom beyond repair, not knowing that such was his fixed determination. But while in both Aquilonia and Nemedia men talked of the madness of the king, in Nemedia men talked much of Xaltotun, the masked one. Yet few saw him on the streets of Valerius. Men said he spent much time in the hills, in curious conclaves with surviving remnants of an old race, dark, silent folk who claimed descent from an ancient kingdom. Men whispered of drums beating far up in the dreaming hills, of fires glowing in the darkness, and strange chantings borne on the winds, chantings and rituals forgotten centuries ago except as meaningless formulas mumbled beside mountain hearths and villages whose inhabitants differed strangely from the people of the valleys. The reason for these conclaves none knew, unless it was Erastes, who frequently accompanied the Pythonian, and on whose countenance a haggard shadow was growing. But in the full flood of spring a sudden whisper passed over the sinking kingdom that woke the land to eager life. It came like a murmurous wind drifting up from the south, waking men sunk in the apathy of despair. Yet how it first came none could truly say. Some spoke of a strange, grim old woman who came down from the mountains with her hair flowing in the wind, and a great grey wolf following her like a dog. Others whispered of the priests of Azura who stole like furtive phantoms from Gunderland to the marches of Poitin, and to the forest villages of the Bossonians. However the word came, revolt ran like a flame along the borders. Outlying Nemedian garrisons were stormed and put to the sword, foraging parties were cut to pieces, the west was up in arms, and there was a different air about the rising, a fierce resolution and inspired wrath rather than the frantic despair that had motivated the preceding revolts. It was not only the common people, barons were fortifying their castles and hurling defiance at the governors of the provinces. Bands of Bossonians were seen moving along the edges of the marches, stocky, resolute men in brigandines and steel caps, with longbows in their hands. From the inert stagnation of dissolution and ruin the realm was suddenly alive, vibrant, and dangerous. So Amalric sent in haste for Tarascus, who came with an army. In the royal palace in Tarantia the two kings and Amalric discussed the rising. They had not sent for Xaltotun, immersed in his cryptic studies in the Nemedian hills. Not since that bloody day in the valley of the Valkia had they called upon him for aid of his magic, and he had drawn apart, communing but little with them, apparently indifferent to their intrigues. Nor had they sent for Erastes, but he came, and he was white as spume blown before the storm. He stood in the gold-domed chamber where the kings held conclave, and they beheld in amazement his haggard stare, the fear they had never guessed the might of Erastes could hold. "You are weary, Erastes," said Amalric. "Sit upon this divan and I will have a slave fetch you wine. You have ridden hard. Erastes waved aside the invitation. "I have killed 3 horses on the road from Valerius. I cannot drink wine, I cannot rest, until I have said what I have to say." He paced back and forth as if some inner fire would not let him stand motionless, and halting before his wondering companions. "When we employed the Heart of Ahriman to bring a dead man back to life," Erastes said abruptly, "we did not weigh the consequences of tampering in the black dust of the past. The fault is mine, and the sin. We thought only of our ambitions, forgetting what ambitions this man might himself have. And we have loosed a demon upon the earth, a fiend inexplicable to common humanity. I have plumbed deep in evil, but there is a limit to which I, or any man of my race and age, can go. My ancestors were clean men, without any demoniacal taint. It is only I who have sunk into the pits, and I can sin only to the extent of my personal individuality. But behind Xaltotun lie 1,000 centuries of black magic and diabolism, an ancient tradition of evil. He is beyond our conception not only because he is a wizard himself, but also because he is the son of a race of wizards. I have seen things that have blasted my soul. In the heart of the slumbering hills I have watched Xaltotun commune with the souls of the damned, and invoke the ancient demons of forgotten Acheron. I have seen the accursed descendants of that accursed empire worship him and hail him as their archpriest. I have seen what he plots, and I tell you it is no less than the restoration of the ancient, black, grisly kingdom of Acheron. What do you mean? Demanded Amalric. Acheron is dust. There are not enough survivals to make an empire. Not even Xaltotun can reshape the dust of 3,000 years. You know little of his black powers, answered Erastes grimly. I have seen the very hills take on an alien and ancient aspect under the spell of his incantations. I have glimpsed, like shadows behind the realities, the dim shapes and outlines of valleys, forests, mountains and lakes that are not as they are today, but as they were in that dim yesterday, have even sensed, rather than glimpsed, the purple towers of forgotten Python shimmering like figures of mist in the dusk. And in the last conclave to which I accompanied him, understanding of his sorcery came to me at last, while the drums beat and the beast-like worshippers howled with their heads in the dust. I tell you he would restore Acheron by his magic, by the sorcery of a gigantic blood sacrifice such as the world has never seen. He would enslave the world, and with a deluge of blood wash away the present and restore the past. You are mad! Exclaimed Tarascus. Mad? Erastes turned a haggard stare upon him. Can any man see what I have seen and remain wholly sane? Yet I speak the truth. He plots the return of Acheron, with its towers and wizards and kings and horrors, as it was in the long ago. The descendants of Acheron will serve him as a nucleus upon which to build, but it is the blood and the bodies of the people of the world today that will furnish the mortar and the stones for the rebuilding. I cannot tell you how. My own brain reels when I try to understand. But I have seen. Acheron will be Acheron again, and even the hills, the forests, and the rivers will resume their ancient aspect. Why not? If I, with my tiny store of knowledge, could bring to life a man dead 3,000 years, why cannot the greatest wizard of the world bring back to life a kingdom dead 3,000 years? Out of the dust shall Acheron arise at his bidding. How can we thwart him? Asked Tarascus, impressed. There is but one way, answered Erastes. We must steal the heart of Ahriman. But began Tarascus involuntarily, then closed his mouth quickly. None had noticed him, and Erastes was continuing. It is a power that can be used against him. With it in my hands I might defy him. But how shall we steal it? He has it hidden in some secret place, from which not even a Zamorian thief might filch it. I cannot learn its hiding place. If he would only sleep again the sleep of the Black Lotus, but the last time he slept thus was after the battle of the Valkyria, when he was weary because of the great magic he had performed, and the door was locked and bolted, but it swung silently open and Xaltotun stood before them, calm, tranquil, stroking his patriarchal beard, but the lambent lights of hell flickered in his eyes. I have taught you too much, he said calmly, pointing a finger like an index of doom at Erastes. And before any could move, he had cast a handful of dust on the floor near the feet of the priest, who stood like a man turned to marble. It flamed, smoldered, a blue serpentine of smoke rose and swayed upward about Erastes in a slender spiral. And when it had risen above his shoulders it curled about his neck with a whipping suddenness like the stroke of a snake. Erastes' scream was choked to a gurgle. His hands flew to his neck, his eyes were distended, his tongue protruded. The smoke was like a blue rope about his neck, then it faded and was gone, and Erastes slumped to the floor a dead man. Xaltotun smote his hands together and two men entered, men often observed accompanying him, small, repulsively dark, with red, oblique eyes and pointed, rat-like teeth. They did not speak. Lifting the corpse, they bore it away. Dismissing the matter with a wave of his hand, Xaltotun seated himself at the ivory table about which sat the Pale Kings. "Why are you in conclave?" he demanded. "The Aquilonians have risen in the west," answered Amalric, recovering from the grisly jolt the death of Orastes had given him. "The fools believe that Conan is alive, and coming at the head of a Poetanian army to reclaim his kingdom. If he had reappeared immediately after Valkia, or if a rumor had been circulated that he lived, the central provinces would not have risen under him. They feared your powers so. But they have become so desperate under Valerius's misrule that they are ready to follow any man who can unite them against us, and prefer sudden death to torture and continual misery. Of course the tale has lingered stubbornly in the land that Conan was not really slain at Valkia, but not until recently have the masses accepted it. But Pallantides is back from exile in Ophir, swearing that the king was ill in his tent that day, and that a man-at-arms wore his harness, and a squire who but recently recovered from the stroke of a mace received at Valkia confirms his tale, or pretends to. An old woman with a pet wolf has wandered up and down the land, proclaiming that King Conan yet lives, and will return some day to reclaim the crown. And of late the cursed priests of Azura sing the same song. They claim that word has come to them by some mysterious means that Conan is returning to reconquer his domain. I cannot catch either her or them. This is, of course, a trick of Tracero's. My spies tell me there is indisputable evidence that the Poetanians are gathering to invade Aquilonia. I believe that Tracero will bring forward some pretender who he will claim as King Conan." Tarascus laughed, but there was no conviction in his laughter. He surreptitiously felt of a scar beneath his jupon, and remembered ravens that caught on the trail of a fugitive, remembered the body of his squire, Aridius, brought back from the border mountains horribly mangled, by a great grey wolf, his terrified soldiers said. But he also remembered a red jewel stolen from a golden chest while a wizard slept, and he said nothing. And Valerius remembered a dying nobleman who gasped out a tale of fear, and he remembered 4 Chitons who disappeared into the mazes of the south and never returned. But he held his tongue, for hatred and suspicion of his allies aided him like a worm, and he desired nothing so much as to see both rebels and Nemedians go down locked in the death grip. But Amalric exclaimed, "It is absurd to dream that Conan lives." For answer Xaltotun cast a roll of parchment on the table. Amalric caught it up, glared at it. From his lips burst a furious, incoherent cry. He read, "To Xaltotun, Grand Fakir of Nemedia, Dog of Acheron, I am returning to my kingdom, and I mean to hang your hide on a bramble." "Conan! A forgery!" exclaimed Amalric. Xaltotun shook his head. "It is genuine. I have compared it with the signature on the royal documents on record in the libraries of the court. None could imitate that bold scrawl." "Then if Conan lives," muttered Amalric, "this uprising will not be like the others, for he is the only man living who can unite the Aquilonians." "But," he protested, "this is not like Conan. Why should he put us on our guard with his boasting? One would think that he would strike without warning, after the fashion of the barbarians." "We are already warned," pointed out Xaltotun. "Our spies have told us of preparations for war in Poetan. He could not cross the mountains without our knowledge, so he sends me his defiance in characteristic manner." "Why to you?" demanded Valerius. "Why not to me, or to Tarascus?" Xaltotun turned his inscrutable gaze upon the king. "Conan is wiser than you," he said at last. "He already knows what you kings have yet to learn, that it is not Tarascus, nor Valerius, no, nor Amalric, but Xaltotun who is the real master of the western nations." They did not reply, they sat staring at him, assailed by a numbing realization of the truth of his assertion. "There is no road for me but the imperial highway," said Xaltotun. "But first we must crush Conan. I do not know how he escaped me at Belverus, for knowledge of what happened while I lay in the slumber of the Black Lotus is denied me. But he is in the south, gathering an army. It is his last, desperate blow, made possible only by the desperation of the people who have suffered under Valerius. Let them rise, I hold them all in the palm of my hand. We will wait until he moves against us, and then we will crush him once and for all. Then we shall crush Poitin and Gunderland and the stupid Basonians. After them Ophir, Argos, Zingara, Koth, all the nations of the world we shall weld into one vast empire. You shall rule as my satraps, and as my captains shall be greater than kings are now. I am unconquerable, for the heart of Ahriman is hidden where no man can ever wield it against me again. Tarascus averted his gaze, lest Xaltotun read his thoughts. He knew the wizard had not looked into the golden chest with its carven serpents that had seemed to sleep, since he laid the heart therein. Strange as it seemed, Xaltotun did not know that the heart had been stolen. The strange jewel was beyond or outside the ring of his dark wisdom. His uncanny talents did not warn him that the chest was empty. Tarascus did not believe that Xaltotun knew the full extent of Orast's revelations, for the Pythonian had not mentioned the restoration of Acheron, but only the building of a new, earthly empire. Tarascus did not believe that Xaltotun was yet quite sure of his power. If they needed his aid in their ambitions, no less he needed theirs. Magic depended, to a certain extent after all, on sword strokes and lance thrusts. The king read meaning in Amalric's furtive glance. Let the wizard use his arts to help them defeat their most dangerous enemy. Time enough then to turn against him. There might yet be a way to cheat this dark power they had raised. 22. Drums of Peril. Confirmation of the war came when the army of Poitin, 10,000 strong, marched through the southern passes with waving banners and shimmer of steel. And at their head, the spies swore, rode a giant figure in black armor, with the royal lion of Aquilonia worked in gold upon the breast of his rich silken surcoat. Conan lived. The king lived. There was no doubt of it in men's minds now, whether friend or foe. With the news of the invasion from the south there also came word, brought by hard-riding couriers, that a host of Gundermen was moving southward, reinforced by the barons of the northwest and the northern Basonians. Tarascus marched with 31,000 men to Galperin, on the river Shirki, which the Gundermen must cross to strike at the towns still held by the Nemedians. The Shirki was a swift, turbulent river rushing southwestward through rocky gorges and canyons, and there were few places where an army could cross at that time of the year, when the stream was almost bankfull with the melting of the snows. All the country east of the Shirki was in the hands of the Nemedians, and it was logical to assume that the Gundermen would attempt to cross either at Galperin, or at Tanasil, which lay to the south of Galperin. Reinforcements were daily expected from Nemedia, until word came that the king of Ophir was making hostile demonstrations on Nemedia's southern border, and to spare any more troops would be to expose Nemedia to the risk of an invasion from the south. Amalric and Valerius moved out from Tarantia with 25,000 men, leaving as large a garrison as they dared to discourage revolts in the cities during their absence. They wished to meet and crush Conan before he could be joined by the rebellious forces of the kingdom. The king and his Poitanians had crossed the mountains, but there had been no actual clash of arms, no attack on towns or fortresses. Conan had appeared and disappeared. Apparently he had turned westward through the wild, thinly settled hill country, and entered the Basonian marches, gathering recruits as he went. Amalric and Valerius with their host, Nemedians, Aquilonian renegades, and ferocious mercenaries, moved through the land in baffled wrath, looking for a foe which did not appear. Amalric found it impossible to obtain more than vague general tidings about Conan's movements. Scouting parties had a way of riding out and never returning, and it was not uncommon to find a spy crucified to an oak. The countryside was up and striking as peasants and country folk strike, savagely, murderously, and secretly. All that Amalric knew certainly was that a large force of Gundermen and northern Basonians was somewhere to the north of him, beyond the Shirki, and that Conan with a smaller force of Poitanians and southern Basonians was somewhere to the southwest of him. He began to grow fearful that if he and Valerius advanced farther into the wild country, Conan might elude them entirely, march around them and invade the central provinces behind them. Amalric fell back from the Shirki valley and camped in a plain a day's ride from Tanasil. There he waited. Tarascus maintained his position at Galperin, for he feared that Conan's maneuvers were intended to draw him southward, and so let the Gundermen into the kingdom at the northern crossing. To Amalric's camp came Xaltotun in his chariot drawn by the uncanny horses that never tired, and he entered Amalric's tent where the Baron conferred with Valerius over a map spread on an ivory camp table. This map Xaltotun crumpled and flung aside. "What your scouts cannot learn for you," quoth he, "my spies tell me, though their information is strangely blurred and imperfect, as if unseen forces were working against me. Conan is advancing along the Shirky River with 10,000 Poitanians, 3,000 southern Basonians, and barons of the west and south with their retainers to the number of 5,000. An army of 30,000 Gundermen and northern Basonians is pushing southward to join him. They have established contact by means of secret communications used by the cursed priests of Azura, who seem to be opposing me, and whom I will feed to a serpent when the battle is over, I swear it by Set. Both armies are headed for the crossing at Tanasil, but I do not believe that the Gundermen will cross the river. I believe that Conan will cross, instead, and join them." "Why should Conan cross the river?" demanded Amalric. "Because it is to his advantage to delay the battle. The longer he waits, the stronger he will become, the more precarious our position. The hills on the other side of the river swarm with people passionately loyal to his cause, broken men, refugees, fugitives from Valerius's cruelty. From all over the kingdom men are hurrying to join his army, singly and by companies. Daily, parties from our armies are ambushed and cut to pieces by the countryfolk. Revolt grows in the central provinces, and will soon burst into open rebellion. The garrisons we left there are not sufficient, and we can hope for no reinforcements from Nemedia for the time being. I see the hand of Pallantides in this brawling on the Ophirian frontier. He has kin in Ophir. If we do not catch and crush Conan quickly, the provinces will be in blaze of revolt behind us. We shall have to fall back to Tarantia to defend what we have taken, and we may have to fight our way through a country in rebellion, with Conan's whole force at our heels, and then stand siege in the city itself, with enemies within as well as without. No, we cannot wait. We must crush Conan before his army grows too great, before the central provinces rise. With his head hanging above the gate at Tarantia, you will see how quickly the rebellion will fall apart. Why do you not put a spell on his army to slay them all?" asked Valerius, half in mockery. Xaltotun stared at the Aquilonian as if he read the full extent of the mocking madness that lurked in those wayward eyes. "Do not worry," he said at last. "My arts shall crush Conan finally like a lizard under the heel. But even sorcery is aided by pikes and swords. If he crosses the river and takes up his position in the Garelian hills, he may be hard to dislodge," said Amalric. "But if we catch him in the valley on this side of the river, we can wipe him out." "How far is Conan from Tanasil?" "At the rate he is marching, he should reach the crossing sometime tomorrow night. His men are rugged and he is pushing them hard. He should arrive there at least a day before the Gundermen." "Good." Amalric smote the table with his clenched fist. "I can reach Tanasil before he can. I'll send a rider to Tarascus, bidding him follow me to Tanasil. By the time he arrives, I will have cut Conan off from the crossing and destroyed him. Then our combined force can cross the river and deal with the Gundermen." Xaltotun shook his head impatiently. "A good enough plan if you were dealing with anyone but Conan. But your 25,000 men are not enough to destroy his 18,000 before the Gundermen come up. They will fight with the desperation of wounded panthers." "And suppose the Gundermen come up while the hosts are locked in battle?" "You will be caught between two fires and destroyed before Tarascus can arrive. He will reach Tanasil too late to aid you." "What then?" demanded Amalric. "Move with your whole strength against Conan," answered the man from Acheron. "Send a rider bidding Tarascus join us here. We will wait his coming. Then we will march together to Tanasil." "But while we wait," protested Amalric, "Conan will cross the river and join the Gundermen." "But Conan will not cross the river," answered Xaltotun. Amalric's head jerked up and he stared into the cryptic dark eyes. "What do you mean? Suppose there were torrential rains far to the north, at the head of the Shirky? Suppose the river came down in such flood as to render the crossing at Tanasil impassable? Could we not then bring up our entire force at our leisure, catch Conan on this side of the river and crush him, and then, when the flood subsided, which I think it would do the next day, could we not cross the river and destroy the Gunderman? Thus we could use our full strength against each of these smaller forces in turn. Valerius laughed as he always laughed at the prospect of the ruin of either friend or foe, and drew a restless hand jerkily through his unruly yellow locks. Amalric stared at the man from Acheron with mingled fear and admiration. If we caught Conan in Shirky Valley with the hill ridges to his right and the river in flood to his left, he admitted, with our whole force we could annihilate him. Do you think, are you sure, do you believe such rains will fall? I go to my tent, answered Xaltotun, rising. Necromancy is not accomplished by the waving of a wand. Send a rider to Tarascus. And let none approach my tent. That last command was unnecessary. No man in that host could have been bribed to approach the mysterious black silken pavilion, the door flaps of which were always closely drawn. None but Xaltotun ever entered it, yet voices were often heard issuing from it, its walls billowed sometimes without a wind, and weird music came from it. Sometimes, deep in midnight, its silken walls were lit red by flames flickering within, limning misshapen silhouettes that passed to and fro. Lying in his own tent that night, Amalric heard the steady rumble of a drum in Xaltotun's tent. Through the darkness it boomed steadily, and occasionally the Nemedian could have sworn that a deep, croaking voice mingled with the pulse of the drum. And he shuddered, for he knew that voice was not the voice of Xaltotun. The drum rustled and muttered on like deep thunder, heard afar off, and before dawn Amalric, glancing from his tent, caught the red flicker of lightning afar on the northern horizon. In all other parts of the sky the great stars blazed whitely. But the distant lightning flickered incessantly, like the crimson glint of firelight on a tiny, turning blade. At sunset of the next day Tarascus came up with his host, dusty and weary from hard marching, the footmen straggling hours behind the horsemen. They camped in the plain near Amalric's camp, and at dawn the combined army moved westward. Ahead of him roved a swarm of scouts, and Amalric waited impatiently for them to return and tell of the Poitanians trapped beside a furious flood. But when the scouts met the column it was with the news that Conan had crossed the river. "What?" exclaimed Amalric. "Did he cross before the flood?" "There was no flood," answered the scouts, puzzled. "Late last night he came up to Tanasil and flung his army across." "No flood?" exclaimed Xaltotun, taken aback for the first time in Amalric's knowledge. "Impossible. There were mighty rains upon the headwaters of the Shirky last night and the night before that." "That may be, your lordship," answered the scout. "It is true the water was muddy, and the people of Tanasil said that the river rose perhaps a foot yesterday, but that was not enough to prevent Conan's crossing." Xaltotun's sorcery had failed. The thought hammered in Amalric's brain. His horror of this strange man out of the past had grown steadily since that night in Belverus when he had seen a brown, shriveled mummy swell and grow into a living man. And the death of Orastes had changed lurking horror into active fear. In his heart was a grisly conviction that the man, or devil, was invincible. Yet now he had undeniable proof of his failure. Yet even the greatest of necromancers might fail occasionally, thought the Baron. At any rate, he dared not oppose the man from Acheron, yet. Orastes was dead, writhing in Mitra only knew what nameless hell, and Amalric knew his sword would scarcely prevail where the black wisdom of the renegade priest had failed. What grisly abomination Xaltotun plotted lay in the unpredictable future. Conan and his host were a present menace against which Xaltotun's wizardry might well be needed before the play was all played. They came to Tanasil, a small fortified village at the spot where a reef of rocks made a natural bridge across the river, passable always except in times of greatest flood. Scouts brought in the news that Conan had taken up his position in the Garalian hills, which began to rise a few miles beyond the river. And just before sundown the Gunderman had arrived in his camp. Amalric looked at Xaltotun, inscrutable and alien in the light of the flaring torches. Night had fallen. "What now?" "Your magic has failed. Conan confronts us with an army nearly as strong as our own, and he has the advantage of position." We have a choice of two evils, to camp here and await his attack, or to fall back toward Tarantia and await reinforcements. We are ruined if we wait, answered Xaltotun. Cross the river and camp on the plain. We will attack at dawn. But his position is too strong, exclaimed Amalric. Fool! A gust of passion broke the veneer of the wizard's calm. Have you forgotten Valkia? Because some obscure elemental principle prevented the flood, do you deem me helpless? I had intended that your spears should exterminate our enemies, but do not fear, it is my art shall crush their host. Conan is in a trap. He will never see another sunset. Cross the river. They crossed by the flare of torches. The hoofs of the horses clinked on the rocky bridge, splashed through the shallows. The glint of the torches on shields and breastplates was reflected redly in the black water. The rock bridge was broad on which they crossed, but even so it was past midnight before the host was camped in the plain beyond. Above them they could see fires winking redly in the distance. Conan had turned at bay in the Garelian hills, which had more than once before served as the last stand of an Aquilonian king. Amalric left his pavilion and strode restlessly through the camp. A weird glow flickered in Xaltotun's tent, and from time to time a demoniacal cry slashed the silence, and there was a low sinister muttering of a drum that rustled rather than rumbled. Amalric, his instincts whetted by the night and the circumstances, felt that Xaltotun was opposed by more than physical force. Doubts of the wizard's power assailed him. He glanced at the fires high above him, and his face set in grim lines. He and his army were deep in the midst of a hostile country. Up there among those hills lurked thousands of wolfish figures out of whose hearts and souls all emotion and hope had been scourged except a frenzied hate for their conquerors, a mad lust for vengeance. Defeat meant annihilation, retreat through a land swarming with blood-mad enemies. And on the morrow he must hurl his host against the grimmest fighter in the western nations, and his desperate horde. If Xaltotun failed them now. Half a dozen men-at-arms strode out of the shadows. The firelight glinted on their breastplates and helmet crests. Among them they half led, half dragged a gaunt figure in tattered rags. Saluting, they spoke, "My lord, this man came to the outposts and said he desired word with King Valerius. He is an Aquilonian." He looked more like a wolf the traps had scarred. Old sores that only fetters make showed on his wrists and ankles. A great brand, the mark of hot iron, disfigured his face. His eyes glared through the tangle of his matted hair as he half crouched before the Baron. "Who are you, you filthy dog?" demanded the Nemedian. "Call me Tiberius," answered the man, and his teeth clicked in an involuntary spasm. "I have come to tell you how to trap Conan." "A traitor, eh?" rumbled the Baron. "Men say you have gold," mouthed the man, shivering under his rags. "Give some to me. Give me gold and I will show you how to defeat the king." His eyes glazed widely, his outstretched, upturned hands were spread like quivering claws. Amalric shrugged his shoulders in distaste. But no tool was too base for his use. "If you speak the truth you shall have more gold than you can carry," he said. "If you are a liar and a spy I will have you crucified head down. Bring him along." In the tent of Valerius, the Baron pointed to the man who crouched shivering before them, huddling his rags about him. "He says he knows a way to aid us on the morrow. We will need aid, if Xaltotun's plan is no better than it has proved so far." "Speak on, dog." The man's body writhed in strange convulsions. Words came in a stumbling rush. "Conan camps at the head of the Valley of Lions. It is shaped like a fan, with steep hills on either side. If you attack him tomorrow you will have to march straight up the valley. You cannot climb the hills on either side. But if King Valerius will deign to accept my service, I will guide him through the hills and show him how he can come upon King Conan from behind. But if it is to be done at all, we must start soon. It is many hours riding, for one must go miles to the west, then miles to the north, then turn eastward and so come into the Valley of Lions from behind, as the Gunderman came." Amalric hesitated, tugging his chin. In these chaotic times it was not rare to find men willing to sell their souls for a few gold pieces. "If you lead me astray you will die," said Valerius. "You are aware of that, are you not?" The man shivered, but his wide eyes did not waver. "If I betray you, slay me." "Conan will not dare divide his force," mused Amalric. "He will need all his men to repel our attack. He cannot spare any to lay ambushes in the hills. Besides, this fellow knows his hide depends on his leading you as he promised. Would a dog like him sacrifice himself? Nonsense. No, Valerius, I believe the man is honest. Or a greater thief than most, for he would sell his liberator," laughed Valerius. "Very well. I will follow the dog. How many men can you spare me?" 5,000 should be enough," answered Amalric. "A surprise attack on their rear will throw them into confusion, and that will be enough. I shall expect your attack about noon. "You will know when I strike," answered Valerius. As Amalric returned to his pavilion he noted with gratification that Xaltotun was still in his tent, to judge from the blood-freezing cries that shuddered forth into the night air from time to time. When presently he heard the clink of steel and the jingle of bridles in the outer darkness, he smiled grimly. Valerius had about served his purpose. The Baron knew that Conan was like a wounded lion that rends and tears even in his death throes. When Valerius struck from the rear, the desperate strokes of the Cimmerian might well wipe his rival out of existence before he himself succumbed. So much the better. Amalric felt he could well dispense with Valerius, once he had paved the way for an immediate victory. The 5,000 horsemen who accompanied Valerius were hard-bitten Aquilonian renegades for the most part. In the still starlight they moved out of the sleeping camp, following the westward trend of the great black masses that rose against the stars ahead of them. Valerius rode at their head, and beside him rode Tiberius, a leather thong about his wrist gripped by a man-at-arms who rode on the other side of him. Others kept close behind with drawn swords. "Play us false and you die instantly," Valerius pointed out. "I do not know every sheep path in these hills, but I know enough about the general configuration of the country to know the directions we must take to come in behind the Valley of Lions. See that you do not lead us astray." The man ducked his head and his teeth chattered as he volubly assured his captor of his loyalty, staring up stupidly at the banner that floated over him, the golden serpent of the old dynasty. Skirting the extremities of the hills that locked the Valley of Lions, they swung wide to the west. An hour's ride and they turned north, forging through wild and rugged hills, following dim trails and tortuous paths. Sunrise found them some miles northwest of Conan's position, and here the guide turned eastward and led them through a maze of labyrinths and crags. Valerius nodded, judging their position by various peaks thrusting up above the others. He had kept his bearings in a general way, and he knew they were still headed in the right direction. But now, without warning, a grey fleecy mass came billowing down from the north, veiling the slopes, spreading out through the valleys. It blotted out the sun, the world became a blind grey void in which visibility was limited to a matter of yards. Advance became a stumbling, groping muddle. Valerius cursed. He could no longer see the peaks that had served him as guideposts. He must depend wholly upon the traitorous guide. The golden serpent drooped in the windless air. Presently Tiberius seemed himself confused, he halted, stared about uncertainly. "Are you lost, dog?" demanded Valerius harshly. "Listen." Somewhere ahead of them a faint vibration began, the rhythmic rumble of a drum. "Conan's drum!" exclaimed the Aquilonian. "If we are close enough to hear the drum," said Valerius, "why do we not hear the shouts and the clang of arms? Surely battle has joined." "The gorges and the winds play strange tricks," answered Tiberius, his teeth chattering with the ague that is frequently the lot of men who have spent much time in damp underground dungeons. "Listen!" Faintly to their ears came a low muffled roar. "They are fighting down in the valley!" cried Tiberius. "The drum is beating on the heights. Let us hasten." He rode straight on toward the sound of the distant drum as one who knows his ground at last. Valerius followed, cursing the fog. Then it occurred to him that it would mask his advance. Conan could not see him coming. He would be at the Cimmerian's back before the noonday sun dispelled the mists. Just now he could not tell what lay on either hand, whether cliffs, thickets, or gorges. The drum throbbed unceasingly, growing louder as they advanced, but they heard no more of the battle. Valerius had no idea toward what point of the compass they were headed. He started as he saw gray rock walls looming through the smoky drifts on either hand, and realized that they were riding through a narrow defile. But the guide showed no sign of nervousness, and Valerius heaved a sigh of relief when the walls widened out and became invisible in the fog. They were through the defile. If an ambush had been planned, it would have been made in that pass. But now Tiberius halted again. The drum was rumbling louder, and Valerius could not determine from what direction the sound was coming. Now it seemed ahead of him, now behind, now on one hand or the other. Valerius glared about him impatiently, sitting on his warhorse with wisps of mist curling about him and the moisture gleaming on his armor. Behind him the long lines of steel-clad riders faded away and away like phantoms into the mist. "Why do you tarry, dog?" he demanded. The man seemed to be listening to the ghostly drum. Slowly he straightened in his saddle, turned his head and faced Valerius, and the smile on his lips was terrible to see. "The fog is thinning, Valerius," he said in a new voice, pointing a bony finger. "Look!" The drum was silent. The fog was fading away. First the crests of cliffs came in sight above the gray clouds, tall and spectral. Lower and lower crawled the mists, shrinking, fading. Valerius started up in his stirrups with a cry that the horsemen echoed behind him. On all sides of them the cliffs towered. They were not in a wide, open valley as he had supposed. They were in a blind gorge walled by sheer cliffs hundreds of feet high. The only entrance or exit was that narrow defile through which they had ridden. "Dog!" Valerius struck Tiberius full in the mouth with his clenched mailed hand. "What devil's trick is this?" Tiberius spat out a mouthful of blood and shook with fearful laughter. "A trick that shall rid the world of a beast. Look, dog!" Again Valerius cried out, more in fury than in fear. The defile was blocked by a wild and terrible band of men who stood silent as images, ragged, shock-headed men with spears in their hands, hundreds of them. And up on the cliffs appeared other faces, thousands of faces, wild, gaunt, ferocious faces, marked by fire and steel and starvation. "A trick of Conan's," raged Valerius. "Conan knows nothing of it," laughed Tiberius. "It was the plot of broken men, of men you ruined and turned to beasts. Amalric was right. Conan has not divided his army. We are the rabble who followed him, the wolves who skulked in these hills, the homeless men, the hopeless men. This was our plan, and the priests of Azura aided us with the mist. Look at them, Valerius. Each bears the mark of your hand, on his body or on his heart. Look at me. You do not know me, do you? What of this scar your hangman burned upon me? Once you knew me. Once I was lord of Emilius, the man whose sons you murdered, whose daughter your mercenaries ravished and slew. You said I would not sacrifice myself to trap you? Almighty gods, if I had 1,000 lives I would give them all to buy your doom. And I have bought it. Look on the men you broke, dead men who once played the king. Their hour has come. This gorge is your tomb. Try to climb the cliffs, they are steep, they are high. Try to fight your way back through the defile, spears will block your path, boulders will crush you from above. Dog! I will be waiting for you in hell. Throwing back his head he laughed until the rocks rang. Valerius leaned from his saddle and slashed down with his great sword, severing shoulder bone and breast. Tiberius sank to the earth, still laughing gaslily through a gurgle of gushing blood. The drums had begun again, encircling the gorge with guttural thunder, boulders came crashing down, above the screams of dying men shrilled the arrows in blinding clouds from the cliffs. 23. The road to Acheron. Dawn was just whitening the east when Amalric drew up his hosts in the mouth of the Valley of Lions. This valley was flanked by low, rolling but steep hills, and the floor pitched upward in a series of irregular natural terraces. On the uppermost of these terraces Conan's army held its position, awaiting the attack. The host that had joined him, marching down from Gunderland, had not been composed exclusively of spearmen. With them had come 7,000 Bossonian archers, and 4,000 barons and their retainers of the north and west, swelling the ranks of his cavalry. The pikemen were drawn up in a compact wedge-shaped formation at the narrow head of the valley. There were 19,000 of them, mostly Gundermen, though some 4,000 were Aquilonians of the other provinces. They were flanked on either hand by 5,000 Bossonian archers. Behind the ranks of the pikemen the knights sat their steeds motionless, lances raised, 10,000 knights of Poiton, 9,000 Aquilonians, barons, and their retainers. It was a strong position. His flanks could not be turned, for that would mean climbing the steep, wooded hills in the teeth of the arrows and swords of the Bossonians. His camp lay directly behind him, in a narrow, steep-walled valley which was indeed merely a continuation of the Valley of Lions, pitching up at a higher level. He did not fear a surprise from the rear, because the hills behind him were full of refugees and broken men whose loyalty to him was beyond question. But if his position was hard to shake, it was equally hard to escape from. It was a trap as well as a fortress for the defenders, a desperate last stand of men who did not expect to survive unless they were victorious. The only line of retreat possible was through the narrow valley at their rear. Xaltotun mounted a hill on the left side of the valley, near the wide mouth. This hill rose higher than the others, and was known as the King's Altar, for a reason long forgotten. Only Xaltotun knew, and his memory dated back 3,000 years. He was not alone. His two familiars, silent, hairy, furtive and dark, were with him, and they bore a young Aquilonian girl, bound hand and foot. They laid her on an ancient stone, which was curiously like an altar, and which crowned the summit of the hill. For long centuries it had stood there, worn by the elements until many doubted that it was anything but a curiously Chopin natural rock. But what it was, and why it stood there, Xaltotun remembered from of old. The familiars went away, with their bent backs like silent gnomes, and Xaltotun stood alone beside the stone altar, his dark beard blown in the wind, overlooking the valley. He could see clear back to the winding Shirky, and up into the hills beyond the head of the valley. He could see the gleaming wedge of steel drawn up at the head of the terraces, the burgonets of the archers glinting among the rocks and bushes, the silent knights motionless on their steeds, their pennons flowing above their helmets, their lances rising in a bristling thicket. Looking in the other direction he could see the long serried lines of the Nemedians moving in ranks of shining steel into the mouth of the valley. Behind them the gay pavilions of the lords and knights and the drab tents of the common soldiers stretched back almost to the river. Like a river of molten steel the Nemedian host flowed into the valley, the great scarlet dragon rippling over it. First marched the bowmen, in even ranks, arbalists half raised, bolts knocked, fingers on triggers. After them came the pikemen, and behind them the real strength of the army, the mounted knights, their banners unfurled to the wind, their lances lifted, walking their great steeds forward as if they rode to a banquet. And higher up on the slopes the smaller Aquilonian host stood grimly silent. There were 30,000 Nemedian knights, and, as in most Hyborian nations, it was the chivalry which was the sword of the army. The footmen were used only to clear the way for a charge of the armored knights. There were 21,000 of these, pikemen and archers. The bowmen began loosing as they advanced, without breaking ranks, launching their quarrels with a whir and tang. But the bolts fell short or rattled harmlessly from the overlapping shields of the Gundermen. And before the arbalesters could come within killing range, the arching shafts of the Bossonians were wreaking havoc in their ranks. A little of this, a futile attempt at exchanging fire, and the Nemedian bowmen began falling back in disorder. Their armor was light, their weapons no match for the Bossonian longbows. The western archers were sheltered by bushes and rocks. Moreover, the Nemedian footmen lacked something of the morale of the horsemen, knowing as they did that they were being used merely to clear the way for the knights. The crossbowmen fell back, and between their opening lines the pikemen advanced. These were largely mercenaries, and their masters had no compunction about sacrificing them. They were intended to mask the advance of the knights until the latter were within smiting distance. So while the arbalesters plied their bolts from either flank at long range, the pikemen marched into the teeth of the blast from above, and behind them the knights came on. When the pikemen began to falter beneath the savage hail of death that whistled down the slopes among them, a trumpet blew, their companies divided to right and left, and through them the mailed knights thundered. They ran full into a cloud of stinging death. The clothyard shafts found every crevice in their armor and the housings of the steeds. Horses scrambling up the grassy terraces reared and plunged backward, bearing their riders with them. Steel-clad forms littered the slopes. The charge wavered and ebbed back. Back down in the valley Amalric reformed his ranks. Tarascus was fighting with drawn sword under the scarlet dragon, but it was the Baron of Tor who commanded that day. Amalric swore as he glanced at the forest of lance-tips visible above and beyond the headpieces of the gundermen. He had hoped his retirement would draw the knights out in a charge down the slopes after him, to be raked from either flank by his bowmen and swamped by the numbers of his horsemen. But they had not moved. Camp servants brought skins of water from the river. Knights doffed their helmets and drenched their sweating heads. The wounded on the slopes screamed vainly for water. In the upper valley, springs supplied the defenders. They did not thirst that long, hot spring day. On the king's altar, beside the ancient, carven stone, Xaltotun watched the steel tide ebb and flow. On came the knights, with waving plumes and dipping lances. Through a whistling cloud of arrows they plowed to break like a thundering wave on the bristling wall of spears and shields. Axes rose and fell above the plumed helmets, spears thrust upward, bringing down horses and riders. The pride of the gundermen was no less fierce than that of the knights. They were not spear fodder, to be sacrificed for the glory of better men. They were the finest infantry in the world, with a tradition that made their morale unshakable. The kings of Aquilonia had long learned the worth of unbreakable infantry. They held their formation unshaken, over their gleaming ranks flowed the great lion banner, and at the tip of the wedge a giant figure in black armor roared and smote like a hurricane, with a dripping axe that split steel and bone alike. The Nemedians fought as gallantly as their traditions of high courage demanded. But they could not break the iron wedge, and from the wooded knolls on either hand arrows raked their close-packed ranks mercilessly. Their own bowmen were useless, their pikemen unable to climb the heights and come to grips with the Basonians. Slowly, stubbornly, sullenly, the grim knights fell back, counting their empty saddles. Above them the gundermen made no outcry of triumph. They closed their ranks, locking up the gaps made by the fallen. Sweat ran into their eyes from under their steel caps. They gripped their spears and waited, their fierce hearts swelling with pride that a king should fight on foot with them. Behind them the Aquilonian knights had not moved. They sat their steeds, grimly immobile. A knight spurred a sweating horse up the hill called the king's altar, and glared at Xaltotun with bitter eyes. "Amalric bids me say that it is time to use your magic, wizard," he said. "We are dying like flies down there in the valley. We cannot break their ranks." Xaltotun seemed to expand, to grow tall and awesome and terrible. "Return to Amalric," he said. "Tell him to reform his ranks for a charge, but to await my signal. Before that signal is given he will see a sight that he will remember until he lies dying." The knight saluted as if compelled against his will, and thundered down the hill at breakneck pace. Xaltotun stood beside the dark altar stone and stared across the valley, at the dead and wounded men on the terraces, at the grim, blood-stained band at the head of the slopes, at the dusty, steel-clad ranks reforming in the vale below. He glanced up at the sky, and he glanced down at the slim white figure on the dark stone. And lifting a dagger inlaid with archaic hieroglyphs, he intoned an immemorial invocation, but Set, God of darkness, scaly lord of the shadows, by the blood of a virgin and the sevenfold symbol I call to your sons below the black earth. Children of the deeps, below the red earth, under the black earth, awaken and shake your awful manes. Let the hills rock and the stones topple upon my enemies. Let the sky grow dark above them, the earth unstable beneath their feet. Let a wind from the deep black earth curl up beneath their feet, and blacken and shrivel them. He halted short, dagger lifted. In the tense silence the roar of the hosts rose beneath him, borne on the wind. On the other side of the altar stood a man in a black hooded robe, whose coif shadowed pale delicate features and dark eyes calm and meditative. "Dog of Ahriman," whispered Xaltotun, and his voice was like the hiss of an angered serpent. "Are you mad, that you seek your doom? Ho, Baal! Chiron! Call again, dog of Acheron," said the other, and laughed. "Summon them loudly. They will not hear, unless your shouts reverberate in hell." From a thicket on the edge of the crest came a somber old woman in peasant garb, her hair flowing over her shoulders, a great grey wolf following at her heels. "Witch, priest and wolf," muttered Xaltotun grimly, and laughed. "Fools, to pit your charlatan's mummery against my arts. With a wave of my hand I brush you from my path." "Your arts are straws in the wind, dog of Python," answered the Assyrian. "Have you wondered why the Shirki did not come down in flood and trap Conan on the other bank? When I saw the lightning in the night I guessed your plan, and my spells dispersed the clouds you had summoned before they could empty their torrents. You did not even know that your rain-making wizardry had failed." "You lie!" cried Xaltotun, but the confidence in his voice was shaken. "I have felt the impact of a powerful sorcery against mine, but no man on earth could undo the rain magic, once made, unless he possessed the very heart of sorcery." "But the flood you plotted did not come to pass," answered the priest. "Look at your allies in the valley, Pythonian. You have led them to the slaughter. They are caught in the fangs of the trap, and you cannot aid them. Look!" He pointed. Out of the narrow gorge of the upper valley, behind the Poitanians, a horseman came flying, whirling something about his head that flashed in the sun. Recklessly he hurtled down the slopes, through the ranks of the Gundermen, who sent up a deep-throated roar and clashed their spears and shields like thunder in the hills. On the terraces between the hosts the sweat-soaked horse reared and plunged, and his wild rider yelled and brandished the thing in his hands like one demented. It was the torn remnant of a scarlet banner, and the sun struck dazzlingly on the golden scales of a serpent that writhed thereon. "Valerius is dead!" cried Hadrathus ringingly. "A fog and a drum lured him to his doom. I gathered that fog, dog of Python, and I dispersed it. I, with my magic which is greater than your magic. What matters it?" roared Xaltotun, a terrible sight, his eyes blazing, his features convulsed. "Valerius was a fool. I do not need him. I can crush Conan without human aid. Why have you delayed?" mocked Hadrathus. "Why have you allowed so many of your allies to fall pierced by arrows and spitted on spears?" "Because blood aids great sorcery," thundered Xaltotun, in a voice that made the rocks quiver. A lurid nimbus played about his awful head. "Because no wizard wastes his strength thoughtlessly. Because I would conserve my powers for the great days to be, rather than employ them in a hill country brawl. But now, by Set, I shall loose them to the uttermost. Watch, dog of Ahriman, false priest of an outworn god, and see a sight that shall blast your reason forevermore." Hadrathus threw back his head and laughed, and hell was in his laughter. "Look, black devil of Python!" His hand came from under his robe holding something that flamed and burned in the sun, changing the light to a pulsing golden glow in which the flesh of Xaltotun looked like the flesh of a corpse. Xaltotun cried out as if he had been stabbed. "The heart! The heart of Ahriman! I! The one power that is greater than your power!" Xaltotun seemed to shrivel, to grow old. Suddenly his beard was shot with snow, his locks flecked with gray. "The heart!" he mumbled. "You stole it. Dog! Thief! Not I. It has been on a long journey far to the southward. But now it is in my hands, and your black arts cannot stand against it. As it resurrected you, so shall it hurl you back into the night whence it drew you. You shall go down the dark road to Acheron, which is the road of silence and the night. The dark empire, unreborn, shall remain a legend and a black memory. Conan shall reign again. And the heart of Ahriman shall go back into the cavern below the temple of Mitra, to burn as a symbol of the power of Aquilonia for 1,000 years. Xaltotun screamed inhumanly and rushed around the altar, dagger lifted, but from somewhere, out of the sky, perhaps, or the great jewel that blazed in the hand of Hadrithus, shot a jetting beam of blinding blue light. Full against the breast of Xaltotun it flashed, and the hills re-echoed the concussion. The wizard of Acheron went down as though struck by a thunderbolt, and before he touched the ground he was fearfully altered. Beside the altar stone lay no fresh slain corpse, but a shriveled mummy, a brown, dry, unrecognizable carcass sprawling among moldering swathings. Somberly old Zalata looked down. He was not a living man, she said. The heart lent him a false aspect of life, that deceived even himself. I never saw him as other than a mummy. Hadrithus bent to unbind the swooning girl on the altar, when from among the trees appeared a strange apparition, Xaltotun's chariot drawn by the weird horses. Silently they advanced to the altar and halted, with the chariot wheel almost touching the brown withered thing on the grass. Hadrithus lifted the body of the wizard and placed it in the chariot. And without hesitation the uncanny steeds turned and moved off southward, down the hill. And Hadrithus and Zalata and the grey wolf watched them go, down the long road to Acheron which is beyond the ken of men. Down in the valley Amalric had stiffened in his saddle when he saw that wild horseman curvetting and caracoling on the slopes while he brandished that blood-stained serpent banner. Then some instinct jerked his head about, toward the hill known as the King's Altar. And his lips parted. Every man in the valley saw it, an arching shaft of dazzling light that towered up from the summit of the hill, showering golden fire. High above the hosts it burst in a blinding blaze that momentarily paled the sun. That's not Xaltotun's signal, roared the Baron. No, shouted Tarascus. It's a signal to the Aquilonians. Look! Above them the immobile ranks were moving at last, and a deep-throated roar thundered across the vale. Xaltotun has failed us, bellowed Amalric furiously. Valerius has failed us. We have been led into a trap. Mitra's curse on Xaltotun who led us here. Sound the retreat. Too late, yelled Tarascus. Look! Up on the slopes the forest of lances dipped, leveled. The ranks of the gundermen rolled back to right and left like a parting curtain. And with a thunder like the rising roar of a hurricane, the knights of Aquilonia crashed down the slopes. The impetus of that charge was irresistible. Bolts driven by the demoralized arbalesters glanced from their shields, their bent helmets. Their plumes and pennons streaming out behind them, their lances lowered, they swept over the wavering lines of pikemen and roared down the slopes like a wave. Amalric yelled an order to charge, and the Nemedians with desperate courage spurred their horses at the slopes. They still outnumbered the attackers. But they were weary men on tired horses, charging uphill. The onrushing knights had not struck a blow that day. Their horses were fresh. They were coming downhill and they came like a thunderbolt. And like a thunderbolt they smote the struggling ranks of the Nemedians, smote them, split them apart, ripped them asunder and dashed the remnants headlong down the slopes. After them on foot came the gundermen, blood-mad, and the Basonians were swarming down the hills, losing as they ran at every foe that still moved. Down the slopes washed the tide of battle, the dazed Nemedians swept on the crest of the wave. Their archers had thrown down their arbalests and were fleeing. Such pikemen as had survived the blasting charge of the knights were cut to pieces by the ruthless gundermen. In a wild confusion the battle swept through the wide mouth of the valley and into the plain beyond. All over the plain swarmed the warriors, fleeing and pursuing, broken into single combat in clumps of smiting, hacking knights on rearing, wheeling horses. But the Nemedians were smashed, broken, unable to reform or make a stand. By the hundreds they broke away, spurring for the river. Many reached it, rushed across and rode eastward. The countryside was up behind them, the people hunted them like wolves. Few ever reached Tarantia. The final break did not come until the fall of Amalric. The Baron, striving in vain to rally his men, rode straight at the clump of knights that followed the giant in black armor whose surcoat bore the royal lion, and over whose head floated the golden lion banner with the scarlet leopard of Poiton beside it. A tall warrior in gleaming armor couched his lance and charged to meet the Lord of Tor. They met like a thunderclap. The Nemedian's lance, striking his foe's helmet, snapped bolts and rivets and tore off the casque, revealing the features of Palantides. But the Aquilonian's lancehead crashed through shield and breastplate to transfix the Baron's heart. A roar went up as Amalric was hurled from his saddle, snapping the lance that impaled him, and the Nemedians gave way as a barrier bursts under the surging impact of a tidal wave. They rode for the river in a blind stampede that swept the plain like a whirlwind. The hour of the dragon had passed. Tarascus did not flee. Amalric was dead, the color-bearer slain, and the royal Nemedian banner trampled in the blood and dust. Most of his knights were fleeing and the Aquilonians were riding them down. Tarascus knew the day was lost, but with a handful of faithful followers he raged through the melee, conscious of but one desire, to meet Conan, the Cimmerian. And at last he met him. Formations had been destroyed utterly, close-knit bands broken asunder and swept apart. The crest of Tricero gleamed in one part of the plain, those of Prospero and Palantides in others. Conan was alone. The house troops of Tarascus had fallen one by one. The two kings met man to man. Even as they rode at each other, the horse of Tarascus sobbed and sank under him. Conan leaped from his own steed and ran at him, as the king of Nemedia disengaged himself and rose. Steel flashed blindingly in the sun, clashed loudly, and blue sparks flew, then a clang of armor as Tarascus measured his full length on the earth beneath a thunderous stroke of Conan's broadsword. The Cimmerian placed a mailshod foot on his enemy's breast and lifted his sword. His helmet was gone, he shook back his black mane and his blue eyes blazed with their old fire. "Do you yield? Will you give me quarter?" demanded the Nemedian. "Aye. Better than you'd have given me, you dog. Life for you and all your men who throw down their arms. Though I ought to split your head for an infernal thief," the Cimmerian added. Tarascus twisted his neck and glared over the plain. The remnants of the Nemedian host were flying across the stone bridge with swarms of victorious Aquilonians at their heels, smiting with the fury of glutted vengeance. Bessonians and Gundermen were swarming through the camp of their enemies, tearing the tents to pieces in search of plunder, seizing prisoners, ripping open the baggage and upsetting the wagons. Tarascus cursed fervently, and then shrugged his shoulders, as well as he could, under the circumstances. "Very well. I have no choice. What are your demands?" "Surrender to me all your present holdings in Aquilonia. Order your garrisons to march out of the castles and towns they hold, without their arms, and get your infernal armies out of Aquilonia as quickly as possible. In addition, you shall return all Aquilonians sold as slaves, and pay an indemnity to be designated later, when the damage your occupation of the country has caused has been properly estimated. You will remain as hostage until these terms have been carried out." "Very well," surrendered Tarascus. "I will surrender all the castles and towns now held by my garrisons without resistance, and all the other things shall be done." "What ransom for my body?" Conan laughed and removed his foot from his foe's steel-clad breast, grasped his shoulder and heaved him to his feet. He started to speak, then turned to see Hadrathus approaching him. The priest was as calm and self-possessed as ever, picking his way between rows of dead men and horses. Conan wiped the sweat-smeared dust from his face with a blood-stained hand. He had fought all through the day, first on foot with the pikemen, then in the saddle, leading the charge. His surcoat was gone, his armor splashed with blood and battered with strokes of sword, mace, and axe. He loomed gigantically against a background of blood and slaughter, like some grim pagan hero of mythology. "Well done, Hadrathus," quoth he gustily. "By Crom, I am glad to see your signal. My knights were almost mad with impatience and eating their hearts out to be at sword strokes. I could not have held them much longer." "What of the wizard?" "He has gone down the dim road to Acheron," answered Hadrathus. "And I am for Tarantia. My work is done here, and I have a task to perform at the temple of Mitra. All our work is done here. On this field we have saved Aquilonia, and more than Aquilonia. Your ride to your capital will be a triumphal procession through a kingdom mad with joy. All Aquilonia will be cheering the return of their king. And so, until we meet again in the great royal hall, farewell." Conan stood silently watching the priest as he went. From various parts of the field knights were hurrying toward him. He saw Pallantides, Trocero, Prospero, Servius Galanus, their armor splashed with crimson. The thunder of battle was giving way to a roar of triumphant acclaim. All eyes, hot with strife and shining with exultation, were turned toward the great black figure of the king. Mailed arms brandished red-stained swords. A confused torrent of sound rose, deep and thunderous as the sea surf. "Hail, Conan, king of Aquilonia!" Tarascus spoke. "You have not yet named my ransom." Conan laughed and slapped his sword home in its scabbard. He flexed his mighty arms, and ran his blood-stained fingers through his thick black locks, as if feeling there his re-won crown. "There is a girl in your seraglio named Zenobia." "Why, yes, so there is." "Very well." The king smiled as at an exceedingly pleasant memory. "She shall be your ransom, and not else. I will come to Belverus for her as I promised. She was a slave in Nemedia, but I will make her queen of Aquilonia. A witch shall be born. A witch shall be born. I." The blood-red crescent. Taramis, queen of Conan, awakened from a dream-haunted slumber to a silence that seemed more like the stillness of night catacombs than the normal quiet of a sleeping palace. She lay staring into the darkness, wondering why the candles in their golden candelabra had gone out. A flecking of stars marked a gold-barred casement that lent no illumination to the interior of the chamber. But as Taramis lay there, she became aware of a spot of radiance glowing in the darkness before her. She watched, puzzled. It grew and its intensity deepened as it expanded, a widening disk of lurid light hovering against the dark velvet hangings of the opposite wall. Taramis caught her breath, starting up to a sitting position. A dark object was visible in that circle of light, a human head. In a sudden panic, the queen opened her lips to cry out for her maids, then she checked herself. The glow was more lurid, the head more vividly limbed. It was a woman's head, small, delicately molded, superbly poised, with a high-piled mass of lustrous black hair. The face grew distinct as she stared, and it was the sight of this face which froze the cry in Taramis's throat. The features were her own. She might have been looking into a mirror which subtly altered her reflection, lending it a tigerish gleam of eye, a vindictive curl of lip. "Ishtar!" gasped Taramis. "I am bewitched." Appallingly, the apparition spoke, and its voice was like honeyed venom. "Bewitched? No, sweet sister. Here is no sorcery." "Sister?" stammered the bewildered girl. "I have no sister. You never had a sister?" came the sweet, poisonously mocking voice. "Never a twin sister whose flesh was as soft as yours to caress or hurt?" "Why, once I had a sister," answered Taramis, still convinced that she was in the grip of some sort of nightmare. "But she died." The beautiful face in the disc was convulsed with the aspect of a fury, so hellish became its expression that Taramis, cowering back, half expected to see snaky locks writhe hissing about the ivory brow. "You lie." The accusation was spat from between the snarling red lips. "She did not die." "Fool! Oh, enough of this mummery. Look, and let your sight be blasted." Light ran suddenly along the hangings like flaming serpents, and incredibly the candles and the golden sticks flared up again. Taramis crouched on her velvet couch, her lithe legs flexed beneath her, staring wide-eyed at the pantherish figure which posed mockingly before her. It was as if she gazed upon another Taramis, identical with herself in every contour of feature and limb, yet animated by an alien and evil personality. The face of this stranger waif reflected the opposite of every characteristic the countenance of the queen denoted. Lust and mystery sparkled in her scintillant eyes, cruelty lurked in the curl of her full red lips. Each movement of her supple body was subtly suggestive. Her coiffure imitated that of the queen. On her feet were gilded sandals such as Taramis wore in her boudoir. The sleeveless, low-neck silk tunic, girdled at the waist with a cloth of gold cincture, was a duplicate of the queen's night garment. "Who are you?" gasped Taramis, an icy chill she could not explain creeping along her spine. "Explain your presence before I call my ladies-in-waiting to summon the guard." "Scream until the roof beams crack," callously answered the stranger. "Your sluts will not wake till dawn, though the palace spring into flames about them. Your guardsmen will not hear your squeals, they have been sent out of this wing of the palace." "What?" exclaimed Taramis, stiffening with outraged majesty. "Who dared give my guardsmen such a command?" "I did, sweet sister," sneered the other girl. "A little while ago, before I entered. They thought it was their darling adored queen." "Ha! How beautifully I acted the part! With what imperious dignity, softened by womanly sweetness, did I address the great louts who knelt in their armor and plumed helmets." Taramis felt as if a stifling net of bewilderment were being drawn about her. "Who are you?" she cried desperately. "What madness is this? Why do you come here? Who am I?" There was the spite of a she-cobra's hiss in the soft response. The girl stepped to the edge of the couch, grasped the queen's white shoulders with fierce fingers, and bent to glare full into the startled eyes of Taramis. And under the spell of that hypnotic glare, the queen forgot to resent the unprecedented outrage of violent hands laid on regal flesh. "Fool!" gritted the girl between her teeth. "Can you ask? Can you wonder? I am Salome. Salome." Taramis breathed the word, and the hairs prickled on her scalp as she realized the incredible, numbing truth of the statement. "I thought you died within the hour of your birth," she said feebly. "So thought many," answered the woman who called herself Salome. "They carried me into the desert to die, damn them. I, a mewing, puling babe whose life was so young it was scarcely the flicker of a candle." "And do you know why they bore me forth to die?" I have heard the story," faltered Taramis. Salome laughed fiercely, and slapped her bosom. The low-necked tunic left the upper parts of her firm breasts bare, and between them there shone a curious mark, a crescent, red as blood. "The mark of the witch!" cried Taramis, recoiling. Salome's laughter was dagger-edged with hate. "The curse of the kings of Conan. They tell the tale in the marketplaces, with wagging beards and rolling eyes, the pious fools. They tell how the first queen of our line had trafficked with a fiend of darkness and bore him a daughter who lives in foul legendary to this day. And thereafter in each century a girl baby was born into the Ascorian dynasty, with a scarlet half-moon between her breasts, that signified her destiny. Every century a witch shall be born. So ran the ancient curse. And so it has come to pass. Some were slain at birth, as they sought to slay me. Some walked the earth as witches, proud daughters of Conan, with the moon of hell burning upon their ivory bosoms. Each was named Salome. I too am Salome. It was always Salome, the witch. It will always be Salome, the witch, even when the mountains of ice have roared down from the pole and ground the civilizations to ruin, and a new world has risen from the ashes and dust. Even then there shall be Salomes to walk the earth, to trap men's hearts by their sorcery, to dance before the kings of the world, and see the heads of the wise men fall at their pleasure. But you," stammered Taramis. The scintillant eyes burned like dark fires of mystery. "They carried me into the desert far from the city, and laid me naked on the hot sand, under the flaming sun. And then they rode away and left me for the jackals and the vultures and the desert wolves. But the life in me was stronger than the life in common folk, for it partakes of the essence of the forces that seethe in the black gulfs beyond mortal ken. The hours passed, and the sun slashed down like the molten flames of hell, but I did not die. Something of that torment I remember, faintly and far away, as one remembers a dim, formless dream. Then there were camels, and yellow-skinned men who wore silk robes and spoke in a weird tongue. Straight from the caravan road, they passed close by, and their leader saw me, and recognized the scarlet crescent on my bosom. He took me up and gave me life. He was a magician from far Kaitai, returning to his native kingdom after a journey to Stygia. He took me with him to purple-towered Pai Khan, its minarets rising amid the vine-festooned jungles of bamboo, and there I grew to womanhood under his teaching. Age had steeped him deep in black wisdom, not weakened his powers of evil. Many things he taught me. She paused, smiling enigmatically, with wicked mystery gleaming in her dark eyes. Then she tossed her head. He drove me from him at last, saying that I was but a common witch in spite of his teachings, and not fit to command the mighty sorcery he would have taught me. He would have made me queen of the world and ruled the nations through me, he said, but I was only a harlot of darkness. But what of it? I could never endure to seclude myself in a golden tower, and spend the long hours staring into a crystal globe, mumbling over incantations written on serpent's skin and the blood of virgins, poring over musty volumes in forgotten languages. He said I was but an earthly sprite, knowing not of the deeper gulfs of cosmic sorcery. Well, this world contains all I desire, power, and pomp, and glittering pageantry, handsome men and soft women for my paramours and my slaves. He had told me who I was, of the curse and my heritage. I have returned to take that to which I have as much right as you. Now it is mine by right of possession. What do you mean? Taramis sprang up and faced her sister, stung out of her bewilderment and fright. Do you imagine that by drugging a few of my maids and tricking a few of my guardsmen you have established a claim to the throne of Conan? Do not forget that I am queen of Conan. I shall give you a place of honor, as my sister, but... Salome laughed hatefully. How generous of you, dear, sweet sister. But before you begin putting me in my place, perhaps you will tell me whose soldiers camp in the plain outside the city walls? They are the Shemitish mercenaries of Constantius, the Gothic voivode of the Free Companies. And what do they in Conan? Cooed Salome. Taramis felt that she was being subtly mocked, but she answered with an assumption of dignity which she scarcely felt. Constantius asked permission to pass along the borders of Conan on his way to Tehran. He himself is hostage for their good behavior as long as they are within my domains. And Constantius, pursued Salome. Did he not ask your hand today? Taramis shot her a clouded glance of suspicion. How did you know that? An insolent shrug of the slim naked shoulders was the only reply. You refused, dear sister? Certainly I refused. Exclaimed Taramis angrily. Do you, an Ascorian princess yourself, suppose that the queen of Conan could treat such a proposal with anything but disdain? Would a bloody-handed adventurer, a man exiled from his own kingdom because of his crimes, and the leader of organized plunderers and hired murderers? I should never have allowed him to bring his black-bearded slayers into Conan. But he is virtually a prisoner in the South Tower, guarded by my soldiers. Tomorrow I shall bid him order his troops to leave the kingdom. He himself shall be kept captive until they are over the border. Meantime, my soldiers man the walls of the city, and I have warned him that he will answer for any outrages perpetrated on the villagers or shepherds by his mercenaries. He is confined in the South Tower? Asked Salome. That is what I said. Why do you ask? For answer Salome clapped her hands, and lifting her voice, with a gurgle of cruel mirth in it, called, The Queen grants you an audience, Falcon. A gold arabesque door opened and a tall figure entered the chamber, at the sight of which Taramis cried out in amazement and anger. Constantius! You dare enter my chamber, As you see, your majesty. He bent his dark, hawk-like head in mock humility. Constantius, whom men called the Falcon, was tall, broad-shouldered, slim-waisted, lithe and strong as pliant steel. He was handsome in an aquiline, ruthless sort of way. His face was burnt dark by the sun and his hair, which grew far back from his high, narrow forehead, was black as a raven. His dark eyes were penetrating and alert, the hardness of his thin lips not softened by his thin black mustache. His boots were of cordovan leather, his hose and doublet of plain, dark silk, tarnished with the wear of the camps and the stains of armor rust. Twisting his mustache, he let his gaze travel up and down the shrinking queen with an effrontery that made her wince. "By Ishtar, Taramis," he said silkily, "I find you more alluring in your night tunic than in your queenly robes. Truly, this is an auspicious night." Fear grew in the queen's dark eyes. She was no fool, she knew that Constantius would never dare this outrage unless he was sure of himself. "You are mad," she said. "If I am in your power in this chamber, you are no less in the power of my subjects who will rend you to pieces if you touch me. Go at once, if you would live." Both laughed mockingly, and Salome made an impatient gesture. "Enough of this farce, let us on to the next act in the comedy. Listen, dear sister, it was I who sent Constantius here. When I decided to take the throne of Conan, I cast about for a man to aid me, and chose the falcon, because of his utter lack of all characteristics men call good." "I am overwhelmed, princess," murmured Constantius sardonically, with a profound bow. "I sent him to Conan, and, once his men were camped in the plain outside, and he was in the palace, I entered the city by that small gate in the west wall. The fools guarding it thought it was you returning from some nocturnal adventure." "You slut!" Taramis's cheeks flamed and her resentment got the better of her regal reserve. She valued her reputation of virtue. Salome smiled hardly. "They were properly surprised and shocked, but admitted me without question. I entered the palace the same way, and gave the order to the surprised guards that sent them marching away, as well as the men who guarded Constantius in the south tower. Then I came here, attending to the ladies in waiting on the way." Taramis's fingers clenched and she paled, as she sensed the sinister shape of a monstrous plot behind all this. "Well, what next?" she asked in a shaky voice. "Listen." Salome inclined her head. Faintly through the casement there came the clank of marching men in armor, gruff voices shouted in an alien tongue, and cries of alarm mingled with the shouts. "The people awaken and grow fearful," said Constantius sardonically. "You had better go and reassure them, Salome." "Call me Taramis," answered Salome. "We must become accustomed to it." "What have you done?" cried Taramis. "What have you done?" "I have gone to the gates and ordered the soldiers to open them," answered Salome. They were astounded, but they obeyed. "That is the falcon's army you hear, marching into the city." "You devil!" cried Taramis. "You have betrayed my people, in my guise. You have made me seem a traitor. Oh, I shall go to them." With a cruel laugh Salome caught her wrist and jerked her back. The magnificent suppleness of the queen was helpless against the vindictive strength that steeled Salome's slender limbs. "You know how to reach the dungeons from the palace, Constantius?" said the witch girl. "Good. Take this spitfire and lock her into the strongest cell. The jailers are all sound in drugged sleep. I saw to that. Send a man to cut their throats before they can awaken. None must ever know what has transpired tonight. Thenceforward I am Taramis, and Taramis is a nameless prisoner in an unknown dungeon." Constantius smiled with a glint of strong white teeth under his thin mustache. "Very good, but you would not deny me a little, amusement first?" "Not I. Tame the scornful hussy as you will." With a wicked laugh Salome flung her sister into the Kothian's arms, and turned away through the door that opened into the outer corridor. Fright widened Taramis's lovely eyes, her supple figure rigid and straining against Constantius's embrace. She forgot the men marching in the streets, forgot the outrage to her queenship, in the face of the menace to her womanhood. She forgot all sensations but terror and shame as she faced the complete cynicism of Constantius's burning, mocking eyes, felt his hard arms crushing her writhing body. Salome, hurrying along the corridor outside, smiled spitefully as a scream of despair and poignant agony rang shuddering through the palace. 2. The Tree of Death. The young soldier's hose and shirt were smeared with dried blood, wet with sweat and gray with dust. Blood oozed from the deep gash in his thigh, from the cuts on his breast and shoulder. Perspiration glistened on his livid face and his fingers were knotted in the cover of the divan on which he lay. Yet his words reflected mental suffering that outweighed physical pain. She must be mad. He repeated again and again, like one still stunned by some monstrous and incredible happening. It's like a nightmare. Taramis, whom all Khauran loves, betraying her people to that devil from Koth. Oh, Ishtar, why was I not slain? Better die than live to see our queen turn traitor and harlot. Lie still, Valerius, begged the girl who was washing and bandaging his wounds with trembling hands. Oh, please lie still, darling. You will make your wounds worse. I dared not summon a leech. No, muttered the wounded youth. Constantius's blue-bearded devils will be searching the quarters for wounded Khorani. They'll hang every man who has wounds to show he fought against them. Oh, Taramis, how could you betray the people who worshipped you? In his fierce agony he writhed, weeping in rage and shame, and the terrified girl caught him in her arms, straining his tossing head against her bosom, imploring him to be quiet. Better death than the black shame that has come upon Khauran this day, he groaned. Did you see it, Ivga? No, Valerius. Her soft, nimble fingers were again at work, gently cleansing and closing the gaping edges of his raw wounds. I was awakened by the noise of fighting in the streets. I looked out a casement and saw the Shemites cutting down the people, then presently I heard you calling me faintly from the alley door. I had reached the limits of my strength, he muttered. I fell in the alley and could not rise. I knew they'd find me soon if I lay there. I killed 3 of the blue-bearded beasts, by Ishtar. They'll never swagger through Khauran streets, by the gods. The fiends are tearing their hearts in hell. The trembling girl crooned soothingly to him, as to a wounded child, and closed his panting lips with her own cool sweet mouth. But the fire that raged in his soul would not allow him to lie silent. I was not on the wall when the Shemites entered, he burst out. I was asleep in the barracks, with the others not on duty. It was just before dawn when our captain entered, and his face was pale under his helmet. The Shemites are in the city, he said. The queen came to the southern gate and gave orders that they should be admitted. She made the men come down from the walls, where they'd been on guard since Constantius entered the kingdom. I don't understand it, and neither does anyone else, but I heard her give the order, and we obeyed as we always do. We are ordered to assemble in the square before the palace. Form ranks outside the barracks and march, leave your arms and armor here. Ishtar knows what this means, but it is the queen's order. Well, when we came to the square the Shemites were drawn up on foot opposite the palace, 10,000 of the blue-bearded devils, fully armed, and people's heads were thrust out of every window and door on the square. The streets leading into the square were thronged by bewildered folk. Taramis was standing on the steps of the palace, alone except for Constantius, who stood stroking his mustache like a great lean cat who has just devoured a sparrow. But 50 Shemites with bows in their hands were ranged below them. That's where the queen's guard should have been, but they were drawn up at the foot of the palace stair, as puzzled as we, though they had come fully armed, in spite of the queen's order. Taramis spoke to us then, and told us that she had reconsidered the proposal made her by Constantius. Why, only yesterday she threw it in his teeth in open court. And that she had decided to make him her royal consort. She did not explain why she had brought the Shemites into the city so treacherously. But she said that, as Constantius had control of a body of professional fighting men, the army of Khauran would no longer be needed, and therefore she disbanded it, and ordered us to go quietly to our homes. Why, obedience to our queen is second nature to us, but we were struck dumb and found no word to answer. We broke ranks almost before we knew what we were doing, like men in a daze. But when the palace guard was ordered to likewise disarm and disband, the captain of the guard, Conan, interrupted. Men said he was off duty the night before, and drunk. But he was wide awake now. He shouted to the guardsmen to stand as they were until they received an order from him, and such is his dominance of his men, that they obeyed in spite of the queen. He strode up to the palace steps and glared at Taramis, and then he roared, "This is not the queen. This isn't Taramis. It's some devil in masquerade." Then hell was to pay. I don't know just what happened. I think a Shemite struck Conan, and Conan killed him. The next instant the square was a battleground. The Shemites fell on the guardsmen, and their spears and arrows struck down many soldiers who had already disbanded. Some of us grabbed up such weapons as we could and fought back. We hardly knew what we were fighting for, but it was against Constantius and his devils, I swear it. Not against Taramis, I swear it. Constantius shouted to cut the traitors down. We were not traitors. Despair and bewilderment shook his voice. The girl murmured pityingly, not understanding at all, but aching in sympathy with her lover's suffering. The people did not know which side to take. It was a madhouse of confusion and bewilderment. We who fought didn't have a chance, in no formation, without armor and only half-armed. The guards were fully armed and drawn up in a square, but there were only 500 of them. They took a heavy toll before they were cut down, but there could be only one conclusion to such a battle. And while her people were being slaughtered before her, Taramis stood on the palace steps, with Constantius's arm about her waist, and laughed like a heartless, beautiful fiend. Gods, it's all mad, mad. I never saw a man fight like Conan fought. He put his back to the courtyard wall, and before they overpowered him the dead men were strewn in heaps thigh-deep about him. But at last they dragged him down, 100 against 1. When I saw him fall I dragged myself away feeling as if the world had burst under my very fingers. I heard Constantius call to his dogs to take the captain alive, stroking his mustache, with that hateful smile on his cursed lips. That smile was on the lips of Constantius at that very moment. He sat his horse among a cluster of his men, thick-bodied Shemites with curled blue-black beards and hooked noses, the low-swinging sun-struck glints from their peaked helmets and the silvered scales of their corselets. Nearly a mile behind, the walls and towers of Conan rose sheer out of the meadowlands. By the side of the caravan road a heavy cross had been planted, and on this grim tree a man hung, nailed there by iron spikes through his hands and feet. Naked but for a loincloth, the man was almost a giant in stature, and his muscles stood out in thick corded ridges on limbs and body, which the sun had long ago burned brown. The perspiration of agony beaded his face and his mighty breast, but from under the tangled black mane that fell over his low, broad forehead, his blue eyes blazed with an unquenched fire. Blood oozed sluggishly from the lacerations in his hands and feet. Constantius saluted him mockingly. I am sorry, Captain, he said, that I cannot remain to ease your last hours, but I have duties to perform in yonder city. I must not keep our delicious queen waiting. He laughed softly. So I leave you to your own devices, and those beauties. He pointed meaningly at the black shadows which swept incessantly back and forth, high above. Were it not for them, I imagine that a powerful brute like yourself should live on the cross for days. Do not cherish any illusions of rescue because I am leaving you unguarded. I have had it proclaimed that anyone seeking to take your body, living or dead, from the cross, will be flayed alive together with all the members of his family, in the public square. I am so firmly established in Conan that my order is as good as a regiment of guardsmen. I am leaving no guard, because the vultures will not approach as long as anyone is near, and I do not wish them to feel any constraint. That is also why I brought you so far from the city. These desert vultures approach the walls no closer than this spot. And so, brave captain, farewell. I will remember you when, in an hour, Taramis lies in my arms. Blood started afresh from the pierced palms as the victim's mallet-like fists clenched convulsively on the spike heads. Knots and bunches of muscle started out on the massive arms, and Conan bent his head forward and spat savagely at Constantius's. The voivode laughed coolly, wiped the saliva from his gorget and reined his horse about. Remember me when the vultures are tearing at your living flesh, he called mockingly. The desert scavengers are a particularly voracious breed. I have seen men hang for hours on a cross, eyeless, earless, and scalpless, before the sharp beaks had eaten their way into his vitals. Without a backward glance he rode toward the city, a supple, erect figure, gleaming in his burnished armor, his stolid bearded henchman jogging beside him. A faint rising of dust from the worn trail marked their passing. The man hanging on the cross was the one touch of sentient life in a landscape that seemed desolate and deserted in the late evening. Conan, less than a mile away, might have been on the other side of the world, and existing in another age. Shaking the sweat out of his eyes, Conan stared blankly at the familiar terrain. On either hand of the city and beyond it, stretched the fertile meadowlands, with cattle browsing in the distance where fields and vineyards checkered the plain. The western and northern horizons were dotted with villages, miniature in the distance. A lesser distance to the southeast a silvery gleam marked the course of a river, and beyond that river sandy desert began abruptly to stretch away and away beyond the horizon. Conan stared at that expanse of empty waste shimmering tawny in the late sunlight as a trapped hawk stares at the open sky. A revulsion shook him when he glanced at the gleaming towers of Conan. The city had betrayed him, trapped him into circumstances that left him hanging to a wooden cross like a hair nailed to a tree. If he could but descend from this tree of torment and lose himself in that empty waste, turn his back forever on the crooked streets and walled lairs where men plotted to betray humanity. A red lust for vengeance swept away the thought. Curses ebbed fitfully from the man's lips. All his universe contracted, focused, became incorporated in the 4 iron spikes that held him from life and freedom. His great muscles quivered, knotting like iron cables. With the sweat starting out on his graying skin, he sought to gain leverage, to tear the nails from the wood. It was useless. They had been driven deep. Then he tried to tear his hands off the spikes, and it was not the knifing, abysmal agony that finally caused him to cease his effort, but the futility of it. The spike heads were broad and heavy, he could not drag them through the wounds. A surge of helplessness shook the giant, for the first time in his life. He hung motionless, his head resting on his breast, shutting his eyes against the aching glare of the sun. A beat of wings caused him to look up, just as a feathered shadow shot down out of the sky. A keen beak, stabbing at his eyes, cut his cheek, and he jerked his head aside, shutting his eyes involuntarily. He shouted, a croaking, desperate shout of menace, and the vultures swerved away and retreated, frightened by the sound. They resumed their wary circling above his head. Blood trickled over Conan's mouth, and he licked his lips involuntarily, spat at the salty taste. Thirst assailed him savagely. He had drunk deeply of wine the night before, and no water had touched his lips since before the battle in the square, at dawn. And killing was thirsty salt sweaty work. He glared at the distant river as a man in hell glares through the opened grill. He thought of gushing freshets of white water he had breasted, laved to the shoulders in liquid jade. He remembered great horns of foaming ale, jacks of sparkling wine gulped carelessly or spilled on the tavern floor. He bit his lip to keep from bellowing in intolerable anguish as a tortured animal bellows. The sun sank, a lurid ball in a fiery sea of blood. Against a crimson rampart that banded the horizon the towers of the city floated unreal as a dream. The very sky was tinged with blood to his misted glare. He licked his blackened lips and stared with bloodshot eyes at the distant river. It too seemed crimson like blood, and the shadows crawling up from the east seemed black as ebony. In his dulled ears sounded the louder beat of wings. Lifting his head he watched the shadows wheeling above him with the burning glare of a wolf. He knew that his shouts would frighten them away no longer. One dipped, lower and lower. Conan drew his head back as far as he could, waiting, watching with the terrible patience of the wilderness and its children. The vultures swept in with a swift roar of wings. Its beak flashed down, ripping the skin on Conan's chin as he jerked aside his head, then before the bird could flash away, Conan's head lunged forward on his mighty neck muscles and his teeth, snapping like those of a wolf, locked on the bare, wattled neck. Instantly the vulture exploded into squawking flapping hysteria. Its thrashing wings blinded the man, and its talons ripped his chest. But grimly he hung on, the muscles starting out in lumps on his jaws. And the scavenger's neck bones crunched between those powerful teeth. With a spasmodic flutter the bird hung limp. Conan let go, spat blood from his mouth. The other vultures, terrified by the fate of their companion, were in full flight to a distant tree where they perched like black demons in conclave. Ferocious triumph surged through Conan's numbed brain. Life beat strongly and savagely through his veins. He could still deal death, he still lived. Every twinge of sensation, even of agony, was a negation of death. By Mitra. Either a voice spoke, or he suffered from hallucination. In all my life I have never seen such a thing. Shaking the sweat and blood from his eyes, Conan saw 4 horsemen sitting their steeds in the twilight and staring up at him. 3 were lean, white-robed hawks, Zwagar tribesmen without a doubt, nomads from beyond the river. The other was dressed like them in a white, girdled khalat and a flowing headdress which, banded about the temples with a triple circlet of braided camel hair, fell to his shoulders. But he was not a Shemite. The dusk was not so thick, nor Conan's hawk-like sight so clouded that he could not perceive the man's facial characteristics. He was as tall as Conan, though not so heavy-limbed. His shoulders were broad and his supple figure was hard as steel and whalebone. A short black beard did not altogether mask the aggressive jut of his lean jaw, and grey eyes cold and piercing as a sword gleamed from the shadow of the kafia. Quieting his restless steed with a quick sure hand, this man spoke, "By Mitra, I should know this man." "Aye." It was the guttural accents of a Zwagar. "It is the Cimmerian who was captain of the Queen's Guard." "She must be casting off all her old favorites," muttered the rider. "Who'd have ever thought it of Queen Taramis? I'd rather have had a long, bloody war. It would have given us desert folk a chance to plunder. As it is we've come this close to the walls and found only this nag." He glanced at a fine gelding led by one of the nomads, "and this dying dog." Conan lifted his bloody head. "If I could come down from this beam I'd make a dying dog out of you, you Zaporoskan thief." He rasped through blackened lips. "Mitra, the knave knows me!" exclaimed the other. "How, knave, do you know me?" "There's only one of your breed in these parts," muttered Conan. "You are Aldred Vladislav, the outlaw chief." "Aye. And once a hetman of the Kozaki of the Zaporoskan River, as you have guessed. Would you like to live?" "Only a fool would ask that question," panted Conan. "I am a hard man," said Aldred, "and toughness is the only quality I respect in a man. I shall judge if you are a man, or only a dog after all, fit only to lie here and die." "If we cut him down we may be seen from the walls," objected one of the nomads. Aldred shook his head. "The dusk is too deep. Here, take this axe, Jebel, and cut down the cross at the base." "If it falls forward it will crush him," objected Jebel. "I can cut it so it will fall backward, but then the shock of the fall may crack his skull and tear loose all his entrails." "If he's worthy to ride with me he'll survive it," answered Aldred imperturbably. "If not, then he doesn't deserve to live. Cut. The first impact of the battle-axe against the wood and its accompanying vibration sent lances of agony through Conan's swollen feet and hands. Again and again the blade fell and each stroke reverberated on his bruised brain, setting his tortured nerves aquiver. But he set his teeth and made no sound. The axe cut through, the cross reeled on its splintered base and toppled backward. Conan made his whole body a solid knot of iron-hard muscle, jammed his head back hard against the wood and held it rigid there. The beam struck the ground heavily and rebounded slightly. The impact tore his wounds and dazed him for an instant. He fought the rushing tide of blackness, sick and dizzy, but realized that the iron muscles that sheathed his vitals had saved him from permanent injury. And he had made no sound, though blood oozed from his nostrils and his belly muscles quivered with nausea. With a grunt of approval Jebel bent over him with a pair of pincers used to draw horseshoe nails, and gripped the head of the spike in Conan's right hand, tearing the skin to get a grip on the deeply embedded head. The pincers were small for that work. Jebel sweated and tugged, swearing and wrestling with the stubborn iron, working it back and forth, in swollen flesh as well as in wood. Blood started, oozing over the Cimmerian's fingers. He lay so still he might have been dead, except for the spasmodic rise and fall of his great chest. The spike gave way, and Jebel held up the blood-stained thing with a grunt of satisfaction, then flung it away and bent over the other. The process was repeated, and then Jebel turned his attention to Conan's skewered feet. But the Cimmerian, struggling up to a sitting posture, wrenched the pincers from his fingers and sent him staggering backward with a violent shove. Conan's hands were swollen to almost twice their normal size. His fingers felt like misshapen thumbs, and closing his hands was an agony that brought blood streaming from under his grinding teeth. But somehow, clutching the pincers clumsily with both hands, he managed to wrench out first one spike and then the other. They were not driven so deeply in the wood as the others had been. He rose stiffly and stood upright on his swollen, lacerated feet, swaying drunkenly, the icy sweat dripping from his face and body. Cramps assailed him and he clamped his jaws against the desire to retch. Algerd, watching him impersonally, motioned him toward the stolen horse. Conan stumbled toward it and every step was a stabbing, throbbing hell that flecked his lips with bloody foam. One misshapen, groping hand fell clumsily on the saddle bow, a bloody foot somehow found the stirrup. Setting his teeth he swung up, and he almost fainted in midair, but he came down in the saddle, and as he did so, Algerd struck the horse sharply with his whip. The startled beast reared, and the man in the saddle swayed and slumped like a sack of sand, almost unseated. Conan had wrapped a rein about each hand, holding it in place with a clamping thumb. Drunkenly he exerted the strength of his knotted biceps, wrenching the horse down. It screamed, its jaw almost dislocated. One of the Shemites lifted a water flask questioningly. Algerd shook his head. "Let him wait until we get to camp. It's only 10 miles. If he's fit to live in the desert he'll live that long without a drink." The group rode like swift ghosts toward the river. Among them Conan swayed like a drunken man in the saddle, bloodshot eyes glazed, foam drying on his blackened lips. 3. A letter to Nemedia. The savant Astrias, traveling in the east in his never-tiring search for knowledge, wrote a letter to his friend and fellow philosopher Alcibiades, in his native Nemedia, which constitutes the entire knowledge of the Western nations concerning the events of that period in the east, always a hazy, half-mythical region in the minds of the Western folk. Astrias wrote, in part, "You can scarcely conceive, my dear old friend, of the conditions now existing in this tiny kingdom since Queen Taramis admitted Constantius and his mercenaries, an event which I briefly described in my last, hurried letter. 7 months have passed since then, during which time it seems as though the devil himself had been loosed in this unfortunate realm. Taramis seems to have gone quite mad, whereas formerly she was famed for her virtue, justice, and tranquility. She is now notorious for qualities precisely opposite to those just enumerated. Her private life is a scandal, or perhaps private is not the correct term, since the queen makes no attempt to conceal the debauchery of her court. She constantly indulges in the most infamous revelries, in which the unfortunate ladies of the court are forced to join, young married women as well as virgins. She herself has not bothered to marry her paramour, Constantius, who sits on the throne beside her and reigns as her royal consort, and his officers follow his example, and do not hesitate to debauch any woman they desire, regardless of her rank or station. The wretched kingdom groans under exorbitant taxation, the farms are stripped to the bone, and the merchants go in rags which are all that is left them by the tax gatherers. Nay, they are lucky if they escape with a whole skin. I sense your incredulity, good Alcibiades. You will fear that I exaggerate conditions in Conan. Such conditions would be unthinkable in any of the Western countries, admittedly. But you must realize the vast difference that exists between West and East, especially this part of the East. In the first place, Conan is a kingdom of no great size, one of the many principalities which at one time formed the eastern part of the Empire of Koth, and which later regained the independence which was theirs at a still earlier age. This part of the world is made up of these tiny realms, diminutive in comparison with the great kingdoms of the West, or the great sultanates of the farther East, but important in their control of the caravan routes, and in the wealth concentrated in them. Conan is the most southeasterly of these principalities, bordering on the very deserts of eastern Shem. The city of Conan is the only city of any magnitude in the realm, and stands within sight of the river which separates the grasslands from the sandy desert, like a watchtower to guard the fertile meadows behind it. The land is so rich that it yields 3 and 4 crops a year, and the plains north and west of the city are dotted with villages. To one accustomed to the great plantations and stock farms of the West, it is strange to see these tiny fields and vineyards, yet wealth in grain and fruit pours from them as from a horn of plenty. The villagers are agriculturists and nothing else. Of a mixed, aboriginal race, they are unwarlike, unable to protect themselves, and forbidden the possession of arms. Dependent wholly upon the soldiers of the city for protection, they are helpless under the present conditions. So the savage revolt of the rural sections, which would be a certainty in any Western nation, is here impossible. They toil supinely under the iron hand of Constantius, and his black-bearded Shemites ride incessantly through the fields, with whips in their hands, like the slave-drivers of the black serfs who toil in the plantations of southern Zingara. Nor do the people of the city fare any better. Their wealth is stripped from them, their fairest daughters taken to glut the insatiable lust of Constantius and his mercenaries. These men are utterly without mercy or compassion, possessed of all the characteristics our armies learned to abhor in our wars against the Shemitish allies of Argos, inhuman cruelty, lust, and wild beast ferocity. The people of the city are Khauran's ruling caste, predominantly Hyborian, and valorous and warlike. But the treachery of their queen delivered them into the hands of their oppressors. The Shemites are the only armed force in Khauran, and the most hellish punishment is inflicted on any Khorani found possessing weapons. A systematic persecution to destroy the young Khorani men able to bear arms has been savagely pursued. Many have ruthlessly been slaughtered, others sold as slaves to the Turanians. Thousands have fled the kingdom and either entered the service of other rulers, or become outlaws, lurking in numerous bands along the borders. At present there is some possibility of invasion from the desert, which is inhabited by tribes of Shemitish nomads. The mercenaries of Constantius are men from the Shemitish cities of the west, Pelishtim, Anakim, Akarim, and are ardently hated by the Zwagars and other wandering tribes. As you know, good Alcemides, the countries of these barbarians are divided into the western meadowlands which stretch to the distant ocean, and in which rise the cities of the town dwellers, and the eastern deserts, where the lean nomads hold sway. There is incessant warfare between the dwellers of the cities and the dwellers of the desert. The Zwagars have fought with and raided Khauran for centuries, without success, but they resent its conquest by their western kin. It is rumored that their natural antagonism is being fomented by the man who was formerly the captain of the Queen's Guard, and who, somehow escaping the hate of Constantius, who actually had him upon the cross, fled to the nomads. He is called Conan, and is himself a barbarian, one of those gloomy Cimmerians whose ferocity our soldiers have more than once learned to their bitter cost. It is rumored that he has become the right-hand man of Algird Vladislav, the Kozak adventurer who wandered down from the northern steppes and made himself chief of a band of Zwagars. There are also rumors that this band has increased vastly in the last few months, and that Algird, incited no doubt by this Cimmerian, is even considering a raid on Khauran. It cannot be anything more than a raid, as the Zwagars are without siege machines, or the knowledge of investing a city, and it has been proven repeatedly in the past that the nomads in their loose formation, or rather lack of formation, are no match in hand-to-hand fighting for the well-disciplined, fully armed warriors of the Shemitish cities. The natives of Khauran would perhaps welcome this conquest, since the nomads could deal with them no more harshly than their present masters, and even total extermination would be preferable to the suffering they have to endure. But they are so cowed and helpless that they could give no aid to the invaders. Their plight is most wretched. Taramis, apparently possessed of a demon, stops at nothing. She has abolished the worship of Ishtar, and turned the temple into a shrine of idolatry. She has destroyed the ivory image of the goddess which these Eastern Hyborians worship, and which, inferior as it is to the true religion of Mitra which we Western nations recognize, is still superior to the devil worship of the Shemites, and filled the temple of Ishtar with obscene images of every imaginable sort, gods and goddesses of the night, portrayed in all the salacious and perverse poses and with all the revolting characteristics that a degenerate brain could conceive. Many of these images are to be identified as foul deities of the Shemites, the Turanians, the Vendians, and the Chitons, but others are reminiscent of a hideous and half-remembered antiquity, vile shapes forgotten except in the most obscure legends. Where the queen gained the knowledge of them I dare not even hazard a guess. She has instituted human sacrifice, and since her mating with Constantius, no less than 500 men, women and children have been immolated. Some of these have died on the altar she has set up in the temple, herself wielding the sacrificial dagger, but most have met a more horrible doom. Taramis has placed some sort of monster in a crypt in the temple. What it is, whence it came, none knows. But shortly after she had crushed the desperate revolt of her soldiers against Constantius, she spent a night alone in the desecrated temple, alone except for a dozen bound captives, and the shuddering people saw thick, foul-smelling smoke curling up from the dome, heard all night the frenetic chanting of the queen, and the agonized cries of her tortured captives, and toward dawn another voice mingled with these sounds, a strident, inhuman croaking that froze the blood of all who heard. In the full dawn Taramis reeled drunkenly from the temple, her eyes blazing with demoniac triumph. The captives were never seen again, nor the croaking voice heard. But there is a room in the temple into which none ever goes but the queen, driving a human sacrifice before her. And this victim is never seen again. All know that in that grim chamber lurks some monster from the black night of ages, which devours the shrieking humans Taramis delivers up to it. I can no longer think of her as a mortal woman, but as a rabid she-fiend, crouching in her blood-fouled lair amongst the bones and fragments of her victims, with taloned, crimson fingers. That the gods allow her to pursue her awful course unchecked almost shakes my faith in divine justice. When I compare her present conduct with her deportment when first I came to Conan, 7 months ago, I am confused with bewilderment, and almost inclined to the belief held by many of the people, that a demon has possessed the body of Taramis. A young soldier, Valerius, had another belief. He believed that a witch had assumed a form identical to that of Conan's adored ruler. He believed that Taramis had been spirited away in the night, and confined in some dungeon, and that this being ruling in her place was but a female sorcerer. He swore that he would find the real queen, if she still lived, but I greatly fear that he himself has fallen victim to the cruelty of Constantius. He was implicated in the revolt of the palace guards, escaped and remained in hiding for some time, stubbornly refusing to seek safety abroad, and it was during this time that I encountered him and he told me his beliefs. But he has disappeared, as so many have, whose fate one dares not conjecture, and I fear he has been apprehended by the spies of Constantius. But I must conclude this letter and slip it out of the city by means of a swift carrier pigeon, which will carry it to the post whence I purchased it, on the borders of Koth. By rider and camel train it will eventually come to you. I must haste, before dawn. It is late, and the stars gleam whitely on the garden roofs of Conan. A shuddering silence envelopes the city, in which I hear the throb of a sullen drum from the distant temple. I doubt not that Taramis is there, concocting more deviltry. But the savant was incorrect in his conjecture concerning the whereabouts of the woman he called Taramis. The girl whom the world knew as Queen of Conan stood in a dungeon, lighted only by a flickering torch which played on her features, etching the diabolical cruelty of her beautiful countenance. On the bare stone floor before her crouched a figure whose nakedness was scarcely covered by tattered rags. This figure Salome touched contemptuously with the upturned toe of her gilded sandal, and smiled vindicatively as her victim shrank away. "You do not love my caresses, sweet sister?" Taramis was still beautiful, in spite of her rags and the imprisonment and abuse of 7 weary months. She did not reply to her sister's taunts, but bent her head as one grown accustomed to mockery. This resignation did not please Salome. She bit her red lip, and stood tapping the toe of her shoe against the flags as she frowned down at the passive figure. Salome was clad in the barbaric splendor of a woman of Shushan. Jewels glittered in the torchlight on her gilded sandals, on her gold breastplates and the slender chains that held them in place. Gold anklets clashed as she moved, jeweled bracelets weighted her bare arms. Her tall coiffure was that of a Shemitish woman, and jade pendants hung from gold hoops in her ears, flashing and sparkling with each impatient movement of her haughty head. A gem-crusted girdle supported a silk skirt so transparent that it was in the nature of a cynical mockery of the convention that requires that nakedness be concealed. Suspended from her shoulders and trailing down her back hung a darkly scarlet cloak, and this was thrown carelessly over the crook of one arm and the bundle that arm supported. Salome stooped suddenly and with her free hand grasped her sister's disheveled hair and forced back the girl's head to stare into her eyes. Taramis met that tigerish glare without flinching. "You are not so ready with your tears as formerly, sweet sister," muttered the witch girl. "You shall wring no more tears from me," answered Taramis. "Too often you have reveled in the spectacle of the Queen of Conan sobbing for mercy on her knees. I know that you have spared me only to torment me. That is why you have limited your tortures to such torments as neither slay nor permanently disfigure. But I fear you no longer, you have strained out the last vestige of hope, fright, and shame from me. Slay me and be done with it, for I have shed my last tear for your enjoyment, you she-devil from hell. You flatter yourself, my dear sister, purred Salome. So far it is only your handsome body that I have caused to suffer, only your pride and self-esteem that I have crushed. You forget that, unlike myself, you are capable of mental torment. I have observed this when I have regaled you with narratives concerning the comedies I have enacted with some of your stupid subjects. But this time I have brought more vivid proof of these farces. Did you know that Kralides, your faithful counselor, had come skulking back from Tehran and been captured? Taramis turned pale. What have you done to him? For answer Salome drew the mysterious bundle from under her cloak. She shook off the silken swathings and held it up, the head of a young man, the features frozen in a convulsion as if death had come in the midst of inhuman agony. Taramis cried out as if a blade had pierced her heart. Oh, Ishtar! Kralides! He was seeking to stir up the people against me, poor fool. Telling them that Conan spoke the truth when he said I was not Taramis. How would the people rise against the falcon Shemites? With sticks and pebbles? Bah! Dogs are eating his headless body in the marketplace, and this foul carrion shall be cast into the sewer to rot. How, sister? She paused, smiling down at her victim. Have you discovered that you still have unshed tears? Good. I reserve the mental torment for the last. Hereafter I shall show you many such sights as this. Standing there in the torchlight with the severed head in her hand, she did not look like anything ever borne by a human woman, in spite of her awful beauty. Taramis did not look up. She lay face down on the slimy floor, her slim body shaken in sobs of agony, beating her clenched hands against the stones. Salome sauntered toward the door, her anklets clashing sullenly at each step, her ear pendants winking in the torch glare. A few moments later she emerged from a door under a sullen arch that led into a court which in turn opened upon a winding alley. A man standing there turned toward her, a giant Shemite, with somber eyes and shoulders like a bull, his great black beard falling over his mighty, silver-mailed breast. She wept? His rumble was like that of a bull, deep, low-pitched and stormy. He was the general of the mercenaries, one of the few even of Constantius's associates who knew the secret of the queens of Cauran. Kumbanagash. There are whole sections of her sensibilities that I have not touched. When one sense is dulled by continual laceration, I will discover a newer, more poignant pang. Here, dog. A trembling, shambling figure in rags, filth and matted hair approached, one of the beggars that slept in the alleys and open courts. There were many beggars now in Cauran. Salome tossed the head to him. Here, deaf one, cast that in the nearest sewer. Make the sign with your hands, Kumbanagash. He cannot hear. The general complied, and the tousled head bobbed, as the man turned painfully away. Why do you keep up this farce? Rumbled Kumbanagash. You are so firmly established on the throne that nothing can unseat you. What if the Korani fools learn the truth? They can do nothing. Proclaim yourself in your true identity. Show them their beloved ex-queen, and cut off her head in the public square. Not yet, good Kumbanagash. The arched door slammed on the hard accents of Salome, the stormy reverberations of Kumbanagash. The mute beggar crouched in the courtyard, and there was none to see that the hands which held the severed head were quivering strongly, brown, sinewy hands, strangely incongruous with the bent body in filthy tatters. I knew it. It was a fierce, vibrant whisper, scarcely audible. She lives. Oh, Kralides, your martyrdom was not in vain. They have her locked in that dungeon. Oh, Ishtar, if you love true men, aid me now. 4. Wolves of the Desert. Altered Vladislav filled his jeweled goblet with crimson wine from a golden jug and thrust the vessel across the ebony table to Conan the Cimmerian. Algerd's apparel would have satisfied the vanity of any Zaporozhian hetman. His kalot was of white silk, with pearls sewn on the bosom. Girdled at the waist with a bakoriot belt, its skirts were drawn back to reveal his wide silken breeches, tucked into short boots of soft green leather, adorned with gold thread. On his head was a green silk turban, wound about a spired helmet chased with gold. His only weapon was a broad-curved Cherkis knife and an ivory sheath girdled high on his left hip, Cossack fashion. Throwing himself back in his gilded chair with its carven eagles, Aldred spread his booted legs before him, with a gusty exhalation of satisfaction, and gulped down the sparkling wine noisily. To his splendor, the huge Cimmerian opposite him offered a strong contrast, with his square-cut black mane, brown-scarred countenance and burning blue eyes. He was clad in black mesh mail, and the only glitter about him was the broad gold buckle of the belt which supported his sword in its worn leather scabbard. They were alone in the silk-walled tent, which was hung with gilt-worked tapestries and littered with rich carpets and velvet cushions, the loot of the caravans. From outside came a low, incessant murmur, the sound that always accompanies a great throng of men, in camp or otherwise. An occasional gust of desert wind rattled the palm leaves. "Today in the shadow, tomorrow in the sun," quoth Aldred, loosening his crimson girdle a trifle and reaching again for the wine jug. "That's the way of life. Once I was a hetman on the Zaporoska, now I'm a desert chief. 7 months ago you were hanging on a cross outside Conan. Now you're lieutenant to the most powerful raider between Tehran and the western meadows. You should be thankful to me for recognizing my usefulness." Conan laughed and lifted the jug. "When you allow the elevation of a man, one can be sure that you'll profit by his advancement. I've earned everything I've won, with my blood and sweat." He glanced at the scars on the insides of his palms. There were scars, too, on his body, scars that had not been there 7 months ago. "You fight like a regiment of devils," conceded Aldred. "But don't get to thinking that you've had anything to do with the recruits who've swarmed in to join us. It was our success at raiding, guided by my wit, that brought them in. These nomads are always looking for a successful leader to follow, and they have more faith in a foreigner than in one of their own race. There's no limit to what we may accomplish. We have 11,000 men now. In another year we may have 3 times that number. We've contented ourselves, so far, with raids on the Turanian outposts and the city-states to the west. With 30 or 40,000 men we'll raid no longer. We'll invade and conquer and establish ourselves as rulers. I'll be emperor of all Shemyet, and you'll be my vizier, as long as you carry out my orders unquestioningly. In the meantime, I think we'll ride eastward and storm that Turanian outpost at Vezek, or the caravans pay toll." Conan shook his head. "I think not." Aldred glared, his quick temper irritated. "What do you mean, you think not?" "I do the thinking for this army." "There are enough men in this band now for my purpose," answered the Cimmerian. "I'm sick of waiting. I have a score to settle." "Oh." Aldred scowled, and gulped wine, then grinned. "Still thinking of that cross, eh? Well, I like a good hater. But that can wait." "You told me once you'd aid me in taking Conan," said Conan. "Yes, but that was before I began to see the full possibilities of our power," answered Aldred. "I was only thinking of the loot in the city. I don't want to waste our strength unprofitably. Conan is too strong a nut for us to crack now. Maybe in a year." "Within the week," answered Conan, and the Cossack stared at the certainty in his voice. "Listen," said Aldred, "even if I were willing to throw away men on such a harebrained attempt, what could you expect? Do you think these wolves could besiege and take a city like Conan?" "There'll be no siege," answered the Cimmerian. "I know how to draw Constantius out into the plain." "And what then?" cried Aldred with an oath. "In the aeroplay our horsemen would have the worst of it, for the armor of the Ashuri is the better, and when it came to sword strokes their close-marshaled ranks of trained swordsmen would cleave through our loose lines and scatter our men like chaff before the wind. Not if there were 3,000 desperate Hyborian horsemen fighting in a solid wedge such as I could teach them," answered Conan. "And where would you secure 3,000 Hyborians?" asked Aldred with vast sarcasm. "Will you conjure them out of the air?" "I have them," answered the Cimmerian imperturbably. 3,000 men of Conan camp at the oasis of Akrel awaiting my orders. What? Aldred glared like a startled wolf. Aye. Men who had fled from the tyranny of Constantius. Most of them have been living the lives of outlaws in the deserts east of Conan, and are gaunt and hard and desperate as man-eating tigers. One of them will be a match for any 3 squat mercenaries. It takes oppression and hardship to stiffen men's guts and put the fire of hell into their thews. They were broken up into small bands, all they needed was a leader. They believed the word I sent them by my riders, and assembled at the oasis and put themselves at my disposal. All this without my knowledge? A feral light began to gleam in Aldred's eyes. He hitched at his weapon girdle. It was I they wished to follow, not you. And what did you tell these outcasts to gain their allegiance? There was a dangerous ring in Aldred's voice. I told them that I'd use this horde of desert wolves to help them destroy Constantius and give Conan back into the hands of its citizens. You fool! Whispered Aldred. Do you deem yourself chief already? The men were on their feet, facing one another across the ebony board, devil lights dancing in Aldred's cold gray eyes, a grim smile on the Cimmerian's hard lips. I'll have you torn between 4 palm trees, said the Kozak calmly. Call the men and bid them do it. Challenged Conan. See if they obey you. Baring his teeth in a snarl, Aldred lifted his hand, then paused. There was something about the confidence in the Cimmerian's dark face that shook him. His eyes began to burn like those of a wolf. You scum of the western hills, he muttered. Have you dared seek to undermine my power? I didn't have to, answered Conan. You lied when you said I had nothing to do with bringing in the new recruits. I had everything to do with it. They took your orders, but they fought for me. There is not room for 2 chiefs of the Zwagars. They know I am the stronger man. I understand them better than you, and they, me, because I am a barbarian too, but. And what will they say when you ask them to fight for the Korani? Asked Aldred sardonically. They'll follow me. I'll promise them a camel train of gold from the palace. Conan will be willing to pay that as a guerdon for getting rid of Constantius. After that, I'll lead them against the Turanians as you have planned. They want loot, and they'd as soon fight Constantius for it as anybody. In Aldred's eyes grew a recognition of defeat. In his red dreams of empire he had missed what was going on about him. Happenings and events that had seemed meaningless before now flashed into his mind, with their true significance, bringing a realization that Conan spoke no idle boast. The giant black male figure before him was the real chief of the Zwagars. Not if you die, muttered Aldred, and his hand flickered toward his hilt. But quick as the stroke of a great cat, Conan's arm shot across the table and his fingers locked on Aldred's forearm. There was a distinct snap of breaking bones, and for a tense instant the scene held, the men facing one another as motionless as images, perspiration starting out on Aldred's forehead. Conan laughed, never easing his grip on the broken arm. Are you fit to live, Aldred? His smile did not alter as the corded muscles rippled in knotting ridges along his forearm and his fingers ground into the Kozak's quivering flesh. There was the sound of broken bones grating together and Aldred's face turned the color of ashes, blood oozed from his lip where his teeth sank, but he uttered no sound. With a laugh Conan released him and drew back, and the Kozak swayed, caught the table edge with his good hand to steady himself. I give you life, Aldred, as you gave it to me, said Conan tranquilly. Though it was for your own ends that you took me down from the cross. It was a bitter test you gave me then, you couldn't have endured it, neither could anyone, but a Western barbarian. Take your horse and go. It's tied behind the tent, and food and water are in the saddlebags. None will see you're going, but go quickly. There's no room for a fallen chief on the desert. If the warriors see you, maimed and deposed, they'll never let you leave the camp alive. Aldred did not reply. Slowly, without a word, he turned and stalked across the tent, through the flapped opening. Unspeaking, he climbed into the saddle of the great white stallion that stood tethered there in the shade of a spreading palm tree, and unspeaking, with his broken arm thrust in the bosom of his calotte, he reined the steed about and rode eastward into the open desert, out of the life of the people of the Zwagar. Inside the tent, Conan emptied the wine jug and smacked his lips with relish. Tossing the empty vessel into a corner, he braced his belt and strode out through the front opening, halting for a moment to let his gaze sweep over the lines of camel hair tents that stretched before him, and the white-robed figures that moved among them, arguing, singing, mending bridles or wedding tulwars. He lifted his voice in a thunder that carried to the farthest confines of the encampment. "Ai, you dogs, sharpen your ears and listen. Gather around here. I have a tale to tell you." The voice from the crystal. In a chamber in a tower near the city wall, a group of men listened attentively to the words of one of their number. They were young men, but hard and sinewy, with the bearing that comes only to men rendered desperate by adversity. They were clad in mail shirts and worn leather, swords hung at their girdles. I knew that Conan spoke the truth when he said it was not Taramis. The speaker exclaimed. 4 months I have haunted the outskirts of the palace, playing the part of a deaf beggar. At last I learned what I had believed, that our queen was a prisoner in the dungeons that adjoin the palace. I watched my opportunity and captured a Shemitish jailer, knocked him senseless as he left the courtyard late one night, dragged him into a cellar nearby and questioned him. Before he died he told me what I have just told you, and what we have suspected all along, that the woman ruling Kauran is a witch, Salome. Taramis, he said, is imprisoned in the lowest dungeon in the prison. This invasion of the Zwagars gives us the opportunity we sought. What Conan means to do, I cannot say. Perhaps he merely wishes vengeance on Constantius. Perhaps he intends sacking the city and destroying it. He is a barbarian and no one can understand their minds. But this is what we must do, rescue Taramis while the battle rages. Constantius will march out into the plain to give battle. Even now his men are mounting. He will do this because there is not sufficient food in the city to stand a siege. Conan burst out of the desert so suddenly that there was no time to bring in supplies. And the Cimmerian is equipped for a siege. Scouts have reported that the Zwagars have siege engines, built, undoubtedly, according to the instructions of Conan, who learned all the arts of war among the western nations. Constantius does not desire a long siege, so he will march with his warriors into the plain, or he expects to scatter Conan's forces at one stroke. He will leave only a few hundred men in the city, and they will be on the walls and in the towers commanding the gates. The prison will be left all but unguarded. When we have freed Taramis, our next actions will depend upon circumstances. If Conan wins, we must show Taramis to the people and bid them rise. They will. Oh, they will. With their bare hands they are enough to overpower the Shemites left in the city and close the gates, against both the mercenaries and the nomads. Neither must get within the walls. Then we will parley with Conan. He was always loyal to Taramis. If he knows the truth, and she appeals to him, I believe he will spare the city. If, which is more probable, Constantius prevails, and Conan is routed, we must steal out of the city with the queen and seek safety in flight. Is all clear? They replied with one voice. Then let us loosen our blades and our scabbards, commend our souls to Ishtar, and start for the prison, for the mercenaries are already marching through the southern gate. This was true. The dawnlight glinted on peaked helmets pouring in a steady stream through the broad arch, on the bright housings of the chargers. This would be a battle of horsemen, such as is possible only in the lands of the east. The riders flowed through the gates like a river of steel, somber figures in black and silver mail, with their curled beards and hooked noses, and their inexorable eyes in which glimmered the fatality of their race, the utter lack of doubt or of mercy. The streets and the walls were lined with throngs of people who watched silently these warriors of an alien race riding forth to defend their native city. There was no sound, dully, expressionless they watched, those gaunt people in shabby garments, their caps in their hands. In a tower that overlooked the broad street that led to the southern gate, Salome lolled on a velvet couch cynically watching Constantius as he settled his broad sword belt about his lean hips and drew on his gauntlets. They were alone in the chamber. Outside, the rhythmical clank of harness and shuffle of horses' hoofs welled up through the gold-barred casements. Before nightfall, quoth Constantius, giving a twirl to his thin mustache, you'll have some captives to feed to your temple devil. Does it not grow weary of soft, city-bred flesh? Perhaps it would relish the harder thews of a desert man. Take care you do not fall prey to a fiercer beast than Thog, warned the girl. Do not forget who it is that leads these desert animals. I am not likely to forget, he answered. That is one reason why I am advancing to meet him. The dog has fought in the West and knows the art of siege. My scouts had some trouble in approaching his columns, for his outriders have eyes like hawks, but they did get close enough to see the engines he is dragging on ox-cart wheels drawn by camels, catapults, rams, ballistas, mangonels, by Ishtar. He must have had 10,000 men working day and night for a month. Where he got the material for their construction is more than I can understand. Perhaps he has a treaty with the Turanians, and gets supplies from them. Anyway, they won't do him any good. I've fought these desert wolves before, an exchange of arrows for a while, in which the armor of my warriors protects them, then a charge and my squadron sweep through the loose swarms of the nomads, wheel and sweep back through, scattering them to the four winds. I'll ride back through the south gate before sunset, with hundreds of naked captives staggering at my horse's tail. We'll hold a fete tonight, in the great square. My soldiers delight in flaying their enemies alive. We will have a wholesale skinning, and make these weak-kneed townsfolk watch. As for Conan, it will afford me intense pleasure, if we take him alive, to impale him on the palace steps. Skin as many as you like, answered Salome indifferently. I would like a dress made of human hide, carefully tanned. But at least 100 captives you must give to me, for the altar, and for Thog. It shall be done, answered Constantius, with his gauntlet hand brushing back the thin hair from his high bald forehead, burned dark by the sun. For victory and the fair honor of Taramus. He said sardonically, and, taking his visored helmet under his arm, he lifted a hand in salute, and strode clanking from the chamber. His voice drifted back, harshly lifted in orders to his officers. Salome leaned back on the couch, yawned, stretched herself like a great supple cat, and called, Zang! A cat-footed priest, with features like yellowed parchment stretched over a skull, entered noiselessly. Salome turned to an ivory pedestal on which stood 2 crystal globes, and taking from it the smaller, she handed the glistening sphere to the priest. Ride with Constantius, she said. Give me the news of the battle. Go. The skull-faced man bowed low, with understanding, and hiding the globe under his dark mantle, hurried from the chamber. Outside in the city there was no sound, except the clank of hoofs and after a while the clang of a closing gate. Salome mounted a wide marble stair that led to the flat, canopied, marble battlemented roof. She was above all other buildings of the city. The streets were deserted, the great square in front of the palace was empty. In normal times folk shunned the grim temple which rose on the opposite side of that square, but now the town looked like a dead city. Only on the southern wall and the roofs that overlooked it was there any sign of life. There the people massed thickly. They made no demonstration, did not know whether to hope for the victory or defeat of Constantius. Victory meant further misery under his intolerable rule, defeat probably meant the sack of the city and red massacre. No word had come from Conan. They did not know what to expect at his hands. They remembered that he was a barbarian. The silence of those clustered masses was oppressive, almost uncanny. The squadrons of the mercenaries were moving out into the plain. In the distance, just this side of the river, other dark masses were moving, barely recognizable as men on horses. Objects dotted the further bank. Conan had not brought his siege engines across the river, apparently fearing an attack in the midst of the crossing. But he had crossed with his full force of horsemen. The sun rose and struck glints of fire from the dark multitudes. The squadrons from the city broke into a gallop, a deep roar reached the ears of the people on the wall. The rolling masses merged, intermingled, at that distance it was a tangled confusion in which no details stood out. Charge and countercharge were not to be identified. Clouds of dust rose from the plains, under the stamping hoofs, veiling the action. Through these swirling clouds masses of riders loomed, appearing and disappearing, and spears flashed. Salome shrugged her shoulders and descended the stair. The palace lay silent. All the slaves were on the wall, gazing vainly southward with the citizens. She entered the chamber where she had talked with Constantius, and approached the pedestal, noting that the crystal globe was clouded, shot with bloody streaks of crimson. She bent over the ball, swearing under her breath. "Zung!" she called. "Zung!" Mist swirled in the sphere, resolving themselves into billowing dust clouds through which black figures rushed unrecognizably. Steel glinted like lightning in the murk. Then the face of Zung leaped into startling distinctness. It was as if the wide eyes gazed up at Salome. Blood trickled from a gash in the skull-like head, the skin was gray with sweat-runneled dust. The lips parted, writhing. To other ears than Salome's it would have seemed that the face in the crystal contorted silently. But to her sound came as plainly from those ashen lips as if the priest had been in the same room with her, instead of miles away, shouting into the smaller crystal. Only the gods of darkness knew what unseen, magic filaments linked together those shimmering spheres. "Salome!" shrieked the bloody head. "Salome! I hear!" she cried. "Speak! How goes the battle? Doom is upon us!" screamed the skull-like apparition. "Conan is lost. Aie, my horse is down and I cannot win clear. Men are falling around me. They are dying like flies, in their silvered mail. Stop yammering and tell me what happened," she cried harshly. "We rode at the desert dogs and they came on to meet us," yowled the priest. Arrows flew in clouds between the hosts and the nomads wavered. Constantius ordered the charge. In even ranks we thundered upon them. Then the masses of their horde opened to right and left, and through the cleft rushed 3,000 Hyborian horsemen whose presence we had not even suspected. Men of Conan, mad with hate. Big men in full armor on massive horses. In a solid wedge of steel they smote us like a thunderbolt. They split our ranks asunder before we knew what was upon us, and then the desert men swarmed on us from either flank. They have ripped our ranks apart, broken and scattered us. It is a trick of that devil Conan. The siege engines are false, mere frames of palm trunks and painted silk, that fooled our scouts who saw them from afar. A trick to draw us out to our doom. Our warriors flee. Kambanagash is down, Conan slew him. I do not see Constantius. The Korani rage through our milling masses like blood-mad lions, and the desert men feather us with arrows. There was a flicker as of lightning, or trenchant steel, a burst of bright blood, then abruptly the image vanished, like a bursting bubble, and Salome was staring into an empty crystal ball that mirrored only her own furious features. She stood perfectly still for a few moments, erect and staring into space. Then she clapped her hands and another skull-like priest entered, as silent and immobile as the first. "Constantius is beaten," she said swiftly. "We are doomed. Conan will be crashing at our gates within the hour. If he catches me, I have no illusions as to what I can expect. But first I am going to make sure that my cursed sister never ascends the throne again. Follow me. Come what may, we shall give Thog a feast." As she descended the stairs and galleries of the palace, she heard a faint rising echo from the distant walls. The people there had begun to realize that the battle was going against Constantius. Through the dust clouds masses of horsemen were visible, racing toward the city. Palace and prison were connected by a long closed gallery, whose vaulted roof rose on gloomy arches. Hurrying along this, the false queen and her slave passed through a heavy door at the other end that let them into the dim-lit recesses of the prison. They had emerged into a wide, arched corridor at a point near where a stone stair descended into the darkness. Salome recoiled suddenly, swearing. In the gloom of the hall lay a motionless form, a Shemitish jailer, his short beard tilted toward the roof as his head hung on a half-severed neck. As panting voices from below reached the girl's ears, she shrank back into the black shadow of an arch, pushing the priest behind her, her hand groping in her girdle. 6. The vulture's wings. It was the smoky light of a torch which roused Taramis, queen of Conan, from the slumber in which she sought forgetfulness. Lifting herself on her hand, she raked back her tangled hair and blinked up, expecting to meet the mocking countenance of Salome, malign with new torments. Instead, a cry of pity and horror reached her ears. Taramus! Oh, my queen, ... The sound was so strange to her ears that she thought she was still dreaming. Behind the torch she could make out figures now, the glint of steel, then 5 countenances bent toward her, not swarthy and hook-nosed, but lean, aquiline faces, browned by the sun. She crouched in her tatters, staring wildly. One of the figures sprang forward and fell on one knee before her, arms stretched appealingly toward her. Oh, Taramus! Thank Ishtar we have found you. Do you not remember me, Valerius? Once with your own lips you praised me, after the battle of Corvica. Valerius! She stammered. Suddenly tears welled into her eyes. Oh, I dream. It is some magic of Salamis, to torment me. No! The cry rang with exultation. It is your own true vassals come to rescue you. Yet we must hasten. Constantius fights in the plain against Conan, who has brought the Zwagars across the river, but 300 Shemites yet hold the city. We slew the jailer and took his keys, and have seen no other guards. But we must be gone. Come. The queen's legs gave way, not from weakness but from the reaction. Valerius lifted her like a child, and with the torchbearer hurrying before them, they left the dungeon and went up a slimy stone stair. It seemed to mount endlessly, but presently they emerged into a wide corridor and started down it. They were passing a dark arch when the torch was suddenly struck out, and the bearer cried out in fierce, brief agony. A burst of blue fire glared in the dark corridor, in which the furious face of Salome was limned momentarily, with a beast-like figure crouching beside her. Then the eyes of the watchers were blinded by that blaze. Valerius tried to stagger along the corridor with the queen. Dazedly he heard the sound of murderous blows driven deep in flesh, accompanied by gasps of death and a bestial grunting. Then the queen was torn brutally from his arms, and a savage blow on his helmet dashed him to the floor. Grimly he crawled to his feet, shaking his head in an effort to rid himself of the blue flame which seemed still to dance devilishly before him. When his blinded sight cleared, he found himself alone in the corridor, alone except for the dead. His 4 companions lay in their blood, heads and bosoms cleft and gashed. Blinded and dazed in that hell-born glare, they had died without an opportunity of defending themselves. The queen was gone. With a bitter, poignant curse, Valerius caught up his sword, tearing his cleft helmet from his head to clatter on the flags. Blood ran down his cheek from a cut in his scalp. Reeling, frantic with indecision, he heard a voice calling his name in desperate urgency, Valerius. Valerius! He staggered in the direction of the voice, and rounded a corner just in time to have his arms filled with a soft, supple figure which flung itself frantically at him. Ivga! Are you mad? I had to come. She sobbed. I followed you, hid in an arch of the outer court. A moment ago I saw her emerge with a brute who carried a woman in his arms. I knew it was Taramus, and that you had failed. Oh, you are hurt. A scratch. He put aside her clinging hands. Quick, Ivga, tell me which way they went. They fled across the square toward the temple. He paled. Ishtar. Oh, the fiend. She means to give Taramus to the devil she worships. Quick, Ivga. Run to the south wall where the people watch the battle. Tell them that their real queen has been found, that the impostor has dragged her to the temple. Go. Sobbing, the girl sped away, her light sandals pattering on the cobblestones, and Valerius raced across the court, plunged into the street, dashed into the square upon which it debouched, and raced for the great structure that rose on the opposite side. His flying feet spurned the marble as he darted up the broad stair and through the pillared portico. Evidently their prisoner had given them some trouble. Taramus, sensing the doom intended for her, was fighting against it with all the strength of her splendid young body. Once she had broken away from the brutish priest, only to be dragged down again. The group was halfway down the broad nave, at the other end of which stood the grim altar, and beyond that the great metal door, obscenely carven, through which many had gone, but from which only Salome had ever emerged. Taramis's breath came in panting gasps. Her tattered garment had been torn from her in the struggle. She writhed in the grasp of her apish captor like a white, naked nymph in the arms of a satyr. Salome watched cynically, though impatiently, moving toward the carven door, and from the dusk that lurked along the lofty walls the obscene gods and gargoyles leered down, as if imbued with salacious life. Choking with fury, Valerius rushed down the great hall, sword in hand. At a sharp cry from Salome, the skull-faced priest looked up, then released Taramis, drew a heavy knife, already smeared with blood, and ran at the oncoming Korani. But cutting down men blinded by the devil's flame loosed by Salome was different from fighting a wiry young Hyborian afire with hate and rage. Up went the dripping knife, but before it could fall, Valerius's long keen narrow blade slashed through the air, and the fist that held the knife jumped from its wrist in a shower of blood. Valerius, berserk, slashed again and yet again before the crumpling figure could fall. The blade licked through flesh and bone. The skull-like head fell one way, the half-sundered torso the other. Valerius whirled on his toes, quick and fierce as a jungle cat, glaring about for Salome. She must have exhausted her fire dust in the prison. She was bending over Taramis, grasping her sister's black locks in one hand, in the other lifting a dagger. Then with a fierce cry, Valerius's sword was sheathed in her breast with such fury that the point sprang out between her shoulders. With an awful shriek the witch sank down, writhing in convulsions, grasping at the naked blade as it was withdrawn, smoking and dripping. Her eyes were unhuman. With a more than human vitality she clung to the life that ebbed through the wound that split the crimson crescent on her ivory bosom. She grovelled on the floor, clawing and biting at the naked stones in her agony. Sickened at the sight, Valerius stooped and lifted the half-fainting queen. Turning his back on the twisting figure upon the floor, he ran toward the door, stumbling in his haste. He staggered out upon the portico, halted at the head of the steps. The square thronged with people. Some had come at Ivga's incoherent cries, others had deserted the walls in fear of the on-sweeping hordes out of the desert, fleeing unreasoningly toward the center of the city. Dumb resignation had vanished. The throng seethed and milled, yelling and screaming. About the road there sounded somewhere the splintering of stone and timbers. A band of grim Shemites cleft the crowd, the guards of the northern gates, hurrying toward the south gate to reinforce their comrades there. They reined up short at the sight of the youth on the steps, holding the limp, naked figure in his arms. The heads of the throng turned toward the temple, the crowd gaped, a new bewilderment added to their swirling confusion. "Here is your queen!" yelled Valerius, straining to make himself understood above the clamor. The people gave back a bewildered roar. They did not understand, and Valerius sought in vain to lift his voice above their bedlam. The Shemites rode toward the temple steps, beating a way through the crowd with their spears. Then a new, grisly element introduced itself into the frenzy. Out of the gloom of the temple behind Valerius wavered a slim white figure, laced with crimson. The people screamed. There in the arms of Valerius hung the woman they thought their queen, yet there in the temple door staggered another figure, like a reflection of the other. Their brains reeled. Valerius felt his blood congeal as he stared at the swaying witch-girl. His sword had transfixed her, sundered her heart. She should be dead, by all laws of nature she should be dead. Yet there she swayed, on her feet, clinging horribly to life. "Thog!" she screamed, reeling in the doorway. "Thog!" As in answer to that frightful invocation there boomed a thunderous croaking from within the temple, the snapping and cracking of wood and metal. "That is the queen!" roared the captain of the Shemites, lifting his bow. "Shoot down the man and the other woman." But the roar of a roused hunting pack rose from the people. They had guessed the truth at last, understood Valerius's frenzied appeals, knew that the girl who hung limply in his arms was their true queen. With a soul-shaking yell they surged on the Shemites, tearing and smiting with tooth and nail and naked hands, with the desperation of hard-pent fury loosed at last. Above them Salome swayed and tumbled down the marble stair, dead at last. Arrows flickered about him as Valerius ran back between the pillars of the portico, shielding the body of the queen with his own. Shooting and slashing ruthlessly, the mounted Shemites were holding their own with the maddened crowd. Valerius darted to the temple door. With one foot on the threshold he recoiled, crying out in horror and despair. Out of the gloom at the other end of the great hall a vast dark form heaved up, came rushing toward him in gigantic frog-like hops. He saw the gleam of great unearthly eyes, the shimmer of fangs or talons. He fell back from the door, and then the whir of a shaft past his ear warned him that death was also behind him. He wheeled desperately. 4 or 5 Shemites had cut their way through the throng and were spurring their horses up the steps, their bows lifted to shoot him down. He sprang behind a pillar, on which the arrows splintered. Ahriman had fainted. She hung like a dead woman in his arms. Before the Shemites could loose again, the doorway was blocked by a gigantic shape. With affrighted yells the mercenaries wheeled and began beating a frantic way through the throng, which crushed back in sudden, galvanized horror, trampling one another in their stampede. But the monster seemed to be watching Valerius and the girl. Squeezing its vast, unstable bulk through the door, it bounded toward him, as he ran down the steps. He felt it looming behind him, a giant shadowy thing, like a travesty of nature cut out of the heart of night, a black shapelessness in which only the staring eyes and gleaming fangs were distinct. There came a sudden thunder of hoofs. A rout of Shemites, bloody and battered, streamed across the square from the south, plowing blindly through the packed throng. Behind them swept a horde of horsemen yelling in a familiar tongue, waving red swords. The exiles returned. With them rode 50 black-bearded desert riders, and at their head a giant figure in black mail. "Conan!" shrieked Valerius. "Conan!" The giant yelled a command. Without checking their headlong pace, the desert men lifted their bows, drew and loosed. A cloud of arrows sang across the square, over the seething heads of the multitude, and sank feather-deep in the black monster. It halted, wavered, reared, a black blot against the marble pillars. Again the sharp cloud sang, and yet again, and the horror collapsed and rolled down the steps, as dead as the witch who had summoned it out of the night of ages. Conan drew rein beside the portico, leaped off. Valerius had laid the queen on the marble, sinking beside her in utter exhaustion. The people surged about, crowding in. The Cimmerian cursed them back, lifted her dark head, pillowed it against his mailed shoulder. "By Crom, what is this? The real Ahriman." "Aye, by the gods. But who is that yonder?" "The demon who wore her shape," panted Valerius. Conan swore heartily. Ripping a cloak from the shoulders of a soldier, he wrapped it about the naked queen. Her long dark lashes quivered on her cheeks, her eyes opened, stared up unbelievingly into the Cimmerian's scarred face. "Conan!" Her soft fingers caught at his rugged hands. "Do I dream? She told me you were dead." "Scarcely." He grinned hardly. "You do not dream. You are Queen of Conan again. I broke Constantius, out there by the river. Most of his dogs never lived to reach the walls, for I gave orders that no prisoners be taken, except Constantius. The city guard closed the gate in our faces, but we burst it in with rams swung from our saddles. I left all my wolves outside, except this 50. I didn't trust them in here, and these Karani lads were enough for the gate guards. It has been a nightmare." She whimpered. "Oh, my poor people. You must help me try to repay them for all they have suffered." Conan, henceforth counselor as well as captain. Conan laughed, but shook his head. Rising, he set the queen upon her feet, and beckoned to a number of his Karani horsemen who had not continued the pursuit of the fleeing Shemites. They sprang from their horses, eager to do the bidding of their newfound queen. "No, lass, that's over with. I'm chief of the Zwagars now, and must lead them to plunder the Turanians, as I promised. This lad, Valerius, will make you a better captain than I. I wasn't made to dwell among marble walls, anyway. But I must leave you now, and complete what I've begun. She might still live in Conan. As Valerius started to follow Taramas across the square toward the palace, through a lane opened by the wildly cheering multitude, he felt a soft hand slip timidly into his sinewy fingers and turned to receive the slender body of Ibga in his arms. He crushed her to him and drank her kisses with the gratitude of a weary fighter who has attained rest at last through tribulation and storm. But not all men seek rest in peace. Some are born with the spirit of the storm in their blood, restless harbingers of violence and bloodshed, knowing no other path. The sun was rising. The ancient caravan road was thronged with white-robed horsemen, in a wavering line that stretched from the walls of Conan to a spot far out in the plain. Conan the Cimmerian sat at the head of that column, near the jagged end of a wooden beam that stuck up out of the ground. Near that stump rose a heavy cross, and on that cross a man hung by spikes through his hands and feet. 7 months ago, Constantius, said Conan, it was I who hung there, and you who sat here. Constantius did not reply. He licked his grey lips and his eyes were glassy with pain and fear. Muscles writhed like cords along his lean body. You are more fit to inflict torture than to endure it, said Conan tranquilly. I hung here on a cross as you were hanging, and I lived, thanks to circumstances and a stamina peculiar to barbarians. But you civilized men are soft, your lives are not nailed to your spines as are ours. Your fortitude consists mainly in inflicting torment, not in enduring it. You will be dead before sundown. And so, falcon of the desert, I leave you to the companionship of another bird of the desert. He gestured toward the vultures whose shadows swept across the sands as they wheeled overhead. From the lips of Constantius came an inhuman cry of despair and horror. Conan lifted his reins and rode toward the river that shone like silver in the morning sun. Behind him the white-clad riders struck into a trot, the gaze of each, as he passed a certain spot, turned impersonally and with the desert man's lack of compassion toward the cross and the gaunt figure that hung there, black against the sunrise. Their horses' hoofs beat out a knell in the dust. Lower and lower swept the wings of the hungry vultures. Miscellanea. Untitled Synopsis. The People of the Black Circle. The king of Vendaya, Bunda Chand, died in his palace in the royal city of Ayodhya. His young sister, Yasmina Devi, could not understand why he should die, since he had neither been poisoned nor wounded. As he died he called to her with a faraway voice that seemed to come from beyond wind-blown gulfs, and said that his soul had been trapped by wizards in a stone room on a high mountain in the night where the wind roared among peaks that shouldered the stars. They were drawing his soul into the body of a foul nightweird, and in a moment of lucidity, he begged her to plunge her jewel-hilted golden-guarded dagger into his heart, to send his soul to Azura before the wizards could draw it back to the tower on the mountain crag. While he was dying, temple gongs and conch shells brayed and thundered in the city, and in a room whose latticed balcony overlooked a long street where torches tossed luridly, a man who called himself Karam Shah, a noble of Iranistan, watched the wailing thousands cryptically, and speaking to a man in a plain camel hair robe, called Kemsa, asked him why the destruction of the young king could not have been thus accomplished months or years ago. To which Kemsa answered that even magic was governed by the stars. The stars were properly placed for the destruction of Bunda Chand, the serpent in the house of the king. He said that a lock of the king's black hair had been obtained and sent by a camel caravan across the Jumna River, to Peshkori which guards the Zybar Pass, up the Zybar into the hills of Gilistan. The lock of hair, in a golden case crusted with jewels, had been stolen from a princess of Kosala, who had vainly loved Bunda Chand, begging from him this small token. With this lock of hair forming a point of contact between himself and them, for discarded portions of the human body have invisible connections with the living body, a cult of wizards called Rakashas, and by themselves the Black Seers, had performed a sorcery which robbed the young king of life, and almost his soul. Karam Shah revealed in his conversation, what Kemsa already knew, that he was not a prince from Iranistan, but a Hyrcanian, a chief of Turan, an emissary of Yezdijerd, king of Turan, and the mightiest emperor of the East, reigning on the shores of the Sea of Vilayat. Bunda Chand had defeated the Turanians in a great battle on the river Jumna. Yezdijerd, plotting his destruction, had sent Karam Shah to Vendaya, to try to conquer the Kshatriya warriors by sorcery where force had not succeeded. Meanwhile, in the palace, Yasmini Devi had stabbed her brother to save his soul, and then fallen prostrate on the reed-strewn floor, while outside the priests howled and slashed themselves with copper daggers, and the gongs thundered with a strident clamor. Then the scene shifted to Peshkori in the shadow of the mountains of Gulistan. The tribes of Gulistan were kin to those of Iranistan, but more untamed. The armies of Turan had marched through their valleys but had not conquered the hill tribes. The chief cities, Herat, Secundarum, Bakan, were in the hands of the Turanians, but Kahabal, where dwelt the king of Gulistan, whose rule the tribes seldom acknowledged, was free, and the Turanians made no attempt to tax or otherwise oppress the mountain tribes. The governor of Peshkori had captured 7 Afghulis, and according to instructions from Ayodhya, had sent word into the mountains that their chief, Conan, a wanderer from the west who had become a notable bandit in the hills, should come and himself bargain for their release. But Conan was wary, for the Kshatriyas had not always kept their bargains with the hill tribes. On a night the governor was in his chamber, the wide window of which, open to allow the cool mountain breeze to temper the heat of the plains, was adjacent to a battlement. Through it he could see the blue Himalayan night, dotted with great white stars. He was writing a letter on parchment with a golden pen dipped in the juice of crushed lotus, when to him came a masked woman, in filmy gossamer robes which did not conceal the rich silk vest and girdle and trousers beneath. Her slippers were cloth of gold, and her headdress, supporting the veil which fell below her breasts, was bound about with a gold-worked cord, adorned with a golden crescent. The governor recognized her as the Devi, and expostulated with her, citing the unrest of the hill tribes and the turbulence of their foreign chief, Conan, who had raided to the very walls of Peshkori. This indeed was not within the walls, but in the great fortress outside, near the foothills. She replied that she had learned that her brother's destruction was accomplished by the wizards known as the Black Seers, and since it would be folly to lead a Kshatriya army up into the hills, she intended bringing about her vengeance through a chief of the tribes. She ordered the governor to demand, as a price for the lives of the 7 Afghulis, the destruction of the Black Seers. Then she left, but she had not gotten to her apartments when she remembered something else she wished to tell him, and she returned. Perhaps she saw a stallion tied under the outer wall. Meanwhile, the governor had heard someone drop upon the battlement outside from a turret, and the next instant a man sprang through the window, with a yard-long Zybar knife in his hand, and bade the governor make no sound. It was Conan, the chief of the Afghulis. He was a tall, strongly and supply-built man, clad like a hillman, which attire seemed incongruous, for he was not an Eastern, but a barbaric Cimmerian. He demanded what the governor wished with him, and when told, he was suspicious. At that instant the Devi entered. The governor cried out her name in his alarm, and Conan, realizing who she was, struck the governor down with the hilt of his knife, caught up the Devi, leaped through the window onto the parapet, gained his horse and rode for the mountains, shouting in his wild exultation. The governor ordered out a party of horsemen in full pursuit. Meanwhile, a girl who acted as Kemsa's spy took him the word. He and Karam Shah had followed the Devi to Peshkori. She urged him to take advantage of his knowledge of the black art, knowledge forbidden him by his masters without their permit, and make himself rich. Her idea was that they should destroy the 7 men in prison, for she knew that part of the ransom Conan would demand for the Devi would be their release, and then follow Conan into the mountains and take the girl away from him, and collect the ransom themselves. Her idea in destroying the prisoners was to gain time for themselves. So he went to the prison and destroyed them by his black magic, and he and the girl went into the mountains. In the meantime Karam Shah had heard of the abduction, though the governor tried to keep it a secret, and he sent a rider to Secundarum to inform the satrap there, and bid him send a force southward strong enough to take the Devi away from the hillmen. He himself went into the hills with some Iroxai tribesmen he had bribed. Meanwhile Conan, who was making for the country of the Afghulis, which lay adjacent to the Zybar Pass, lamed his horse and was pressed so closely by the pursuing Kshatriyas that he was forced to take refuge among the Wazilis. The chief of the Wazilis was his friend, but Kemsa, following close, destroyed the chief, and the warriors tried to take the Devi from him. After a savage fight Conan won clear, taking her with him, and encountering Kemsa, resisted his magic and saw him and the girl destroyed by greater magic. The Black Seers were taking notice at last. The girl was taken from him, and carried to their tower. He fell in with Karam Shah, and the Turanian, hearing that the Black Seers had turned against him, went with his Iroxais and Conan. In storming the tower, all were destroyed except Conan and Karam Shah. Then they fought for the girl, and Conan won. In the meantime, the force had advanced from Secunderam and fallen on the Aquilonia, taking them by surprise. A force of Kshatriyas were advancing up a valley, and the Devi won her freedom by bargaining with Conan, and hurling her warriors into the battle to crush and rout the Turanians. Then he returned her safely to her people. The story thus far. The October and November 1934 installments of The People of the Black Circle and Weird Tales were headed by a short recap of the preceding chapters. Such paragraphs were usually written by the magazine's staff. Those for this particular Conan story were written by Howard himself, for reasons unknown. The People of the Black Circle, Robert E. Howard. The story thus far. Yasmina Devi, Queen of Vendaya, sought vengeance for her brother, King Bunda Chand, who had met his death through the sorcery of the Black Seers of Yimsha, magicians who dwelt on a mountain in Gulistan. She did not know that his death was part of a plot of King Yezdijerd of Turan to conquer Vendaya. Yezdijerd had enlisted the aid of the Black Seers and sent to Vendaya a spy, Karam Shah, accompanied by Kemsa, an acolyte of the Black Seers, to destroy the royal family. Yasmina wished to secure the assistance of Conan, a Cimmerian, but chief of the Aquilonia of Gulistan, a wild country of barbarians. At her orders, the governor of Peshkori, a border city, captured 7 Afghili headmen and threatened to hang them unless Conan put his forces at her disposal. But Conan came to Peshkori by night and kidnapped the Devi herself and carried her into the hills, as a hostage for the release of his men. Jatara, Yasmina's treacherous maid, persuaded Kemsa to rebel against his masters, the Black Seers, and try to capture Yasmina from Conan to wring a huge ransom from Vendaya. Kemsa employed his sorcery to kill the 7 Afghili captives, so they could not be used by the governor to obtain Yasmina's release, and with Jatara, followed Conan and his prisoner into the hills. Karam Shah, deserted by Kemsa, dispatched a message to the satrap of Secunderam, a Turanian outpost, ordering an army to be sent to Afghanistan to capture the Devi from Conan, and rode into the hills with a band of Iroxai, to meet the oncoming army and guide it. In the meantime, Conan, pursued by the governor's troops, had sought shelter with his friend Yar-Afzal, chief of the Wazilis. Kemsa killed Yar-Afzal with his magic, and tricked the Wazilis into attacking Conan, meaning to steal the Devi during the fight. But Conan escaped from the village on Yar-Afzal's black stallion, carrying Yasmina with him, and Kemsa, approaching through a defile in the hills, was surprised and knocked down by the rush of the horse. The Wazilis, pursuing Conan, attacked Kemsa, who loosed upon them all the horrors of his black magic. The People of the Black Circle, Robert E. Howard. The story thus far. First 8 chapters. Yasmina Devi, Queen of Vendaya, sought vengeance for her brother, who had met his death through the sorcery of the Black Seers of Yimsha, magicians who dwelt on a mountain Gulistan, a wild barbaric hill country. To secure the assistance of Conan, chief of the Afghilis of that country, she had the governor of Peshkori capture 7 Afghili headmen as hostages. But Conan kidnapped Yasmina and carried her into the mountains. 3 others desired to secure possession of Yasmina: Karam Shah, a spy of Yezdijerd, king of Turan, who plotted the conquest of Vendaya; Kemsa, a former acolyte of the Black Seers, and his sweetheart, Jatara, Yasmina's treacherous maid. These 2 wished to wring a huge ransom from Vendaya. Kemsa employed his black magic to kill the 7 Afghili headmen so they could not be used to buy Yasmina's release from Conan, and he and Jatara followed Conan into the hills. Conan, in the meantime, had sought shelter with his friend Yar-Afzal, chief of the Wazilis. Kemsa killed Yar-Afzal with his magic, and tricked the Wazilis into driving Conan from their village. He then sought to take Yasmina from Conan, but during a fight between the 2, the Black Seers themselves arrived on the scene. They destroyed Jatara and Kemsa, and carried Yasmina away with them. Before Kemsa died, he gave Conan a Stygian girdle of great magic powers. Conan, riding toward Afghanistan to gather his followers to rescue Yasmina, met 500 of them seeking him. They had learned of the death of the 7 headmen, and believed he had betrayed them. Escaping from them, he met the spy, Karam Shah, with a band of Iroxai, riding to meet a Turanian army which was forcing its way through the hills to capture Yasmina, whom they thought a captive among the Afghilis. Striking a temporary truce, Conan and Karam Shah rode together toward Yimsha. In the meantime, Yasmina, in the wizard castle, had met the mysterious figure called the Master, who told her she was to be his slave. To terrify her into subjection, he forced her to relive all her past reincarnations, and when she awoke, she saw a hooded shape near her in the gloom. It clasped her in its bony arms, and she screamed to see a fleshless skull grinning from the shadow of the hood. Untitled Synopsis. Amalric, a son of a nobleman of the great house of Valerius, of western Aquilonia, halted at a palm-bordered spring in the desolate vastness of the desert that lies south of Stygia, with 2 companions, members of the bandit tribe of Ganada, a Negro race mixed with Shemitish blood. The Ganadas with Amalric were named Gobir and Saidu. Just at dusk, as they prepared to eat their frugal meal of dry dates, the 3rd member of the tribe rode up, Xaltotun, a black giant, famous for his ferocity and swordsmanship. He carried across his saddlebow an unconscious white girl, whom he had found falling with exhaustion and thirst out on the desert as he hunted for the rare desert antelope. He cast the girl down beside the spring and began reviving her. Gobir and Saidu watched Amalric, expecting him to try to rescue her, but he feigned indifference, and asked them which would take the girl after Xaltotun wearied of her. That started an argument, and he cast down a pair of dice, telling them to gamble for her. As they crouched over the dice, he drew his sword and split Gobir's skull. Instantly Saidu attacked him, and Xaltotun threw down the girl and ran at him, drawing his terrible scimitar. Amalric wheeled about, causing Saidu to receive the thrust instead of himself, and hurling the wounded man into Xaltotun's arms, grappled with the giant. Xaltotun bore Amalric to the earth, and was strangling him, and threw him down, and rose to procure his sword and cut off his head. But as he ran at him, his girdle became unwound and he tripped and fell over it. His sword flew from his hand and Amalric caught it up and slashed his head nearly off. Then he reeled and fell senseless. He came to life again with the girl splashing him with water. He found she spoke a language akin to the Gothic, and they could understand each other. She said her name was Lissa. She was a beautiful youngster, soft white skin, violet eyes, and dark wavy hair. Her innocence shamed the wild young soldier of fortune, and he forewent his intention of raping her. She supposed that he had fought his companions merely to rescue her, and he did not disillusion her. She said that she was an inhabitant of the city of Ghazal, lying not far to the southeast. She had run away from Ghazal, on foot, her water supply had given out, and she had fainted just as she was discovered by Xaltotun. Amalric put her on a camel, he mounted a horse, the other beasts having broken away and bolted into the desert during the fight, and dawn found them approaching Ghazal. Amalric was astounded to find the city a mass of ruins, except for a tower in the southeastern corner. When he spoke of it, Lissa turned pale, and begged him not to talk of it. He found the people were a dreamy, kindly race, without practical sense, much given to poetry and daydreams. There were not many of them, and they were a dying race. They had come into the desert and built the city over an oasis long ago, a cultured, scholarly race, not given to war. They were never attacked by any of the fierce and brutal nomadic tribes, because these people looked on Ghazal with superstitious awe, and worshipped the thing that lurked in the southeastern tower. Amalric told Lissa his story, that he had been a soldier in the army of Argos, under the Zingaran prince Scipio de Cova, which had sailed in ships down the Kushite coast, landed in southern Stygia, and sought to invade the kingdom from that direction, while the armies of Koth invaded from the north. But Koth had treacherously made peace with Stygia, and the army in the south was trapped. They found their escape to the sea cut off, and tried to fight their way eastward, hoping to gain the lands of the Shemites. But the army was annihilated in the desert. Amalric had fled with his companion, Conan, a giant Cimmerian, but they had been attacked by a band of wild-riding brown-skinned men of strange dress and appearance, and Conan was cut down. Amalric escaped under cover of night, and wandered in the desert, suffering from hunger and thirst, until he fell in with the 3 vultures of the Ganada. He spoke of the unreality of the city of Ghazal, and Lissa told him of her childish yet passionate desire to break away from the stagnating environment, and see something of the world. She gave herself to him as naturally as a child, and as they lay together on a silk-covered couch in a chamber lighted only by the starlight, they heard awful cries from a building nearby. Amalric would have investigated, but Lissa clung to him, trembling, and told him the secret of the lonely tower. There dwelt a supernatural monster, which occasionally descended into the city and devoured one of the inhabitants. What the thing was, Lissa did not know. But she told of bats flying from the tower at dusk, and returning before dawn, and of piteous cries from victims carried up into the mysterious tower. Amalric was unnerved, and recognized the thing as a mysterious deity worshipped by certain cults among the Negro tribes. He urged Lissa to flee with him before dawn. The inhabitants of Ghazal had so far lost their initiative that they were helpless, unable to fight or flee, like men hypnotized, which the young Aquilonian believed to be the case. He went to prepare their mounts, and returning, heard Lissa give an awful scream. He rushed into the chamber and found it empty. Sure she had been seized by the monster, he rushed to the tower, ascended a stair, and found himself in an upper chamber in which he found a white man, of strange beauty. Remembering an ancient incantation repeated to him by an old Kushite priest of a rival cult, he repeated it, binding the demon into his human form. A terrific battle then ensued, in which he drove his sword through the being's heart. As it died, it screamed horribly for vengeance and was answered by voices from the air. Then it altered in a hideous manner, and Amalric fled in horror. He met Lissa at the foot of the stair. She had been frightened by a glimpse of the creature dragging its human prey through the corridors, and had run away in ungovernable panic and hidden herself. Realizing that her lover had gone to the tower to seek her, she had come to share his fate. He crushed her briefly in his arms, and led her to where he had left their mounts. It was dawn when they rode out of the city, she upon the camel and he upon the horse. Looking back on the sleeping city, in which there were no animals at all, they saw 7 horsemen ride out, black-robed men on gaunt black horses, following them. Panic assailed them, for they knew those were no human riders. All day they pushed their steeds mercilessly, westward, toward the distant coast. They found no water, and the horse became exhausted just before sundown. All the while the black figures had followed relentlessly, and as dusk fell they began to close in rapidly. Amalric knew they were ghoulish creatures summoned from the abyss by the death cry of the monster in the tower. As darkness gathered, the pursuers were close upon them. A bat-shaped shadow blotted out the moon, and the fugitives could smell the charnel house reek of their hunters. Suddenly the camel stumbled and fell, and the fiends closed in. Lissa shrieked. Then there came a drum of hoofs, a gusty voice roared, and the fiends were swept away by the headlong charge of a band of horsemen. The leader of these dismounted and bent over the exhausted youth and girl, and as the moon came out, he swore in a familiar voice. It was Conan the Cimmerian. Camp was made and the fugitives given food and drink. The Cimmerian's companions were the wild-looking brown men who had attacked him and Amalric. They were the riders of Tambalku, that semi-mythical desert city whose kings had subjugated the tribes of the southwestern desert and the Negro races of the steppes. Conan told them that he had been knocked senseless and carried to the distant city to be exhibited to the kings of Tambalku. There were always 2 of these kings, though one was generally merely a figurehead. Carried before the kings, he was doomed to die by torture, and he demanded that liquor be given him, and cursed the kings roundly. At that, one of them woke from his drowse with interest. He was a big fat Negro, while the other was a lean brown-skinned man named Zeba. The Negro stared at Conan, and greeted him by the name of Amra, the lion. The black man's name was Succumbi, and he was an adventurer from the west coast who had been connected with Conan when the latter was a corsair devastating the coast. He had become one of the kings of Tambalku partly because of the support of the Negro population, partly because of the machinations of a fanatical priest, Askia, who had risen to power over Zebe's priest, Dora. He had Conan instantly freed, and raised to the high position of general of all the horsemen, incidentally having the present incumbent, one Cordofo, poisoned. In Tambalku were various factions, Zebe and the brown priests, Cordofo's kin who hated both Zebe and Succumbi and his supporters, of whom the most powerful was Conan himself. All this Conan told Amalric, and the next day they rode on toward Tambalku. Conan had been riding to drive from the land the Ganata thieves. In 3 days they reached Tambalku, a strange fantastic city set in the sands of the desert, beside an oasis of many springs. It was a city of many tongues. The dominant caste, the founders of the city, were a warlike brown race, descendants of the Afaki, a Shemitish tribe which pushed into the deserts several hundred years before, and mixed with the Negro races. The subject tribes included the Tibu, a desert race of mixed Negro and Stygian blood, and the Bagurmi, Mandingo, Dongola, Bornu, and other Negro tribes of the grasslands to the south. They arrived in Tambalku in time to witness the horrible execution of Dora, the Afaki priest, by Askia. The Afaki were enraged, but helpless against the determined stand of their black subjects to whom they had taught the arts of war. Succumbi, once a man of remarkable courage, vitality and statescraft, had degenerated into a mountainous mass of fat, caring for nothing except women and wine. Conan played dice with him, got drunk with him, and suggested that they eliminate Zebe entirely. The Cimmerian wished to be a king of Tambalku himself. So Askia was persuaded to denounce Zebe, and in the bloody civil war that followed, the Afaki were defeated, and Zebe fled the city with his riders. Conan took his seat beside Succumbi, but strive as he would, he found the Negro the real ruler of the city, because of his ascendancy over the black races. Meanwhile, Askia had been suspicious of Amalric, and he finally denounced him as the slayer of the god worshipped by the cult of which he was a priest, and demanded that he and the girl be given to the torture. Conan refused, and Succumbi, completely dominated by the Cimmerian, backed him up. Then Askia turned on Succumbi and destroyed him by means of an awful magic. Conan, realizing that with Succumbi slain, the blacks would rend him and his friends, shouted to Amalric, and cut a way through the bewildered warriors. As the companions strove to reach the outer walls, Zabet and his Afaki attacked the city, and in a wild holocaust of blood and flame, Tambalku was almost destroyed, and Conan, Amalric and Lisse escaped. Untitled Draft. Chapter 1. 3 men squatted beside the waterhole, beneath the sunset sky that painted the desert umber and red. One was white, and his name was Amalric, the other 2 were Ganatas, their tatters scarcely concealing their wiry black frames. Men called them Gobir and Saidu, they looked like vultures as they crouched beside the waterhole. Nearby a camel ground its cud noisily, and a pair of weary horses vainly nuzzled the bare sand. The men munched dried dates cheerlessly, the black men intent only on the working of their jaws, the white man occasionally glancing at the dull red sky, or out across the level monotony where the shadows were gathering and deepening. He was first to see the horseman who rode up and drew rein with a jerk that set the steed rearing. The rider was a giant whose skin, blacker than that of the other 2, as well as his thick lips and flaring nostrils, told of Negro blood in vastly predominating abundance. His wide silk pantaloons, gathered in about his bare ankles, were supported by a broad girdle wrapped repeatedly about his huge belly. That girdle also supported a flaring-tipped scimitar few men could wield with one hand. With that scimitar the man was famed wherever the dark-skinned sons of the desert rode. He was Xaltotun, the pride of the Ganata. Across his saddle bow a limp shape lay, or rather hung. Breath hissed through the teeth of the Ganatas as they caught the gleam of white limbs. It was a white girl who hung across Xaltotun's saddle bow, face down, her loose hair flowing over his stirrup in a rippling black wave. The black grinned with a glint of white teeth, and cast her casually into the sand, where she lay laxly, unconscious. Instinctively Gobir and Saidu turned toward Amalric, and Xaltotun watched him from his saddle. 3 black men against 1 white. The entrance of a white woman into the scene wrought a subtle change in the atmosphere. Amalric was the only one who was apparently oblivious to the tenseness. He raked back his rebellious yellow locks absently, and glanced indifferently at the girl's limp figure. If there was a momentary gleam in his gray eyes, the others did not catch it. Xaltotun swung down from his saddle, contemptuously tossing the rein to Amalric. "Tend my horse," he said. "By Jill, I did not find a desert antelope, but I found this little filly. She was reeling through the sands, and she fell just as I approached. I think she fainted from weariness and thirst. Get away from there, you jackals, and let me give her a drink." The big black stretched her out beside the waterhole, and began lading her face and wrists, and trickling a few drops between her parched lips. She moaned presently and stirred vaguely. Gobir and Saidu crouched with their hands on their knees, staring at her over Xaltotun's burly shoulder. Amalric stood a little apart from them, his interest seeming only casual. "She is coming too," announced Gobir. Saidu said nothing, but he licked his thick lips involuntarily, animal-like. Amalric's gaze traveled impersonally over the prostrate form, from the torn sandals to the loose crown of glossy black hair. Her only garment was a silk kirtle, girdled at the waist. It left her arms, neck, and part of her bosom bare, and the skirt ended several inches above her knees. On the parts revealed rested the gaze of the Ganatas with devouring intensity, taking in the soft contours, childish in their white tenderness, yet rounded with budding womanhood. Amalric shrugged his shoulders. "After Xaltotun, who?" he asked carelessly. A pair of lean heads turned toward him, bloodshot eyes rolled at the question, then the black men turned and mutually stared at one another. Sudden rivalry crackled electrically between them. "Don't fight," urged Amalric. "Cast the dice." His hand came from under his worn tunic, and he threw down a pair of dice before them. A claw-like hand seized them. "Aye," agreed Gobir. "We cast, after Xaltotun, the winner." Amalric cast a glance toward the giant black, who still bent above his captive, bringing life back into her exhausted body. As he looked, her long lashed lids parted, deep violet eyes stared up into the leering face of the black man, bewilderedly. An explosive exclamation of gratification escaped the thick lips of Xaltotun. Wrenching a flask from his girdle, he put it to her mouth. She drank the wine mechanically. Amalric avoided her wandering gaze, 1 white man and 3 blacks, either of them his match. Gobir and Saidu bent above the dice, Saidu cupped them in his palm, breathed on them for luck, shook and threw. 2 vulture-like heads bent over the spinning cubes in the dim light. And Amalric drew and struck with the same motion. The edge sliced through a thick neck, severing the windpipe, and Gobir fell across the dice, spurting blood, his head hanging by a shred. Simultaneously Saidu, with the desperate quickness of a desert man, shot to his feet and hacked ferociously at the slayer's head. Amalric barely had time to catch the stroke on his lifted sword. The whistling scimitar beat the straight blade down on the white man's head, staggering him. Amalric released his sword and threw both arms about Saidu, dragging him into close quarters where his scimitar was useless. Under the desert man's rags, the wiry frame was like steel cords. Xaltotun, comprehending the matter instantly, had cast the girl down and risen with a roar. He rushed toward the strugglers like a charging bull, his great scimitar flaming in his hand. Amalric saw him coming, and his flesh turned cold. Saidu was jerking and wrenching, handicapped by the scimitar he was still seeking futilely to turn against his antagonist. Their feet twisted and stamped in the sand, their bodies ground against one another. Amalric smashed his sandal heel down on the Ganata's bare instep, feeling bones give way. Saidu howled and plunged convulsively, and Amalric, aiding his leap with a desperate heave of his own. They lurched drunkenly about, just as Xaltotun struck with a rolling drive of his broad shoulders. Amalric felt the steel rasp under part of his arm, and chugged deep into Saidu's body. The Ganata gave an agonized scream, and his convulsive start tore himself free of Amalric's grasp. Xaltotun roared a furious oath and, wrenching his steel free, hurled the dying man aside, but before he could strike again, Amalric, his skin crawling with the fear of that great curved blade, had grappled with him. Despair swept over him as he felt the strength of the Negro. Xaltotun was wiser than Saidu. He dropped the scimitar and with a bellow, caught Amalric's throat with both hands. The great black fingers locked like iron, and Amalric, striving vainly to break their grip, was borne down, with the Ganata's great weight pinning him to the earth. The smaller man was shaken like a rat in the jaws of a dog. His head was smashed savagely against the sandy earth. As in a red mist he saw the furious face of the Negro, the thick lips writhed back in a bestial grin of hate, the teeth glistening. A bestial snarling slavered from the thick black throat. "You want her, you white dog?" The Ganata mouthed, insane with rage and lust. "Arf! I break your back. I tear it out your throat. My scimitar." I cut off your head and make her kiss it, ut. A final ferocious smash of Amalric's head against the hard-packed sand, and Xaltotun half lifted him and hurled him down in an excess of bestial passion. Rising, the black ran, stooping like an ape, and caught up his scimitar where it lay like a broad crescent of steel in the sand. Yelling in ferocious exultation, he turned and charged back, brandishing the blade on high. Amalric rose slowly to meet him, dazed, shaken, sick from the manhandling he had received. Xaltotun's girdle had become unwound in the fight, and now the end dangled about his feet. He tripped, stumbled, fell headlong, throwing out his arms to save himself. The scimitar flew from his hand. Amalric, galvanized, caught up the scimitar, and took a reeling step forward. The desert swam darkly to his gaze. In the dusk before him he saw Xaltotun's face suddenly ashy. The wide mouth gaped, the whites of the eyeballs rolled up. The black froze on one knee and a hand, as if incapable of further motion. Then the scimitar fell, cleaving the round-shaven head to the chin, where its downward course was checked with a sickening jerk. Amalric had a dim impression of a black face, divided by a widening red line, fading in the thickening shadows, then darkness caught him with a rush. Something soft and cool was touching Amalric's face with gentle persistence. He groped blindly and his hand closed on something warm, firm and resilient. Then his sight cleared and he looked into a soft oval face, framed in lustrous black hair. As in a trance he gazed unspeaking, hungrily dwelling on each detail of the full red lips, dark violet eyes, and alabaster throat. With a start he realized the vision was speaking in a soft musical voice. The words were strange, yet possessed an elusive familiarity. A small white hand, holding a dripping bunch of silk, was passed gently over his throbbing head and his face. He sat up dizzily. It was night, under the star-splashed skies. The camel still munched its cud, a horse whinnied restlessly. Not far away lay a hulking black figure with its cleft head in a horrible puddle of blood and brains. Amalric looked up at the girl who knelt beside him, talking in her gentle unknown tongue. As the mists cleared from his brain, he began to understand her. Harking back into half-forgotten tongues he had learned and spoken in the past, he remembered a language used by a scholarly class in a southern province of Koth. "Who are you, girl?" he demanded, prisoning a small hand in his own hardened fingers. "I am Lissa." The name was spoken with almost the suggestion of a lisp. It was like the rippling of a slender stream. "I am glad you are conscious. I feared you were not alive." "A little more and I wouldn't have been," he muttered, glancing at the grisly sprawl that had been Xaltotun. She paled, and refused to follow his gaze. Her hand trembled, and in their nearness, Amalric thought he could feel the quick throb of her heart. "It was horrible," she faltered. "Like an awful dream. Anger, and blows, and blood. It might have been worse," he growled. She seemed sensitive to every changing inflection of voice or mood. Her free hand stole timidly to his arm. "I did not mean to offend you. It was very brave for you to risk your life for a stranger. You are noble as the knights about which I have read." He cast a quick glance at her. Her wide clear eyes met his, reflecting only the thought she had spoken. He started to speak, then changed his mind and said another thing. "What are you doing in the desert?" "I came from Guzzle," she answered. I was running away. I could not stand it any longer. But it was hot and lonely and weary, and I saw only sand, and the blazing blue sky. The sands burned my feet, and my sandals were worn out quickly. I was so thirsty, my canteen was soon empty. And then I wished to return to Guzzle, but one direction looked like another. I did not know which way to go. I was terribly afraid, and started running in the direction in which I thought Guzzle to be. I do not remember much after that. I ran until I could run no further, and I must have lain in the burning sand for a while. I remember rising and staggering on, and toward the last, I thought I heard someone shouting, and saw a black man on a black horse riding toward me, and then I knew no more, until I awoke and found myself lying with my head in that man's lap, while he gave me wine to drink. Then there was shouting and fighting, she shuddered. When it was all over, I crept to where you lay like a dead man, and I tried to bring you to. Why? He demanded. She seemed at a loss. Why, she floundered, why, you were hurt, and why, it is what anyone would do. Besides, I realized that you were fighting to protect me from these black men. The people of Guzzle have always said that the black people were wicked, and would harm the helpless. That's no exclusive characteristic of the blacks, muttered Amalric. Where is this Guzzle? It cannot be far, she answered. I walked a whole day, and then I do not know how far the black man carried me, after he found me. But he must have discovered me about sunset, so he could not have come far. In what direction? He demanded. I do not know. I traveled eastward when I left the city. City? He muttered. A day's travel from this spot? I had thought there was only desert for 1,000 miles. Guzzle is in the desert, she answered. It is built amidst the palms of an oasis. Putting her aside, he got to his feet, swearing softly as he fingered his throat, the skin of which was bruised and lacerated. He examined the 3 blacks in turn, finding no life in either. Then one by one he dragged them a short distance out into the desert. Somewhere the jackals began yelping. Returning to the waterhole, where the girl squatted patiently, he cursed to find only the black stallion of Xaltotun with the camel. The other horses had broken their tethers and bolted during the fight. Amalric went to the girl and proffered her a handful of dried dates. She nibbled at them eagerly, while the other sat and watched her, his chin on his fists, and increasing impatience throbbing in his veins. Why did you run away? He asked abruptly. Are you a slave? We have no slaves in Guzzle, she answered. Oh, I was weary, so weary of the eternal monotony. I wished to see something of the outer world. Tell me, from what land do you come? I was born in the western hills of Aquilonia, he answered. She clapped her hands like a delighted child. I know where it is. I have seen it on the maps. It is the westernmost country of the Hyborians, and its king is Epius the sword-wielder. Amalric experienced a distinct shock. His head jerked up and he stared at his fair companion. Epius? Why, Epius has been dead for 900 years. The king's name is Valerius. Oh, of course, she said, rather embarrassedly. I am foolish. Of course, Epius was king 9 centuries ago, as you say. But tell me all about the world. Why, that's a big order, he answered nonplussed. You have not traveled? This is the first time I have ever been out of sight of the walls of Guzzle, she declared. His gaze was fixed on the curve of her white bosom. He was not interested in her adventures at the moment, and Guzzle might have been hell for all he cared. He started to speak, then changing his mind caught her roughly in his arms, his muscles tensed for the struggle he expected. But he encountered no resistance. Her soft yielding body lay across his knees, and she looked up at him somewhat in surprise, but without fear or embarrassment. She might have been a child, submitting to a new kind of play. Something about her direct gaze confused him. If she had screamed, wept, fought, or smiled knowingly, he would have known how to deal with her. Who in Mitra's name are you, girl? He asked roughly. You are neither touched with the sun nor playing a game with me. Your speech shows you to be no ignorant country lass, innocent in ignorance. Yet you seem to know nothing of the world and its ways. I am a daughter of Guzzle, she answered helplessly. If you saw Guzzle, perhaps you would understand. He lifted her and sat down in the sand. Rising, he brought a saddle blanket and spread it out for her. Sleep, Lissa, he said, his voice harsh with conflicting emotions. Tomorrow I mean to see Guzzle. At dawn they started westward. Amalric had placed Lissa on the camel, showing her how to maintain her balance. She clung to the seat with both hands, showing no knowledge whatever of camels, which again surprised the young Aquilonian. A girl raised in the desert, she had never before been on a camel, nor, until the preceding night, had she ever ridden or been carried on a horse. Amalric had manufactured a sort of cloak for her, and she wore it without question, not asking whence it came, accepting it as she accepted all things he did for her, gratefully, but blindly, without asking the reason. Amalric did not tell her that the silk that shielded her from the sun had once covered the black hide of her abductor. As they rode, she again begged him to tell her something of the world, like a child asking for a story. "I know Aquilonia is far from this desert," she said. "Stygia lies between, and the lands of Shem, and other countries. How is it that you are here, so far from your homeland?" He rode for a space in silence, his hand on the camel's guide rope. "Argos and Stygia were at war," he said abruptly. Koth became embroiled. The Kothians urged a simultaneous invasion of Stygia. Argos raised an army of mercenaries, which went into ships and sailed southward along the coast. At the same time, a Kothic army was to invade Stygia by land. I was one of that mercenary army. We met the Stygian fleet and defeated it, driving it back into Chemi. We should have landed and looted the city, and advanced along the course of the Styx, but our admiral was cautious. Our leader was Prince Scipio de Cova, a Zingaran. We cruised southward until we reached the jungle-clad coasts of Kush. There we landed, and the ships anchored, while the army pushed eastward, along the Stygian border, burning and pillaging as we went. It was our intention to turn northward at a certain point and strike into the heart of Stygia, to form a juncture with the Kothic host which was supposed to be pushing down from the north. Then word came that we were betrayed. Koth had concluded a separate peace with the Stygians. A Stygian army was pushing southward to intercept us, while another already had cut us off from the coast. Prince Scipio, in desperation, conceived the mad idea of marching eastward, hoping to skirt the Stygian border and eventually reach the eastern lands of Shem. But the army from the north overtook us. We turned and fought. All day we fought, and drove them back en route to their camp. But the next day the pursuing army came up from the west, and crushed between the hosts, our army ceased to be. We were broken, annihilated, destroyed. There were few left to flee. But when night fell, I broke away with my companion, a Cimmerian named Conan, a brute of a man, with the strength of a bull. We rode southward into the desert, because there was no other direction in which we might go. Conan had been in this part of the world before, and he believed we had a chance to survive. Far to the south we found an oasis, but Stygian riders harried us, and we fled again, from oasis to oasis, fleeing, starving, thirsting, until we found ourselves in a barren unknown land of blazing sand and empty sand. We rode until our horses were reeling, and we were half delirious. Then one night we saw fires, and rode up to them, taking a desperate chance that we might make friends with them. As soon as we came within range, a shower of arrows greeted us. Conan's horse was hit, and reared, throwing its rider. His neck must have broken like a twig, for he never moved. I got away in the darkness, somehow, though my horse died under me. I had only a glance of the attackers, tall, lean, brown men, wearing strange barbaric garments. I wandered on foot through the desert, and fell in with those 3 vultures you saw yesterday. They were jackals, ganadas, members of a robber tribe, of mixed blood, Negro and Mitra knows what else. The only reason they didn't murder me was because I had nothing they wished. For a month I have been wandering and thieving with them, because there was nothing else I could do. I do not know it was like that, she murmured faintly. They said there were wars and cruelty out in the world, but it seemed like a dream and far away. But hearing you speak of treachery in battle seems almost like seeing it. Do no enemies ever come against Guzzle? He demanded. She shook her head. Men ride wide of Guzzle. Sometimes I have seen black dots moving in lines along the horizons, and the old men said it was armies moving to war, but they never come near Guzzle. Amalric felt a dim stirring of uneasiness. This desert, seemingly empty of life, nevertheless contains some of the fiercest tribes on earth, the Ganadas, who ranged far to the east, the masked Tibu, whom he believed dwelt further to the south, and somewhere off to the southwest lay the semi-mythical empire of Tombalku, ruled by a wild and barbaric race. It was strange that a city in the midst of this savage land should be left so completely alone that one of its inhabitants did not even know the meaning of war. When he turned his gaze elsewhere, strange thoughts assailed him. Was the girl touched by the sun? Was she a demon in womanly form come out of the desert to lure him to some cryptic doom? A glance at her clinging childishly to the high peak of the camel's saddle was sufficient to dispel these broodings. Then again doubt assailed him. Was he bewitched? Had she cast a spell on him? Westward they forged steadily, halting only to nibble dates and drink water at midday. Amalric fashioned a frail shelter out of his sword and sheath and the saddle blankets, to shield her from the burning sun. Weary and stiff from the tossing, bucking gait of the camel, she had to be lifted down in his arms. As he felt again the voluptuous sweetness of her soft body, he felt a hot throb of passion sear through him, and he stood momentarily motionless, intoxicated with the nearness of her, before he laid her down in the shade of the makeshift tent. He felt a touch of almost anger at the clear gaze with which she met his, at the docility with which she yielded her young body to his hands. It was as if she was unaware of things which might harm her. Her innocent trust shamed him and pent a helpless wrath within him. As they ate, he did not taste the dates he munched, his eyes burned on her, avidly drinking in every detail of her lithe young figure. She seemed as unaware of his intentness as a child. When he lifted her to place her again on her camel, and her arms went instinctively about his neck, he shuddered. But he lifted her up on her mount, and they took up the journey once more. It was just before sundown when Lissa pointed and cried out, "Look! The towers of Guzzle!" On the desert rim he saw them, spires and minarets, rising in a jade-green cluster against the blue sky. But for the girl, he would have thought it the phantom city of a mirage. He glanced at Lissa curiously. She showed no signs of eager joy at her homecoming. She sighed, and her slim shoulders seemed to droop. As they approached, the details swam more plainly into view. Sheer from the desert sands rose the wall which enclosed the towers. And Amalric saw that the wall was crumbling in many places. The towers, too, he saw, were much in disrepair. Roofs sagged, broken battlements gaped, spires leaned drunkenly. Panic assailed him. Was it a city of the dead to which he rode, guided by a vampire? A quick glance at the girl reassured him. No demon could lurk in that divinely molded exterior. She glanced at him with a strange wistful questioning in her deep eyes, turned irresolutely toward the desert, then, with a deep sigh, set her face toward the city, as if gripped by a subtle and fatalistic despair. Now through the gaps of the jade-green wall, Amalric saw figures moving within the city. No one hailed them as they rode through a broad breach in the wall, and came out into a broad street. Close at hand, limned in the sinking sun, the decay was more apparent. Grass grew rank in the streets, pushing through shattered paving. Grass grew rank in the small plazas. Streets and courts likewise were littered with rubbish of masonry and fallen stones. Domes rose, cracked and discolored. Portals gaped, vacant of doors. Everywhere ruin had laid his hand. Then Amalric saw one spire untouched, a shining red cylindrical tower which rose in the extreme southeastern corner of the city. It shone among the ruins. Amalric indicated it. "Why is that tower less in ruins than the others?" he asked. Lissa turned pale, she trembled, and caught his hand convulsively. "Do not speak of it," she whispered. "Do not look toward it, do not even think of it." Amalric scowled. The nameless implication of her words somehow changed the aspect of the mysterious tower. Now it seemed like a serpent's head rearing among ruin and desolation. The young Aquilonian looked warily about him. After all, he had no assurance that the people of Guzzle would receive him in a friendly manner. He saw people moving leisurely about the streets. They halted and stared at him, and for some reason his flesh crawled. They were men and women with kindly features, and their looks were mild. But their interest seemed so slight, so vague and impersonal. They made no movement to approach him or to speak to him. It might have been the most common thing in the world for an armed horseman to ride into their city from the desert, yet Amalric knew that was not the case, and the casual manner with which the people of Ghazal received him caused a faint uneasiness in his bosom. Lissa spoke to them, indicating Amalric, whose hand she lifted like an affectionate child. "This is Amalric of Aquilonia, who rescued me from the black people and has brought me home." But a polite murmur of welcome rose from the people, and several of them approached to extend their hands. Amalric thought he had never seen such vague, kindly faces. Their eyes were soft and mild, without fear and without wonder. Yet they were not the eyes of stupid oxen, rather, they were the eyes of people wrapped in dreams. Their stare gave him a feeling of unreality. He hardly knew what was said to him. His mind was occupied by the strangeness of it all, these quiet dreamy people, in their silken tunics and soft sandals, moving with aimless vagueness among the discolored ruins. A lotus paradise of illusion? Somehow the thought of that sinister red tower struck a discordant note. One of the men, his face smooth and unlined, but his hair silver, was saying, "Aquilonia? There was an invasion, we heard, King Braggarus of Nemedia. How went the war?" "He was driven back," answered Amalric briefly, resisting a shudder. 900 years had passed since Braggarus led his spearmen across the marches of Aquilonia. His questioner did not press him further. The people drifted away, and Lissa tugged at his hand. He turned, feasted his eyes upon her. In a realm of illusion and dream, her soft firm body anchored his wandering conjectures. She was no dream, she was real. Her body was sweet and tangible as cream and honey. "Come, let us go to rest and eat." "What of the people?" He demurred. "Will you not tell them of your experiences?" "They would not heed, except for a few minutes," she answered. "They would listen a little, and then drift away. They hardly know I have been gone. Come." Amalric led the horse and camel into an enclosed court where the grass grew high, and water seeped from a broken fountain into a marble trough. There he tethered them, then he followed Lissa. Taking his hand, she led him across the court, into an arched doorway. Night had fallen. In the open space above the court, the stars were clustering, etching the jagged pinnacles. Through a series of dark chambers Lissa went, moving with the sureness of long practice. Amalric groped after her, guided by her little hand in his. He found it no pleasant adventure. The scent of dust and decay hung in the thick darkness. Under his feet sometimes were broken tiles, by the feel of them, sometimes worn carpets. His free hand touched the fretted arches of doorways. Then the stars gleamed through a broken roof, showing him a dim winding hallway, hung with rotting tapestries. They rustled in a faint wind, and their noise was like the whispering of witches, causing the hair to stir next his scalp. Then they came into a chamber dimly lighted by the starshine streaming through open windows, and Lissa released his hand, fumbled an instant and produced a faint light of some sort. It was a glassy knob which glowed with a golden radiance. She set it on a marble table, and indicated that Amalric should recline on a couch thickly littered with silks. Groping into some mysterious recess, she produced a gold vessel of wine, and others containing food unfamiliar to Amalric. There were dates, the others, pallid and insipid to his taste, he did not recognize. The wine was pleasant to the palate, but no more heady than dishwater. Seated on a marble seat opposite him, Lissa nibbled daintily. "What sort of place is this?" he demanded. "You are like these people, yet strangely unlike." "They say I am like our ancestors," answered Lissa. "Long ago they came into the desert and built this city over a great oasis which was in reality only a series of springs. The stone they took from the ruins of a much older city, only the red tower." Her voice dropped and she glanced nervously at the star-framed windows. Only the red tower stood there. It was empty, then. "Our ancestors, who were called Ghazali, once dwelt in southern Kaf. They were noted for their scholarly wisdom. But they sought to revive the worship of Mitra, which the Kothians had long ago abandoned, and the king drove them from his kingdom. They came southward, many of them, priests, scholars, teachers, scientists, with their Shemanish slaves. They reared Ghazal in the desert, but the slaves revolted almost as soon as the city was built, and fleeing, mixed with the wild tribes of the desert. They were not illy treated. Word came to them in the night, a word which sent them fleeing madly from the city into the desert. My people dwelt here, learning to manufacture their food and drink from such material as was at hand. Their learning was a marvel. When the slaves fled, they took with them every camel, horse, and donkey in the city. There was no communication with the outer world. There are whole chambers in Xal filled with maps and books and chronicles, but they are all 9 years old at the least, for it was 900 years ago that my people fled from Koth. Since then no man of the outside world has set foot in Xal. And the people are slowly vanishing. They have become so dreamy and introspective that they have neither human passions nor ambitions. The city falls into ruins and none moves hand to repair it. Horror, she choked and shuddered. When horror came upon them, they could neither flee nor fight. What do you mean? He whispered, a cold wind blowing on his spine. The rustling of rotten hangings down nameless black corridors stirred dim fear in his soul. She shook her head, she rose, came around the marble table, laid hands on his shoulders. Her eyes were wet and they shone with horror and a desperate yearning that caught at his throat. Instinctively his arm went around her lithe form, and he felt her tremble. Hold me, she begged. I am afraid. Oh, I have dreamed of such a man as you. I am not like my people, they are dead men walking forgotten streets, but I am alive. I am warm and sentient. I hunger and thirst and yearn for life. I cannot abide the silent streets and ruined halls and dim people of Xal, though I have never known anything else. That is why I ran away, I yearn for life. She was sobbing uncontrollably in his arms. Her hair streamed over his face, her fragrance made him dizzy. Her firm body strained against his. She was lying across his knees, her arms locked about his neck. Straining her to his breast, he crushed her lips with his. Eyes, lips, cheeks, hair, throat, breasts, he showered with hot kisses, until her sobs changed to panting gasps. His passion was not the violence of a ravisher. The passion that slumbered in her woke in one overpowering wave. The glowing gold ball, struck by his groping fingers, tumbled to the floor and was extinguished. Only the starshine gleamed through the windows. Lying in Amalric's arms on the silk-heaped couch, Lissa opened her heart and whispered her dreams and hopes and aspirations, childish, pathetic, terrible. I'll take you away, he muttered. Tomorrow. You are right. Xal is a city of the dead, we will seek life in the outer world. It is violent, rough, cruel, but better that than this living death. The night was broken by a shuddering cry of agony, horror and despair. Its timbre brought out cold sweat on Amalric's skin. He started upright from the couch, but Lissa clung to him desperately. No, no. She begged in a frantic whisper. Do not go. Stay. But murder is being done. He exclaimed, fumbling for his sword. The cries seemed to come from across an outer court. Mingled with them there was an indescribable tearing, rending sound. They rose higher and thinner, unbearable in their hopeless agony, then sank away in a long shuddering sob. I have heard men dying on the rack cry out like that, muttered Amalric, shaking with horror. What devil's work is this? Lissa was trembling violently in a frenzy of terror. He felt the wild pounding of her heart. It is the horror of which I spoke. She whispered. The horror which dwells in the Red Tower. Long ago it came, some say it dwelt there in the lost years, and returned after the building of Xal. It devours human beings. Bats fly from the tower. What it is, no one knows, since none have seen it and lived to tell of it. It is a god or a devil. That is why the slaves fled, why the desert people shun Xal. Many of us have gone into its awful belly. Eventually all will have gone, and it will rule over an empty city, as men say it ruled over the ruins from which Xal was reared. Why have the people stayed to be devoured? He demanded. I do not know, she whimpered, they dream. Hypnosis, muttered Amalric, hypnosis coupled with decay. I saw it in their eyes. This devil has them mesmerized. Mitra, what a foul secret. Lissa pressed her face against his bosom and clung to him. But what are we to do? He asked uneasily. There is nothing to do, she whispered. Your sword would be helpless. Perhaps it will not harm us. It has taken a victim tonight. We must wait like sheep for the butcher. I'll be damned if I will. Amalric exclaimed, galvanized. We will not wait for morning. We'll go tonight. Make a bundle of food and drink. I'll get the horse and camel and bring them to the court outside. Meet me there. Since the unknown monster had already struck, Amalric felt that he was safe in leaving the girl alone for a few minutes. But his flesh crawled as he groped his way down the winding corridor and through the black chambers where the swinging tapestries whispered. He found the beasts huddled nervously together in the court where he had left them. The stallion whinnied anxiously and nuzzled him, as if sensing peril in the breathless night. He saddled and bridled and hurriedly led them through the narrow opening onto the street. A few minutes later he was standing in the starlit court. And even as he reached it, he was electrified by an awful scream which rang shudderingly upon the air. It came from the chamber where he had left Lissa. He answered that piteous cry with a wild yell. Drawing his sword he rushed across the court, hurled himself through the window. The golden ball was glowing again, carving out black shadows in the shrinking corners. Silks lay scattered on the floor. The marble seat was upset. But the chamber was empty. A sick weakness overcame Amalric and he staggered against the marble table, the dim light waving dizzily to his sight. Then he was swept by a mad rage. The Red Tower. There the fiend would bear his victim. He darted back across the court, sought the streets and raced toward the tower which glowed with an unholy light under the stars. The streets did not run straight. He cut through silent black buildings and crossed courts whose rank grass waved in the night wind. Ahead of him, clustered about the crimson tower, rose a heap of ruins, where decay had eaten more savagely than at the rest of the city. Apparently none dwelt among them. They reeled and tumbled, a crumbling mass of quaking masonry, with the red tower rearing up among them like a poisonous red flower from charnel house ruin. To reach the tower he would be forced to traverse the ruins. Recklessly he plunged into the black mass, groping for a door. He found one and entered, thrusting his sword ahead of him. Then he saw such a vista as men sometimes see in fantastic dreams. Far ahead of him stretched a long corridor, visible in a faint unhallowed glow, its black walls hung with strange shuddersome tapestries. Far down it he saw a receding figure, a white, naked, stooped figure, lurching along, dragging something the sight of which filled him with sweating horror. Then the apparition vanished from his sight, and with it vanished the eerie glow. Amalric stood in the soundless dark, seeing nothing, hearing nothing, thinking only of a stooped white figure that dragged a limp human down a long black corridor. As he groped onward, a vague memory stirred in his brain, the memory of a grisly tale mumbled to him over a dying fire in the skull-heaped devil hut of a black witch-man, a tale of a god which dwelt in a crimson house in a ruined city and which was worshipped by darksome cults in dank jungles and along sullen dusky rivers. And there stirred, too, in his mind, an incantation whispered in his ear in odd and shuddering tones. While the night had held its breath, the lions had ceased to roar along the river, and the very fronds had ceased their scraping one against the other. Alamanga, whispered a dark whine down the sightless corridor. Alamanga whispered the dust that ground beneath his stealthy feet. Sweat stood on his skin and the sword shook in his hand. He stole through the house of a god, and fear held him in its bony hand. The house of the god, the full horror of the phrase filled his mind. All the ancestral fears and the fears that reached beyond ancestry and primordial race memory crowded upon him, horror cosmic and unhuman sickened him. His weak humanity crushed him in its realization as he went through the house of darkness that was the house of a god. About him shimmered a glow so faint it was scarcely discernible. He knew that he was approaching the tower itself. Another instant and he groped his way through an arched door and stumbled upon strangely spaced steps. Up them he went, and as he climbed, that blind fury which is mankind's last defense against diabolism and all the hostile forces of the universe, surged in him, and he forgot his fear. Burning with terrible eagerness, he climbed up and up through the thick evil darkness until he came into a chamber lit by a weird glow. And before him stood a white naked figure. Amalric halted, his tongue cleaving to his palate. It was a naked white man, to all appearances, which stood gazing at him, mighty arms folded on an alabaster breast. The features were classic, cleanly carven, with more than human beauty. But the eyes were balls of luminous fire, such as never looked from any human head. In those eyes Amalric glimpsed the frozen fires of the ultimate hells, touched by awful shadows. Then before him the form began to grow dim in outline, to waver. With a terrible effort the Aquilonian burst the bonds of silence and spoke a cryptic and awful incantation. And as the frightful words cut the silence, the white giant halted, froze, again his outline stood out clear and bold against the golden background. "Now fall on, damn you!" cried Amalric hysterically. "I have bound you into your human shape." The black wizard spoke truly. It was the master word he gave me. "Fall on, Alamanga, till you break the spell by feasting on my heart. You are no more than a man like me." With a roar that was like the gust of a black wind, the creature charged. Amalric sprang aside from the clutch of those hands whose strength was more than that of the whirlwind. A single taloned finger, spread wide and catching in his tunic, ripped the garment from him like a rotten rag as the monster plunged by. But Amalric, nerved to more than human quickness by the horror of the fight, wheeled and drove his sword through the thing's back, so that the point stood out a foot from the broad breast. A fiendish howl of agony shook the tower, the monster whirled and rushed at Amalric, but the youth sprang aside and raced up the stairs to the dais. There he wheeled and catching up a marble seat, hurled it down upon the horror that was lumbering up the stairs. Full in the face the massive missile struck, carrying the fiend back down the steps. He rose, an awful sight, streaming blood, and again essayed the stairs. In desperation Amalric lifted a jade bench whose weight wrenched a groan of effort from him, and hurled it. Beneath the impact of the hurtling bulk Alamanga pitched back down the stair and lay among the marble shards, which were flooded with his blood. With a last desperate effort, he heaved himself up on his hands, eyes glazing, and throwing back his bloody head, voiced an awful cry. Amalric shuddered and recoiled from the abysmal horror of that scream. And it was answered. From somewhere in the air above the tower a faint medley of fiendish cries came back like an echo. Then the mangled white figure went limp among the blood-stained shards. And Amalric knew that one of the gods of Kush was no more. With the thought came blind, unreasoning horror. In a fog of terror he rushed down the stair, shrinking from the thing that lay staring in the floor. The night seemed to cry out against him, aghast at the sacrilege. Reason, exultant over his triumph, was submerged in a flood of cosmic fear. As he put foot on the head of the steps, he halted short. Up from the darkness Lyssa came to him, her white arms outstretched, her eyes pools of horror. "Amalric!" It was a haunting cry. He crushed her in his arms. "I saw it," she whimpered, dragging a dead man through the corridor. "I screamed and fled, then when I returned, I heard you cry out, and knew you had gone to search for me in the Red Tower. And you came to share my fate." His voice was almost inarticulate. Then as she tried to peer in trembling fascination past him, he covered her eyes with his hands and turned her about. Better that she should not see what lay on the crimson floor. As he half led, half carried her down the shadowed stairs, a glance over his shoulder showed him that a naked white figure no longer lay among the broken marble. The incantation had bound Alamanga into his human form in life, but not in death. Blindness momentarily assailed Amalric, then, galvanized into frantic haste, he hurried Lyssa down the stairs and through the dark ruins. He did not slacken pace until they reached the street where the camel and stallion huddled against one another. Quickly he mounted the girl on the camel, and he swung up on the stallion. Taking the lead line, he headed straight for the broken wall. A few minutes later he breathed gustily. The open air of the desert cooled his blood, it was free of the scent of decay and hideous antiquity. There was a small water pouch hanging from his saddle bow. They had no food, and his sword was in the chamber in the Red Tower. He had not dared touch it. Without food and unarmed, they faced the desert, but its peril seemed less grim than the horror of the city behind them. Without speaking they rode. Amalric headed south. Somewhere in that direction there was a waterhole. Just at dawn, as they mounted a crest of sand, he looked back toward Gizel, unreal in the pink light. And he stiffened and Lissa cried out. Out of a breach in the wall rode 7 horsemen, their steeds were black, and the riders were cloaked in black from head to foot. There had been no horses in Gizel. Horror swept over Amalric, and turning, he urged their mounts on. The sun rose, red, and then gold, and then a ball of white beaten flame. On and on the fugitives pressed, reeling with heat and fatigue, blinded by the glare. They moistened their lips with water from time to time. And behind at an even pace, rode 7 black dots. Evening began to fall, and the sun reddened and lurched toward the desert rim. And a cold hand clutched Amalric's heart. The riders were closing in. As darkness came on, so came the black riders. Amalric glanced at Lissa, and a groan burst from him. His stallion stumbled and fell. The sun had gone down, the moon was blotted out suddenly by a bat-shaped shadow. In the utter darkness the stars glowed red, and behind him Amalric heard a rising rush as of an approaching wind. A black speeding clump bulked against the night, in which glinted sparks of awful light. "Ride, girl!" he cried despairingly. "Go on, save yourself, it is me they want." For answer she slid down from the camel and threw her arms about him. "I will die with you." 7 black shapes loomed against the stars, racing like the wind. Under the hood shone balls of evil fire, flesh jawbones seemed to clack together. Then there was an interruption, a horse swept past Amalric and the horse, a vague bulk in the unnatural darkness. There was the sound of an impact as the unknown steed caromed among the oncoming shapes. A horse screamed frenziedly, and a bull-like voice bellowed in a strange tongue. From somewhere in the night a clamor of yells answered. There was some sort of violent action taking place. Horses' hoofs stamped and clattered, there was the impact of savage blows, and the same stentorian voice was cursing lustily. Then the moon abruptly came out and lit a fantastic scene. A man on a giant horse whirled, slashed and smote apparently at thin air, and from another direction swept a wild horde of riders, their curved swords flashing in the moonlight. Away over the crest of a rise 7 black figures were vanishing, their cloaks floating out like the wings of bats. Amalric was swamped by wild men who leaped from their horses and swarmed around him. Sinewy naked arms pinioned him, fierce brown hawk-like faces snarled at him. Lissa screamed. Then the attackers were thrust right and left as the man on the great horse reined through the crowd. He bent from his saddle, glared closely at Amalric. "The devil!" he roared, "Amalric the Aquilonian!" "Conan!" Amalric exclaimed bewilderedly. "Conan! Alive!" "More alive than you seem to be," answered the other. "By Crom, man, you look as if all the devils in this desert had been hunting you through the night. What things were those pursuing you?" "I was riding around the camp my men had pitched, to make sure no enemies were in hiding, when the moon went out like a candle, and then I heard sounds of flight. I rode toward the sounds, and by Crom, I was among those devils before I knew what was happening. I had my sword in my hand and I laid about me, by Crom, their eyes blazed like fire in the dark. I know my edge bit them, but when the moon came out, they were gone like a puff of wind." "Were they men or fiends?" "Ghouls sent up from hell," shuddered Amalric. "Ask me no more, some things are not to be discussed." Conan did not press the matter, nor did he look incredulous. His beliefs included night fiends, ghosts, hobgoblins, and dwarfs. "Trust you to find a woman, even in a desert," he said, glancing at Lissa, who had crept to Amalric and was clinging close to him, glancing fearfully at the wild figures which hemmed them in. "Wine!" roared Conan. "Bring flasks!" Here. He seized a leather flask from those thrust out to him, and placed it in Amalric's hand. Give the girl a swig, and drink some yourself, he advised. Then we'll put you on horses and take you to the camp. You need food, rest and sleep. I can see that. A richly caparisoned horse was brought, rearing and prancing, and willing hands helped Amalric into the saddle. Then the girl was handed up to him, and they moved off southward, surrounded by the wiry brown riders in their picturesque semi-nakedness. Conan rode ahead, humming a riding song of the mercenaries. Who is he? Whispered Lissa, her arms about her lover's neck. He was holding her on the saddle in front of him. Conan, the Cimmerian, muttered Amalric. The man I wandered with in the desert after the defeat of the mercenaries. These are the men who struck him down. I left him lying under their spears, apparently dead. Now we meet him obviously in command of, and respected by them. He is a terrible man, she whispered. He smiled. You never saw a white-skinned barbarian before. He is a wanderer and a plunderer, and a slayer, but he has his own code of morals. I don't think we have anything to fear from him. In his heart he was not sure. In a way, it might be said that he had forfeited Conan's comradeship when he had ridden away into the desert, leaving the Cimmerian senseless on the ground. But he had not known that Conan was not dead. Doubt haunted Amalric. Savagely loyal to his companions, the Cimmerian's wild nature saw no reason why the rest of the world should not be plundered. He lived by the sword. And Amalric suppressed a shudder as he thought of what might chance did Conan desire Lissa. Later on, having eaten and drunk in the camp of the riders, Amalric sat by a small fire in front of Conan's tent. Lissa, covered with a silken cloak, slumbered with her curly head on his knees. And across from him the firelight played on Conan's face, interchanging lights and shadows. Who are these men? Asked the young Aquilonian. The riders of Tombalku, answered the Cimmerian. Tombalku! Exclaimed Amalric. Then it is no myth. Far from it. Agreed Conan. When my accursed steed fell with me, I was knocked senseless, and when I recovered consciousness, the devils had me bound hand and foot. This angered me, so I snapped several of the cords they had me tied with, but they rebound them as fast as I could break them. Never did I get a hand entirely free. But to them my strength seemed remarkable. Amalric gazed at Conan unspeaking. The man was tall and broad as Xaltotun had been, without the black man's surplus flesh. He could have broken the Ganada's neck with his naked hands. They decided to carry me to their city instead of killing me out of hand, Conan went on. They thought a man like me should be a long time in dying by torture, and so give them sport. Well, they bound me on a horse without a saddle, and we went to Tombalku. There are 2 kings of Tombalku. They took me before them, a lean brown-skinned devil named Zebe, and a big fat Negro who dozed on his ivory-tusk throne. They spoke a dialect I could understand a little, it being much like that of the western Mandingo who dwell on the coast. Zebe asked a brown priest, Dora, what should be done with me, and Dora cast dice made of sheep bone, and said I should be flayed alive before the altar of Jill. Everyone cheered and that woke the Negro king. I spat on Dora and cursed him roundly, and the kings as well, and told them that if I was to be skinned, by Crom, I demanded a good bellyful of wine before they began, and I damned them for thieves and cowards and sons of harlots. At this the Black King roused and sat up and stared at me, and then he rose and shouted, Amra! And I knew him, Succumbi, a Suba from the Black Coast, a fat adventurer I had known well in the days when I was a corsair along that coast. He trafficked in ivory, gold dust, and slaves, and would cheat the devil out of his eye-teeth. Well, when he knew me, he descended from his throne and embraced me for joy, the black, smelly devil, and took my cords off me with his own hands. Then he announced that I was Amra, the lion, his friend, and that no harm should come to me. Then followed much discussion, because Zabet and Dora wanted my hide. But Succumbi yelled for his witchfinder, Askia, and he came, all feathers and bells and snakeskins, a wizard of the Black Coast, and a son of the devil if there ever was one. Askia pranced and made incantations, and announced that Succumbi was the chosen of Agujo, the Dark One, and all the black people of Tambalku shouted, and Zeba backed down. For the blacks in Tambalku are the real power. Several centuries ago the Afaki, a Shemitish race, pushed into the southern desert and established the kingdom of Tambalku. They mixed with the desert blacks and the result was a brown straight-haired race, which is still more white than black. They are the dominant caste in Tambalku, but they are in the minority, and a pure black king always sits on the throne beside the Afaki ruler. The Afaki conquered the nomads of the southwestern desert, and the Negro tribes of the steppes which lie to the south of them. These riders, for instance, are Tibu, of mixed Stygian and Negro blood. Well, Succumbi, through Askia, is the real ruler of Tambalku. The Afaki worship Jill, but the blacks worship Ajujo the Dark One and his kin. Askia came to Tambalku with Succumbi, and revived the worship of Ajujo, which was crumbling because of the Afaki priests. Askia made black magic which defeated the wizardry of the Afaki, and the blacks hailed him as a prophet sent by the dark gods. Succumbi and Askia wax as Zebe and Dorowane. Well, as I am Succumbi's friend, and Askia spoke for me, the blacks received me with great applause. Succumbi had Cordofo, the general of the horsemen, poisoned, and gave me his place, which delighted the blacks and exasperated the Afaki. You will like Tambalku. It was made for men like us to loot. There are half a dozen powerful factions plotting and intriguing against each other. There are continual brawls in the taverns and streets, secret murders, mutilations, and executions. And there are women, gold, wine, all that a mercenary wants. And I am high in favor and power. By Crom, Amalric, you could not come at a better time. Why, what's the matter? You do not seem as enthusiastic as I remember you having once been in such matters. I crave your pardon, Conan, apologized Amalric. I do not lack interest, but weariness and want of sleep overcomes me, But it was not gold, women and intrigue that the Aquilonian was thinking, but of the girl who slumbered on his lap. There was no joy in the thought of taking her into such a welter of intrigue and blood as Conan had described. A subtle change had come over Amalric, almost without his knowledge. Untitled Synopsis. The Hour of the Dragon. The plot began with 4 men in a chamber of an Nemedian castle bringing back to life a Stygian mummy, thousands of years old. One of the men was a powerful Nemedian baron with the ambitions of a kingmaker. One was the younger brother of the king of Nemedia. One was a claimant to the throne of Aquilonia. One was a priest of Mitra who had been expelled from his order because of his studies of the forbidden arts of magic. The mummy was that of a sorcerer of long ago, an Hyborian of a kingdom which had been destroyed by the Nemedians, Aquilonians, and Argosians. The name of this kingdom was Acheron, and its capital city was called Python. Many centuries before the people of Acheron, Hyborians more highly civilized than their neighbors to the east and the west, had been lords of an empire which included what was later southern Nemedia and Brithunia, most of Corinthia, most of Ophir, western Koth, and the western lands of Shem, northern Argos, and eastern Aquilonia. With the overthrow and destruction of Acheron by its ruder western neighbors, their greatest sorcerer had fled to Stygia, living there until poisoned by a Stygian priest of Set the Old Serpent. Then he had been mummified with curious art, without removing any of his vital parts, and the mummy had been placed in a hidden temple. Thence, at the conspirators' instigation, it had been stolen by thieves from Zamora. The Nemedian baron's name was Amalric, the king's brother was named Tarascus, the Aquilonian claimant was named Valerius, the priest's name was Erastes, the sorcerer's name was Xaltotun. Valerius was a reckless young rogue, tall, yellow-haired, mocking at himself and everything else, but a courageous fighter. He was distantly related to that Aquilonian king destroyed by Conan the Cimmerian, when the latter took the throne of Aquilonia. That king had exiled him, and he had been roaming the world as a soldier of fortune until Amalric's plots had drawn him back. He was to aid the conspirators in placing Tarascus on the Nemedian throne, then they would set him on the throne of Aquilonia. Amalric was strongly built, dark, ruthless, with hidden designs of his own. He desired to set his puppets on their thrones, rule both, overthrow both, and finally place himself on the throne of the United Countries. Tarascus was a small, darkish young man, crafty, courageous, sensual, but a puppet in Amalric's hands. Orastes was a large man with soft white hands, a dabbler in the black arts. Xaltotun, when brought to life by strange incantations, was a tall man with quick strong hands and strange magnetic eyes and thick black hair. He listened to their speech, as they explained to him all that had occurred since his death, and agreed to aid them. But, he said, before he could regain his full magical power, they must steal for him the jewel called the Heart of Ahriman, which was kept in a secret place in the kingdom of Aquilonia. This had been taken from him when Python fell, and so he had been forced to flee to Stygia. In his own heart the wizard planned to restore the ancient kingdom of Acheron. The descendants of the people of Acheron were more plentiful than men supposed, dwelling in the fastness of the hills, in communities in the great cities, and scattered throughout the kingdom as priests, menials, secretaries, and scribes. The jewel was stolen, the king of Nemedia was assassinated by black magic, and Tarascus was set on the throne. Then the armies of Nemedia moved against Aquilonia. In his tent in the night before the battle, Conan the Cimmerian dreamed a strange dream in which many of the past events of his life passed in review once more. He saw strange shapes and events, and woke in a sweat of fear to call his captains. Dawn was breaking and the hosts were in motion. A strange hooded figure appeared in the king's tent and Conan was stricken with a curious paralysis. He could not ride to battle, so they brought a common soldier from the ranks who much resembled him and put the king's armor on him, and he rode beneath the great lion banner. But he fell, fighting gloriously, and the Aquilonian host was broken and hurled in headlong defeat. Conan, lying helpless in his tent, was attacked by the Nemedian knights, his guard cut down. He fought with his sword, holding himself upright to the tent pole, until Xaltotun overcame him by magic. He was put secretly into a chariot and secretly conveyed to the capital of Nemedia, for Amalric did not wish it known that it had not been the king who had fallen. He was thrown into the pits beneath the palace, where a giant ape attacked him. But a girl in the train of Tarascus gave Conan a dagger, with which he killed the beast and escaped. Coming into the palace of Tarascus to slay him, he saw the king give a jewel to a man and a bag of gold and order him to take the gem and throw it into the sea. This jewel, although Conan did not know it, was the Heart of Ahriman, which Tarascus had stolen from the sorcerer because he feared him and had a dim inkling of what Xaltotun intended. Conan smote at Tarascus, but missed, and then, leaving the city, worked his way toward the Aquilonian border. Reaching the border, he learned that his people believed him dead, that the barons were at war with one another, and that Valerius, appearing on the eastern border with the Nemedian army, defeated a host sent against him by the barons, took the capital city and was acclaimed king by the mob, who feared a foreign invasion. Gunderland in the north, and Poitin in the south retained their independence, Gunderland partially and Poitin wholly, and southward Conan made his way, to join Count Trocero, his chancellor, who held the passes that lead down toward the plains of Zingara. But first he made his way to his capital, which was in the hands of Valerius because an old witch, in the mountains of eastern Aquilonia, spoke cryptically to him of the Heart of Ahriman, and showed him visions in a crystal floating in smoke, of Zamorian thieves looting a Stygian temple, and stealing a flaming jewel from a subterranean cavern below the city. Thither Conan went and was admitted and aided by his loyal vassals, and going to the cavern, found the jewel gone and fought a fiendish battle with an unseen creature who guarded it. Escaping, he knew at last that the Heart of Ahriman was the gem Tarascus had given the man, but he secured horse and armor and traveled to Poitin, where he found Trocero holding the mountain passes against Valerius. Meanwhile Xaltotun did not know of the loss of his jewel, because he kept it in a golden case forever locked, and he worked his magic without stay. Only the greater magic needed the Heart of Ahriman. But Conan had been recognized in his capital and men rode after him, while others rode to Nemedia with the news. Conan fought a battle in the passes and with the Poitanians defeated the Nemedians. But Trocero did not have enough warriors to invade Aquilonia and defeat the Nemedians and the barons who espoused Valerius, and his people feared the magic of Xaltotun. They urged Conan to remain and rule them as a separate kingdom, and conquer Zingara, but he determined to follow the man who had taken the Heart of Ahriman. He rode toward the ports of Argos. Notes on the Hour of the Dragon. First day. Day of battle. Conan at Valkia. Amalric, Tarascus, Valerius, and Xaltotun at Valkia. Orastes at Belverus. Prospero on his way to Valkia. That night, Conan was on his way to Belverus with Xaltotun. Amalric, Tarascus, and Valerius were encamped in Valkia, their cavalry pursuing the fleeing Aquilonians through the hills. Prospero was falling back toward Tarantia. Orastes was in Belverus. The second day, Conan was a captive in Belverus. Xaltotun and Orastes were in Belverus. Tarascus was on his way from Valkia to Belverus. Amalric and Valerius were marching through the hills toward Tarantia. Prospero was approaching Tarantia. That night, Conan was a captive in Belverus and escaped. Orastes and Xaltotun were in Belverus, Xaltotun sleeping the sleep of the Black Lotus of Stygia. Tarascus reached Belverus. Prospero arrived in Tarantia and found that news of the battle had preceded him. Amalric and Valerius camped in the plains of Aquilonia, devastating the countryside. The third day, Conan crossed the border and took refuge in the hills. Tarascus, wounded, was in Belverus, with Xaltotun and Orastes. The king's squire pursued Conan in the hills. That evening Prospero evacuated Tarantia. At sunset Amalric and Valerius entered the city, unopposed. That night, Conan slept in the hut of Xaltotun, the witch. Tarascus and Orastes set out from Belverus to Tarantia. Amalric crowned Valerius king of Aquilonia in the great coronation hall of Tarantia. Xaltotun remained in Belverus. The fourth day, Conan made his way through the hills toward Tarantia. Xaltotun remained at Belverus. Tarascus and Orastes were on their way to Tarantia. Amalric and Valerius were at Tarantia, receiving homage. That night, Conan made his way through the devastated plains toward Tarantia. Xaltotun remained at Belverus. Tarascus and Orastes were on their way to Tarantia. Amalric and Valerius remained at Tarantia. The fifth day, Conan, at evening, came within sight of Tarantia. Xaltotun remained at Belverus. Amalric with the Numidians was devastating surrounding provinces. Tarascus and Orastes arrived at Tarantia. Valerius remained at Tarantia, paying old scores and confiscating property. Xaltotun left Valkia at sunset and arrived in Belverus before dawn. He traveled faster than the average man could travel. That means he made the journey in about 12 hours. It would take the average chariot 15, with a change of horses. A man on a good horse might make it in 14 hours. If Conan left Belverus after midnight, say he was on the road at 1 o'clock and riding like hell, he had been riding 6 hours when the sun came up. He would still have 8 hours to ride. He rested an hour, which made it 8 o'clock. It would be about 4 o'clock when he reached the hills. He would really be taking a shorter cut, because he had left the road which wound toward the passes in the hills. Belverus lay nearer the border than Tarantia. Conan was moving up the valley of the Shirki, a day and a night's hard marching from Tanasil. Amalric could reach Tanasil in little over a day's march. The Gundermen were advancing along the valley of Kor, about 3 days' march from Tanasil. Tarascus was at Galperin, a day and night's march to the Pass of Falcons, and a little over a day's march from Tanasil. The first day, Tarascus at Galperin. Amalric, Valerius and Xaltotun at the camp near Tanasil. Conan to the southwest advancing along the Shirki. The Gundermen north of the Garalian hills. The first night, Tarascus at Galperin. The other in camp, Xaltotun making magic. Conan approaching Tanasil. The Gundermen moving southward toward Tanasil. The second day. At dawn the courier reached Tarascus, who broke camp and reached Amalric's camp with his horsemen at sunset. The footmen arrived some hours later. Amalric and his companions lay in camp, waiting for Tarascus. Conan nearing Tanasil. The Gundermen marching through the Garalian hills. The second night. Tarascus, Amalric, Valerius and Xaltotun lay in the camp in the plain. Late that night Conan reached Tanasil and crossed and camped on the other side. The Gundermen were camped further back in the hills. The third day. Tarascus, and the Nemedian host, marching toward Tanasil, learned that Conan had crossed. He pushed ahead with his horsemen, and arrived at Tanasil just at twilight. Conan was camped in the Garalian hills. The Gundermen were pushing southward swiftly. The third night. The Nemedians camped in the plain beside the river. Conan camped in the hills. The Gundermen reached his camp after nightfall. Part of 2 nights. It took Conan a day and a night of marching to reach Tanasil. Conan marched all the first day until late that night, camped that first night and set out before dawn, marched all the second day, reached Tanasil late the second night. Time, 1 whole day's march and part of 2 nights, would have taken another man 2 days and 2 nights. The first day and night Amalric lay in camp, waiting for Tarascus, who took a whole day in getting there. He could reach Tanasil in a day's hard riding, with his host it required a day and part of a night. If he had set out when he wished to, he would have reached the Shirki first, but Xaltotun wished him to wait for Tarascus. Untitled Synopsis. A witch shall be born. The story began with Taramis, queen of Khauran, awaking in her chamber at the sight of a spot of light glowing on the velvet tapestried wall. In that spot she saw the head of her sister, Salome, who had been carried into the desert shortly after her birth, to die, because she had the witch mark upon her bosom, the blood-red crescent. In the conversation which followed it was explained that because, centuries before, a queen of Khauran had cohabited with a pre-Adamite demon, every so often a witch would be born in the royal family. Salome said there had always been witches named Salome, and always would be. She, Tarami's twin sister, had been carried into the desert, but had been discovered by a Khitan magician traveling from Stygia in a caravan. He had recognized the witch mark and had taken her and brought her up, instructing her in many black arts. Now she had returned to seize the throne. Her master had driven her forth, because she lacked the cosmic scope of true wizardry, was merely a harlot of the black arts. She had fallen in with a Kothian adventurer who commanded an army of professional fighting men, Shemites from the western cities of Shem. This man had come to Khauran and asked the hand of Queen Taramis. He was at that time camped with his hosts outside the city walls. The gates were carefully guarded, for Taramis did not trust the man. Salome told Taramis that she had entered the palace secretly, by drugging all the queen's servants. She told her that she, Taramis, would be cast into a dungeon, and she, Salome, would reign in her place. The Kothian entered just then, and Salome cynically handed her sister over to be raped by him, while she went forth to give the soldiers at the gates orders to admit the Shemites. The next scene was that of a young soldier being bandaged by his terrified sweetheart, as he told of the treachery. Queen Taramis had apparently given orders to her dumbfounded soldiers that the Shemites were to be admitted into the city. This was done, and she announced that she would make him king to reign beside her. The soldiers and populace rose, but only her guard were left in the city. These were cut down by the Shemites, except the captain of the guard, Conan the Cimmerian, who refused to believe that Taramis was Taramis. He swore it was some devil in her shape, and fought ferociously before being overpowered. The boy said that the Kothian was having him crucified outside the city wall. This happened. Conan fought off the vultures with his teeth, and attracted the attention of a bandit chief who was scouting near the walls in hopes of plunder. This was Algird Vladislav, a Zaporozhian, or Kozak, who had wandered down from the steppes and established himself among the nomadic Shemitish tribes of the desert. He freed Conan and took him into his band, after a savage test of the Cimmerian's endurance. In the meantime, as a letter from a savant visiting in Khauran showed, Salome, posing as Taramis, had abolished the worship of Ishtar, filled the temples with obscene images, made human sacrifices and placed in the shrine a hideous monster from the outer gulfs. The young soldier, convinced that Taramis was slain or imprisoned and a fraud reigning in her stead, haunted the palace and prisons disguised as a beggar, and Salome, having tortured her sister by showing her the head of a trusted counselor, tossed it to the beggar to dispose of, and unwittingly revealed the secret. He hurried to Conan with the news. Conan had in the meantime, wishing vengeance on the Kothian, raised a great army of nomads. Aldred intended taking and sacking Cauran, but Conan deposed him, and announced his intention of rescuing Taramis and placing her back on the throne. The young soldier rescued Taramis from prison, but they were driven into the temple by Salome. But Conan defeated the Kothian, swept into the city, destroyed the monster. The Kothian was crucified, and Taramis set back upon her throne. Appendices. Hyborian Genesis Part 2. Notes on the creation of the Conan stories. By Patrice Louanet. The year 1933 ended on a much more positive note than it had begun for Robert E. Howard. It had promised to be catastrophic. In 1932, Fiction House had ceased publication of fight stories and action stories, two magazines which had paid modestly but regularly, ensuring Howard of a meager yet regular income. The arrival of Strange Tales, a direct competitor to Weird Tales, which paid well, and on acceptance rather than publication, had been a compensation, but late in 1932 Howard had learned that this magazine was also going out of circulation. As 1933 began, he was left with only one regular market, Farnsworth Wright's magazine's Magic Carpet magazine, a fledgling quarterly, and Weird Tales. There was but one thing to do, and for a few weeks Howard literally deluged Weird Tales with submissions, with one clear aim, to sell as much as possible. Among the stories submitted were most of the inferior Conan stories, written with a visible need for a quick sale. It was only in the spring of 1933, with an impressive number of Conan stories awaiting publication in Wright's magazine, Zuthal of the Dusk, Queen of the Black Coast, The Pool of the Black One, Iron Shadows and the Moon and Black Colossus, that Howard began to devote his attentions to building other markets. Hiring Otis Adalbert Klein as his agent, the Texan spent most of the next few weeks trying to sell some more of his boxing yarns and dabbling in genres that were new to him, detective stories and westerns. He also began to seriously consider the question of the rights to his stories, and looked into the possibility of having short story collections published in England. October 1933 found Howard returning to Conan. Weird Tales had already published 3 of the 5 Conan stories in their backlog, as it was becoming evident that the character was a popular success. The Devil in Iron, completed circa October 1933, was a somewhat half-baked effort from a Howard who had not written a Conan story in 6 months, drawing heavily from the earlier Conan story, Iron Shadows and the Moon. Both tales showed Howard's debt to Harold Lamb, a pillar of adventure, a publication whose influence on Howard was probably greater than that of Weird Tales. If Howard was an early devotee of Weird Tales, we know he was already aware of the magazine's existence less than 6 months after it first appeared on the newsstands. His first love was clearly adventure fiction, much more than the tales of the weird. The Texan's discovery of adventure was a cherished memory. Magazines were even more scarce than books. It was after I moved into town, speaking comparatively, that I began to buy magazines. I well remember the first I ever bought. I was 15 years old. I bought it one summer night when a wild restlessness in me would not let me keep still, and I had exhausted all the reading material on the place. I'll never forget the thrill it gave me. Somehow it had never occurred to me before that I could buy a magazine. It was an adventure. I still have the copy. After that I bought adventure for many years, though at times it cramped my resources to pay the price. It came out 3 times a month, then. I skimped and saved from one magazine to the next. I'd buy one copy and have it charged, and when the next issue was out, I'd pay for the one for which I owed, and have the other one charged, and so on. By 1921, when Howard discovered it, Adventure was a well-established magazine, one of the leading if not the leading fiction magazine of its times, hosting the talents of Talbot Mundy and Harold Lamb on a regular basis. Arthur D. Howdensmith delivered tales of Viking adventures and Raphael Sabatini graced the magazine's pages for the first time in that summer of 1921. These authors would influence Robert E. Howard much more than any of the Weird Tales writers. Howard's interest in adventure went beyond the mere reading of the stories. He had 2 letters published in the magazine in 1924 and corresponded semi-regularly with R. W. Gordon, who was in charge of its folksong department. It was apparently adventure which gave Howard the desire to become a writer. I wrote my first story when I was 15, and sent it to adventure, I believe. 3 years later I managed to break into Weird Tales. 3 years of writing without selling a blasted line. I never have been able to sell to adventure, guess my first attempt cooked me with them forever. These lines were written in the summer of 1933, a few weeks before the Texan was to start writing adventure fiction. Beyond the half-amused, half-exasperated tone Howard uses, one can feel his frustration at not having ever been published in the magazine. The entirety of Howard's surviving early output from 1922 and 1923 can be best described as a teenager's sincere attempts at emulating what he was reading in adventure. He thus began, but never completed, a dozen stories featuring Frank Gordon, whose adventures were derived from Talbot Mundy and whose nickname, El Boric, the Swift, was borrowed from Sabatini. Significantly enough, when Howard resumed writing adventure stories in October 1933, the process started with a resurrection as improbable as Xaltotun's in The Hour of the Dragon. The protagonist of his first mature adventure stories was Francis X. Gordon, El Boric, a revamped version of his teenage creation. He thus wasn't exploring new ground but bridging a gap of 10 years. In the second Gordon story, The Daughter of Erlik Khan, Gordon explores the city of Yulgan, niched in a mysterious oriental mountain, where the beautiful Yasmina is held prisoner. In the Texan's next tale, the Conan story The People of the Black Circle, the mysterious oriental mountain is called Yimsha, and it is there that Conan rescues another beautiful Yasmina. As Howard had exclaimed just after reading his first Mundy novels in 1923, Yasmini? She's some character, isn't she? Much has been written about the influence of Talbot Mundy on this particular Conan tale, but while Howard's source material for this story has yet to be identified, Mundy was very probably not part of it. It very much seems that Howard's background research for his Eastern adventure stories also furnished the background for the new Conan tales. In The Devil in Iron, for instance, Howard had changed the name of the king of Turan from Yildiz, in Iron Shadows in the Moon, to Yezdijerd. Much of the action of that story taking place on the Isle of Zapur, it is quite probable that the names were derived from the historical Yezdijerd, a Persian king and a conqueror, just as Howard's character, and Shapur, his father. Yezdijerd returned in The People of the Black Circle, and with him several new elements of geography which Howard added to his Hyborian world with this story, such as the Himalayan mountains, Afghanistan, and Vendaya. The People of the Black Circle was Howard's longest Conan effort to date. It is a true, and successful, novella and not merely a long short story. A tale of that length could not stand on Conan's shoulders alone, and Yasmina is a welcome change from some of the earlier stories' cringing women. However, it was in Kemsa that Howard created a memorable secondary character, torn between his loyalty to his masters and his love for Jatara, between his spiritual and his earthly cravings. For, as befits a story exploring the East and the West, The People of the Black Circle is a study on duality, a brother and a sister, one dead, the other alive, two antithetic couples, Conan and Yasmina versus Kemsa and Jatara, two couples in which rivalry for power is a significant factor in the relationship. But where the former are masters, hill chief and queen respectively, the latter are but servants of chiefs. The opposition between the primitive hillmen and the seers of Yimsha, that is to say between the physical and the mental, was evidently nourished by the year-long debate on the subject which had occupied Howard and H.P. Lovecraft for most of the year 1933. If the tale at times evokes Mundy's penchant for mysticism, Howard's treatment is entirely his own. In fact, there was probably little need for the Texan to look to Mundy to find inspiration for mysticism. He had bathed in it for years. More, once one has scratched away the oriental trappings of the tale, what is revealed is a story that strangely touches on many points on Howard's family history. His father, Dr. Isaac M. Howard, was all his life interested in mysticism, yoga, and hypnotism. He regularly practiced hypnotism on his patients, sometimes with a young Robert E. Howard present, and had annotated his copies of the Hindu Science of Breath and 14 Lessons in Yogi Philosophy by Yogi Ramakaraka. If Howard needed documentation on Eastern mysticism, he needn't reread Mundy, as he had a much better source of information under his own roof. The opening scene, recounting Yasmina's brother's death at her own hands, is another striking autobiographical example. On a literary plane, it invites comparison with several other tales, notably Dermod's Bane, in which a man is afflicted beyond reason by the death of his twin sister. In Howard's fiction, brothers and sisters often have to separate, and usually in painful conditions. The reasons for such an obsession may very well originate from a reported, though undocumented, miscarriage suffered by Howard's mother in 1908, when Howard was aged 2. This would invite us to draw a parallel between Yasmina and Howard, both having experienced the loss of a sibling. However, and as usual in Howard's fiction, these biographical elements were soon diluted and distorted in the story that Texan had to tell in order to sell it to Farnsworth Wright. The People of the Black Circle is a particularly satisfying Conan story for all these reasons. The tale functions very well on an escapist level and is leagues ahead of standard pulp fare plotting, but there is a definite depth and texture to all its aspects, which ranks it among the 3 or 4 best Conan stories Howard had written to date. Farnsworth Wright must have been rather impressed with it, since less than 5 months elapsed between its acceptance and the publication of the first part of the serialization. He was, however, not so pleased with the increasing liberties Howard was taking with his dialogue and the explicitness of certain situations, and in several instances severely toned down some of the Cimmerian's oaths and sexual allusions. In early January 1934, as Howard was writing The People of the Black Circle, he had last received news of the story collection he had submitted to Dennis Archer in England in June of the past year. The answer wasn't a positive one. If the editor had found the stories exceedingly interesting, it was not enough. The difficulty that arises about publication in book form is the prejudice that is very strong over here just now against collections of short stories, and I find myself very reluctantly forced to return the stories to you. With this suggestion, however, that any time you find yourself able to produce a full-length novel of about 70,000 to 75,000 words along the lines of the stories, my allied company, Pauling and Ness Limited, who deal with the lending libraries, and are able to sell a first edition of 5,000 copies, will be very willing to publish it. With the exception of his partly autobiographical Post Oaks and Sandruffs, 1928, Howard had never completed a novel, though he was demonstrating he was learning the craft with The People of the Black Circle, whose final version runs 31,000 words. Many other writers would have stopped their efforts here, confronted with a publisher who took 6 months to answer, negatively at that, refusing a collection of stories which he had asked for in the first place. Later that month, however, Howard reported to August Derleth, an English firm, after keeping a collection of my short stories for months, finally sent them back, saying that there was a prejudice over there just now against such collections, of short stories, and suggested that I write a full-length novel for them. But I'm not overly enthusiastic about it, for I've been disappointed so much. Of course, I'll do my best. Howard probably began working on the novel in February 1934, but he was to abandon the story a few weeks later. Almeric, for this is very probably the novel Howard began to write for the British publisher, was abandoned midway, as he had written a first draft and the first half of the second one. This was to have to been Howard's third, and last, Yasmina/Yasmina tale, after The Daughter of Erlik Khan and The Devil in Iron. Like her namesakes, this Yasmina also lived in a strange mount, Euthla. Why Howard insisted that his Yasminas/Yasminas dwell in Y mountains will probably remain a mystery. The novel cannibalized several key scenes from the stories which had been initially submitted to the publisher. The winged Yagas of Almeric, for instance, definitely owed something to the winged creatures of the Solomon Kane story Wings in the Night. Howard was indeed making sure that his novel would be along the lines of the stories he had previously submitted. Nevertheless, Howard left Almeric incomplete for reasons that remain mysterious. The novel would linger for several years, until it was eventually published in the pages of Weird Tales after Howard's death, completed by another writer. After abandoning Almeric, Howard probably realized that it was only logical to make Conan the central character of his novel. The sale of The People of the Black Circle in late February or March 1934 showed him that he could write successfully at length about the character. Much more importantly, the setting, the Hyborian Age, and the protagonist were very much in Howard's mind, and little if any work was needed to build a background for the intended novel. Lastly, Conan tales had also been included in the first batch of stories sent to Archer. He would, once again, be submitting material along the lines of what he had already proposed to the British publisher. The surviving synopsis and 29-page draft of that first Conan effort are intriguing to say the least, a sharp departure from the other Conan stories. This Tambalco draft was begun and abandoned after Howard had finished The People of the Black Circle and abandoned Elmeric, in all probability in mid-March 1934. Conan is not the protagonist of the story, that role falls to one Amalric, whose name evokes Elmeric. Reading the synopsis and first draft, it is easy enough to see that there wasn't enough good material here to make a novel. There was in fact scant good material at all. The connection between the first part of the story and what would have been the Tambalco chapters is unconvincing, and clearly the story wasn't going anywhere. Howard soon realized it and abandoned this tale, too, to begin work on his third, final and successful, attempt at writing his novel, The Hour of the Dragon. There was very little to salvage from Howard's two previous efforts. On the surface, there is indeed very little to show that the three stories were penned at about the same time. In The Hour of the Dragon, Conan briefly mentions a Ganata knife, a tribe otherwise mentioned only in the unfinished Tambalco draft. In an early draft of the novel we are informed that Conan was once called Ironhand, the same nickname given Isacairn on the planet Elmeric. There is also the mention of a Prince Elmeric in The Hour of the Dragon, but this may have been derived more from his namesake in Zuthal of the Dusk, another prince who met his doom at the hands of Stygians, than from the novel of the same title. One passage from the Tambalco story, however, may have inspired the Texan for the subject of his novel. One of the men, his face smooth and unlined, but his hair silver, was saying, "Aquilonia? There was an invasion, we heard, King Braggarus of Nemedia, how went the war?" "He was driven back," answered Amalric briefly, resisting a shudder. 900 years had passed since Braggarus led his spearmen across the marches of Aquilonia. Here was the springboard for the plot of The Hour of the Dragon, an invasion of Aquilonia by its neighbor Nemedia. The 7 mysterious horsemen were also probably transformed into The Hour of the Dragon's 4 sorcerers from Kaitai. Amra, Conan's alias when he was a pirate among the Black Corsairs, also made the jump from the draft to the novel, and the theme of the rival kings is obviously an essential ingredient to the novel. Much of this material had already furnished the background to an early Conan story, The Scarlet Citadel, part of the initial lot of stories sent to England, which featured Conan as Amra and an invasion, from Koth and Ophir in this case. Xaltotun's resurrection is highly reminiscent of Thugrakhotan's, in Black Colossus, though this particular tale had not been among the lots sent to England in mid-1933. Howard knew what he should do with The Hour of the Dragon and how he should be doing it. He was at the same time recycling several elements from his past Conan stories and trying to conquer a new readership. He had thus to present as much as possible of his Hyborian age and its possibilities to his intended new readers, and also should have no compunction about recycling several elements from former Conan stories, since the British market was averse to publishing short stories. The reader would thus have hints of Stygia, of the Hyborian age equivalents to the African kingdoms, would even get a glimpse, by way of the mysterious sorcerers, of the countries east of Vilayet, in a tale which remained, however, centered on the Hyborian countries he would be familiar with, the kingdoms corresponding to modern Occidental Europe. It had been a long time since Howard had written of Conan as a king, and one could wonder why he chose to return to a theme which had long disappeared from his stories. The answer probably resides once again in the novel's intended market. The British public had always been keenly interested in the subject of mythical kings, and so had been Howard himself, hadn't he, in The Phoenix on the Sword, written about a king who wins his battle aided by a magic sword quite similar to Excalibur? Hadn't he, in The Scarlet Citadel, written that the king is one with his kingdom, and that he who slays the king cuts the cords of the kingdom? Was King Conan ready to acknowledge his kinship with the most famous Celtic king of all, Arthur? In The Scarlet Citadel, Conan's capture was achieved through treachery, and his eventual victory was mostly a matter of superior military strategy. In the novel, Conan's paralysis has a distinctive supernatural origin, and Howard insists on what has really transpired when Xaltotun prevented Conan from taking part in the battle. With Conan's paralysis, an essential link has been broken by magic. Conan has been severed from his army, and it was this which led to its defeat. As Pallantides declares shortly thereafter, only Conan could have led us to victory this day. With the apparent death of Conan, king of Aquilonia, the unity and strength of Aquilonia disappears. As a partisan will later tell Conan, in words closely echoing the proverb from the Scarlet Citadel, "You were the cord that held the faggots together." When the cord was cut, the faggots fell apart. It is only Conan's presumed death that enables Valerius to get on the throne. So long as Conan lives, he is a threat, a unifying factor for Aquilonia, declares Tarascus. Only in unity is there strength, later echoes Conan. Valerius, in spite of his military victory, doesn't succeed in restoring the lost unity of the kingdom and obtaining the allegiance of the people. Echoes Conan, it's one thing to seize a throne with the aid of its subjects and rule them with their consent. It's another to subjugate a foreign realm and rule it by fear. Conan appears to have been the rightful king to Aquilonia, and only magic could defeat the unity that existed between him and his people. It was not the Heart of Ahriman that brought about the defeat of Conan. The heart is not an instrument of evil. Hadrathus, priest of Ahura, later confirms that against it the powers of darkness cannot stand, when it is in the hands of an adept. It restores life, and can destroy life. Xaltotun has stolen it, not to use it against his enemies, but to keep them from using it against him, and concluding with, the heart holds the destiny of Aquilonia. Why does the heart hold the destiny of Aquilonia? At the beginning of the novel, we learn that the jewel was hidden in a cavern below the temple of Mitra, in Tarantia. The symbolism is obvious. The heart, as its name would suggest, was placed at the heart, in the center, of the kingdom. Furthermore, Mitraism is the Hyborian Age's closest equivalent to an organized religion, the official religion of Aquilonia, as well as the better structured of the Hyborian cults, hence its central position. Tarantia requires some discussing. In the Scarlet Citadel, the capital of Aquilonia is called Tamar. It is called Tarantia in the novel. Howard's changing of the name was no egregious blunder as certain editors would have it, but the result of a careful choice. Tarantia is derived from Tara, mystical and political capital of Ireland, seen as the heart of their kingdom by the Celts of Ireland. "You will not press the throne again unless you find the heart of your kingdom," says Saladah to Conan, to which he replies, "Do you mean the city of Tarantia?" The heart is thus the mystical stone that symbolizes the exact center of the country, the symbol of the link that unites the people and the land to the king. Once this link is severed, the heart is gone from the kingdom. The consequences are dire and immediate for the people and the country. Only embers and ashes showed where farm huts and villas had stood. A vast swath of desolation had been cut through the country from the foothills westward. Conan cursed as he rode thorough blackened expanses that had been rich fields, and saw the gaunt gable ends of burned houses jutting out the sky. He moved through an empty and deserted land. All this is perfectly logical, for in Tales of the Grail the country becomes a barren land, the wasteland, from the moment the king cannot properly govern his kingdom anymore. The consequences of Conan's defeat at the hand of the conspirators go far beyond the capture and destitution of the Cimmerian. The problem in the Hour of the Dragon is that Conan seems at first unaware of the mystic bond which links him to his country. His will to get the throne back from his enemies is doomed from the start, and even his most loyal subjects refuse to follow him in what they consider a suicidal enterprise. Only when Conan has understood everything can the quest begin. What a fool I've been! The Heart of Ahriman. The heart of my kingdom. Find the heart of my kingdom, Saladah said. It is thus at about the central point of the story that Howard's novel reveals itself as a quest, and more precisely as an Arthurian-like quest for the Grail. Behind the Arthurian legendary one finds the obsession of the Celts with the common king they historically never had, the one who was to unite the tribes against common foes. This king, a rex, as opposed to the Roman notion of imperator, permanent representative of a strong and centralized power, was most of the time a military leader. And what Howard is telling us is exactly that. Conan's quest for the heart is a quest for the perfect way to fulfill his duty as a rex and not as an imperator, as a tyrant. This is clearly demonstrated in the exchange between Conan and Tricero in the middle section of the book. "Then let us unite Zingara with Poitin," argued Tricero. "Half a dozen princes strive against each other, and the country is torn asunder by civil wars. We will conquer it, province by province, and add it to your dominions. Then with the aid of the Zingerins we will conquer Argos and Ophir. We will build an empire. Again Conan shook his head. Let others dream imperial dreams. I but wish to hold what is mine. I have no desire to rule an empire welded together by blood and fire. It's one thing to seize a throne with the aid of its subjects and rule them with their consent. It's another to subjugate a foreign realm and rule it by fear. I don't wish to be another Valerius. No, Tricero, I'll rule all Aquilonia and no more, or I'll rule nothing. Page 168. Whoever had the idea of retitling Howard's novel Conan the Conqueror had evidently not understood its theme. Conan is anything but a conqueror by nature. If Conan's kingship has to be envisioned as a conclusion of sorts to his life, then the lesson is one entirely different from what has been suggested for years. Conan the king has much less freedom and power to act as he wants than Conan the Cimmerian. If Conan is an Arthur, we might wonder where his Guinevere is. The Queen played a very special role in Celtic countries, and her absence in Howard's novel could seem surprising, at least to a reader unfamiliar with the Cimmerian. Many Weird Tales readers must have experienced a jolt when reading that Conan vowed to marry Zenobia at the end of the novel. One wonders, and indeed several critics have wondered, if Conan would be true to his word. We have no way to answer such a question, though we can note that Zenobia's crowning would bring the novel even closer to the Arthurian myth. In fact, each of the three women of the story, Zenobia, Salata and Albiona, seem to embody part of the symbolic role assigned to the Arthurian queen. Zenobia, whose name was Sabina in the early drafts of the novel, is the one supposed to be married, soon, to the king. Salata is in charge of the initiation aspects of the quest. She is the one who helps Conan understand the symbolism of the Heart of Ahriman, of the link between the king and his kingdom. Albiona was given a name and a rank which help us identify the three women of the novel as a composite picture of the Arthurian queen. She is of course a member of the nobility, but it is the etymology of her name which betrays her, for Albiona is derived from alba, Latin for white. Arthur's wife was of distinct Celtic origin, Gwen, the radical behind all the variants of the name of King Arthur's wife, Guinevere, Guinevra, Gwenevere, etc., Gaelic, Finn, means white, and by extension, fair. The Hyborian Age's equivalent to the quest for the Grail is then found in the ensuing chapters of the novel, when Conan has discovered the importance and the role of the Heart of Ahriman. These various picaresque episodes offer a succession of adventures and battles also found in most of the Arthurian texts. This is the origin for the episodes of the Castle of Valbroso and the Ghouls in the Forest, of Publio, of the ship's mutiny, of Chemi, and of Akivosha, which, strictly speaking, don't add anything to the story, so much that Carl Wagner could suppose that one chapter may have been lost here in the transition between the English publisher and the pages of Weird Tales, a loss that no one would have noticed. Conan's return to his throne begins with his securing of the Heart of Ahriman. This is achieved at the end of chapter 19. Conan whirled about his head the great jewel, which threw off splashes of light that spotted the deck with golden fire. The next chapter opens. Winter had passed from Aquilonia. Leaves sprang out on the limbs of trees, and the fresh grass smiled to the touch of the warm southern breezes. With the heart once back in proper hands, life is restored. The wasteland once more becomes a land of plenty, of the Grail. But in the full flood of spring a sudden whisper passed over the sinking kingdom that woke the land to eager life. This image of the country returning to life with the riding back of the holders of the Grail irresistibly calls to mind a similar scene in John Boorman's Excalibur. Xaltotun's defeat is now but a matter of time. The conspirators are divided, while Conan's forces unite again. The restoration of the king and the land is now inevitable. Howard was definitely writing his novel with his public in mind, and it is probably not a coincidence that the story contains homages to British writers. The beginning of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's Sir Nigel very probably furnished the idea for the plague episode in Howard's novel. More importantly, he was once more paying homage to one of his favorite playwrights, Shakespeare, whose Hamlet seems to have been very present with Howard at composition time. There is method in his madness in chapter 3 is a clear echo of the dramatist's most famous play. Howard definitely wanted this phrase to appear in his novel, as it appeared in 3 instances in the second draft of the novel. In fact, many of Howard's tales dealing with kingship invite comparison with the play. In the case of The Hour of the Dragon, the parallels are evident, with both tales centering on the exploits of a king, or would-be king, deposed by an usurper whom he would have thought an ally. Conan, dispossessed of his throne and dead, or believed so, had in fact all the qualities of the Danish ghost king. Upon seeing Conan, whom he believes dead, a Poitanian soldier waxes Shakespearean, and we could for a space believe ourselves on the battlements of Elsinore. His breath hissed inward and his ruddy face paled. "Avaunt!" he ejaculated. "Why have you come back from the grey lands of death to terrify me? I was always your true liegeman in your lifetime." The Hour of the Dragon is by far the Howard story for which we have the greatest number of draft pages. In addition to the 241 pages of the published version, 620 pages of drafts survive, while several hundred others, a carbon of the definitive version and at least one complete draft, were lost over the years. Howard wrote 5 versions of his story, with several parts of these rewritten 2 or 3 times. While he would tell others that the stories came easily to him, he was working at it much harder than he would care to admit. The story's synopsis provides an excellent sample of Howard's working method. Running 3 dense single-spaced pages, it covers the first 5 chapters in minute detail with only a few variations from the published version, while the subsequent chapters are much less detailed and the second part of the novel not covered at all. Howard built his first drafts from this, testing his scenes and dialogues. Xaltotun's motivations for sparing Conan thus changed several times as Howard was writing his drafts and getting a better grasp of his characters and how they would act and interact when confronted with certain situations. The passage in which Tiberius sacrifices himself by leading Valerius and 5,000 men to a deathly trap in the gorges was added in the last stages of writing, offering the reader some memorable moments and infusing the end of the novel with a sense of suspense and incertitude which it would otherwise be lacking. The study of the typescript shows that Howard didn't begin work on his Conan novel until after he had finished both The People of the Black Circle and a detective story received by his agent on March 10. Chances are that he didn't actually begin it until after he had sent another story to his agent circa March 17. It was only apt that such a novel was begun at the time of St. Patrick's Day. Records show that Howard's agent didn't receive anything from him between March 19 and June 20. If we accept March 17, give or take a couple of days, as the beginning date of the writing of the novel, then The Hour of the Dragon was written in less than 2 months. On May 20, 1934, Howard wrote Dennis Archer in England, as you doubtless remember, in your letter of January 9, 1934, you suggested that I submit a full-length novel, on the order of the weird short stories formerly submitted, to your allied company of Pauling and Ness Limited. Under separate cover I am sending you a 75,000-word novel, entitled, The Hour of the Dragon, written according to your suggestions. Hoping it will prove acceptable. During those 2 months, Howard apparently didn't write any other story, concentrating all his efforts on his novel, with an estimated output of 5,000 words per day, 7 days a week. On May 20, the day he sent the novel to England, Howard wrote 4 short letters. The Hour of the Dragon had occupied almost all of his time for those 2 months. Edgar Hoffman Price's brief visit in April seems to have been the sole distraction during those 2 months. For someone who was not expecting much from the British market, 2 full months of work seems an awful lot. One suspects that Howard had much more faith and hope in his novel than he was ready to admit. He knew that if the novel was to be accepted and published, it could be a major, perhaps the major, break for him. As could be expected, Howard took a few days off in June, having completed several weeks of steady work. I'm knocking off a few hours for relaxation and to try to catch up with my correspondence, which I've allowed to stack up outrageously. Howard took a short vacation and visited the Carlsbad Caverns, which were to inspire him for one of his next Conan stories, but he soon found himself back to work and back to Conan. Only a few days had elapsed between the completion of The People of the Black Circle and the beginning of The Hour of the Dragon. The delay was very probably the same between The Hour of the Dragon and his next Conan story. A Witch Shall Be Born was written in late May or early June 1934, probably in a matter of days. The tale was evidently intended to replenish Farnsworth Wright's stock of Conan stories. In April 1934, Wright had published Iron Shadows in the Moon, Queen of the Black Coast had followed in May, and Howard knew that The Devil in Iron and The People of the Black Circle were scheduled for the August 1934 and subsequent issues, leaving him with no new Conan stories awaiting publication in the pages of Weird Tales. This was a new situation for the Texan, since Iron Shadows in the Moon and Queen of the Black Coast had been written and sold in 1932. Wright was accepting Conan stories as fast as he could get them, and was now almost systematically granting them the privileges of the cover. Queen of the Black Coast, The Devil in Iron, The People of the Black Circle, and A Witch Shall Be Born, published in a 7-month span, were all cover featured. Conan's popularity was growing, and the character was very probably attracting new readers to Weird Tales. Women wrote to the magazine, asking for more Conan, whom they envisioned, thanks in part to Wright's censoring hands, as a romantic barbarian. A Witch Shall Be Born required only 2 drafts before Howard was satisfied with it. That it matched Wright's expectations exactly there can be no doubt. In a letter to Robert H. E. Barlow dated July 5, 1934, Howard wrote, "Here, at last, is the MS I promised you some time ago. A Witch Shall Be Born. It is my latest Conan story, and Mr. Wright says my best. A Witch is hardly Howard's best, but it is a special Conan tale in the sense that it is at the same time a rather forgettable Conan story yet contains the most famous, or rather the most memorable scene of the entire series." Reading the story, one gets the impression that Howard was simply borrowing from that year's production to craft the tale. The monster at the end of the story seems to be a cousin to that in the last chapter of Almeric. Taramus and Salome remind us that Howard was fascinated with brothers and sisters, with another occurrence of painful separation at birth, and also remind us of Howard's interest in duality. Paranoia, a theme in Howard's work as early as the Cull story The Shadow Kingdom, 1926-27, runs rampant through this tale, and Howard repeats that people aren't always what they seem to be. It is a frequent occurrence in Howard that evil lurks behind seemingly innocent features. In A Witch Shall Be Born, only Conan and Howard seems to have all the facts. All other characters are as blind as Algerd Vladislav to what has been taking place under their very eyes. Conan, in A Witch Shall Be Born, is becoming a superhuman character. Howard was growing extremely confident with his creation, as testifies the structure of the tale. We are here miles away from pulp formula. Conan, the protagonist, gives life to the entire story by being present in only 2 chapters. It is tempting to draw a parallel between Conan and what Howard thought he was achieving with the Conan series. The Texan knew he had a winner and that he could get away with almost everything, even not having the lead character in the story except in the central chapters. Conan dominates the whole story, and this is made plain in the crucifixion scene. How can anybody kill a character, literarily or literally, who can survive such a scene as that one? For to write a crucifixion scene will automatically invite a Christic comparison. Conan probably became immortal with this scene, and one wonders to what extent Howard wished it to be so. The story, average as it is, exudes Howard's confidence in his creation. It was accepted with relish by Farnsworth Wright, published on the heels of 4 consecutive issues of Weird Tales starring the Cimmerian, and once again won the cover. Howard had every reason to be confident. At the beginning of 1933, Howard only had one regular market. In mid-1934, he was appearing in almost every issue of Weird Tales, had succeeded in making action stories a regular market, with a Howard story in each issue, thought he had another regular market in Jack Dempsey's Fight magazine, was having stories published in several new and different magazines thanks to his agent Otis Adelbert Klein. Furthermore, he thought he had just sold a novel to the British market. It was an idyllic situation. It wasn't to last long. Notes on the Conan typescripts and the chronology. By Patrice Louanette.